Welcome to the Johnson Collection, New England Patriots radio broadcasts from 1985 through 2026. It's the 2025 season, and this is game number 8, played on Sunday, October 26th, 2025, at Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Massachusetts. It's the Cleveland Browns at the New England Patriots. In this broadcast, we had the complete pregame, the entire game, and part of the postgame, all 100% commercial-free. Your broadcast team are the voices of the New England Patriots, Bob Socci and Scott Zolak. Let's go to the pregame.
Now, here's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper.
All right, welcome in to the New England Patriots pregame show. It's driven by the stylish Honda Accord. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more. Shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com. It is Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. We're coming to you this morning from Splitsville, Patriot Place. We're right outside Gillette Stadium ahead of this afternoon's Week 8 matchup for your New England Patriots and the visiting Cleveland Browns. Perfect day for football. Crisp fall day. Hitting weather, as I like to call it, Chris. Parking lot filling up early. No surprise, the buzz is back for this Patriots team and second-year quarterback Drake Maye. And they haven't been here for a month, so as I figured, people wanted to get here early and start getting after it, and rightfully so.
Yeah, everything's looking up, I think, with this team. You're feeling really good about the way that they have played, obviously, over the last 4 games and what you're seeing from the quarterback in Drake Maye. And this is yet another game during this stretch, Jim, where you look at the opponent and you look across the field and you feel like you have a distinct quarterback advantage. And it's been a long time since there was a sustained stretch where you felt that way for the Patriots. And I think a lot of this has to do with the emergence of Drake Maye. And regardless of what happens the rest of the year, I feel like if you're a Patriots fan, you have to feel good about the fact that they're back to the formula they had during the glory days. That doesn't mean they're going to win 6 Super Bowls or any Super Bowl, but the coach can do his job and is established. The quarterback can do his job and has established himself.
And they can clean up on crap, which we hadn't seen in the last couple of years, which was, true. I'm sure, jarring for a lot of Patriots fans that you couldn't even beat the dregs of the league. Even last year, you have the Colts come in here with Anthony Richardson, who, you can see the talent, can throw the ball 100 miles an hour, but can't hit the broadside of a barn. And you lose to that team. Scuffling against bad teams like that. It's like, they can't even beat them. So they're doing that. But with that, though, I'm sure you and others will get accused of being negative. It does raise an eyebrow a little bit because, you don't know, especially, look, they're winning these games in a way that I didn't think that they were going to this early. I thought it would be kind of a tighter ship with Mike Vrabel, but Mike Vrabel won with the Tennessee Titans when he was the head coach there, mostly defense first. Ground and pound, easy to do when you have one of the best running backs in the game in Derrick Henry. But that's what I kind of thought it was going to look like this year. Defense first, have your second-year quarterback play well enough to not screw things up, and you're winning games 2014, 21-17, things like that. Instead, the quarterback has become this young phenom, talk of the league over the last month, and their defense is kind of not that great, at least to me. But look, it's enough to win these games. But I'm with you in that, at least in terms of that side of the ball, defense, I still don't know yet because of who they played at quarterback.
Yeah, no, that's a good point in this stretch of quarterbacks. And yes, I do need to see a little bit more before I can declare they've taken this quantum leap. They've definitely left everything that was troubling them before in terms of losing games and not knowing how to win games or finish games behind, because I do think that if you subtracted Buffalo from this stretch, people would still have questions. I think this stretch, the wins are the wins. They've gotten to the point that Mike Vrabel said he wanted to get to in the beginning. Can we be good enough to take advantage of bad football? Absolutely. You have accomplished that. But when you're looking at on top of the AFC East, people talking about not only making the playoffs, but maybe winning a playoff game, I think a lot of that on this stretch is based on you beat Buffalo, so all these other wins look better. It looks better that you beat all these first and second year quarterbacks. And I throw Bryce Young in there, even though he's a third year quarterback. He got benched last year and then had to come back out. So it's not like it's been a steady build for him. So it's been Bryce Young. Yes, you beat Josh Allen, MVP of the league. You get full credit for that. But then it's Bryce Young before that. And then you're looking at, Spencer Rattler, who's not established and in his second year. And then Cam Ward, who's a rookie, who turns the ball over a lot, is the most sacked quarterback in the NFL. And then today you get another rookie in Dylan Gabriel. And although he has not turned the ball over, he's done a really good job with that. No interceptions. He's the worst in the league on downfield throws, Jim. He's a league worst 10 of 30 for 170 yards on throws of 10 air yards or more since taking over his start. Does that sound like a guy that's really going to, challenge you? Or that if you hold him and the Browns passing game down, that you somehow have proven something? This is like boogeyman-esque.
Yes.
Boogeyman-esque what's happening here.
Yeah, the 2019 boogeyman defense, which, look, I'm a glass half empty type of guy, which I think like 5 or 6 weeks in, I'm like, this is a fraud. And, I ended up getting proven right, but that's not time to pat myself on the back on that. But yeah, I think they need to be proven a little bit. Wow, Dylan Gabriel's that bad with passes down the field.
Yes. I mean, he doesn't turn it over, which is great.
Yeah.
But
well, a lot of talk about the Cleveland Browns coming into this game is about their defense. I want to read you this here from Seth Walder of ESPN.
Okay.
He put out 3 key stat trends that could determine Week 8 winners. And he writes about today's game, Patriots-Browns. Will the Patriots be able to target the middle of the field against this Browns defense? He writes, the Patriots tend to work the middle area of the field more than other teams. 56% of their pass attempts going between the numbers, second highest rate in the NFL. But that is exactly where the Browns deter targets, as only 43% of their targets against them have gone between the numbers, second lowest rate among defenses. When teams attack the Browns between the numbers, generally has worked poorly. So can the Patriots beat Cleveland in the middle of the field, or will they have to adapt to have success elsewhere? So again, they have feasted in the middle of the field. How are they going to be able to do this today? Do you buy in like the hype of this Browns defense?
I think they're good, but I also think they're a little bit overrated. I mean, some of the better quarterbacks have sort of had their way with this Browns defense a little bit. Lamar Jackson, when he was healthy, lit them up. They scored 40 points against them. You look at Aaron Rodgers was able to defeat, even though he didn't put up huge numbers, he was able to beat them. You can look at Detroit. Again, Goff didn't put up big numbers, but they scored 34 points. So I think some of the better quarterbacks, this defense is good. There's no question it's a good defense, and I think they have the best pass rush in the NFL, and Denzel Ward is a sticky corner, and they'll play a lot of man-to-man. But I don't buy this idea that you can't make plays on them. They've given up 12 touchdown passes this year, which is not like worst in the league, but it's like in the top 12 in the league in touchdown passes surrendered. So, I mean, this is not like Revis Island out there. This is not like the heyday of a Rex Ryan defense where they can just completely shut you down. I think they're a good defense. They could cause some problems for the Patriots. Drake Maye has taken a lot of sacks this year. The only quarterbacks sacked more are Cam Ward and Justin Fields, who have played the amount of games he's played or fewer games than what Drake Maye has played. So I could see some negative plays and some losses, but I still expect Drake Maye to have a pretty good day today. Maybe they're not going to score a ton of points, Jim, but I think his numbers will look good.
All those sacks on Drake Maye, is that solely on the offensive line from what you've seen, or he's responsible for some of that too?
No, he's responsible for some of it's holding the ball too. He said this, by the way, too. He's apologized multiple times this year after games to the offensive line, saying, I held the ball too long, or I kind of ran into that sack. So there are still some things Drake Maye can polish up. Protecting himself, obviously, is number one in terms of when he flees the pocket. Part of that is something that this team does need him to do. They do need him to run, but he needs to be a little bit more judicious about that in terms of getting down. And then also, there are some times where he needs to, not hold the ball so long and not take some of the sacks that really aren't on the offensive line. They're more on the quarterback for either not maneuvering in the pocket correctly or just holding the football too long. I will say this with Cleveland. They are number one in the NFL in team time to pressure at 2.41 seconds. So they get there quick.
Yeah, I'm with you, though, and they might be a little bit overrated. So last week, their defense as a whole gets a game ball. For their game plan against the Dolphins, 6 points allowed, 3 interceptions. But it's the Dolphins. They're a walking implosion right now. So I look at that, and it's like, okay, great, good for them, but it's the Dolphins. And it's the quarterback throwing the coach under the bus, the coach throwing the quarterback under the bus. I think the rest of the team hating the quarterback. So that I kind of take with a grain of salt. But should be more of a challenge for the Patriots to try to move the ball today and Drake Maye. We'll get more on today's game with the great Mike Reese of ESPN, who's going to join us from inside the broadcast booth. That is coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
I mean, I think we always just try to stay consistent. We've tried to keep that message going, try to have a new plan, new preparation, new opponent each and every week. Try to celebrate the success that we've had, but then clearly move on and focus on the next challenge. And we'll have to do that this week. And, it's a big one, coming back home and just making sure that, we don't take anything for granted in our preparation. This is a different unit, different team than Tennessee. And so that we have to just get going, learn a play style, try to match their speed the best that we can in practice, and be ready to go for it on Sunday.
That's Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel talking about the team trying to stay consistent, something that they will try to do today as they're back home here at Gillette Stadium to take on the Cleveland Browns. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. We're coming to you this morning from Splitsville at Patriot Place, right outside Gillette Stadium, ahead of this afternoon's Week 8 matchup for your New England Patriots against the visiting Cleveland Browns. Time to welcome in Mike Reese of ESPN for Chalk Talk. It's brought to you by Bud Light. A win isn't a win without the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. The official beer sponsor of the New England Patriots. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Jim. Good morning, Chris. What a great day for football.
Yeah, we were just admiring your snack setup that you got inside the broadcast booth. I see a big banana, some fruit, but then some sugary treats like Mike and Ike. You're ready to get after it today, there, Mike Reese.
You gotta have some sugar there, Jim, just to keep you going. Especially you get to that second half. You know, gotta lock down for the second half.
Much has been made this week about this Cleveland Browns defense, one of the better units in the league. They're just coming off this big game against Miami last week, allowing 6 points, 3 turnovers, a pick 6 in there. Are they a little overhyped, though? Because I look at that and it's like, well, this is the Dolphins. This team is imploding. Or is Drake Maye and this offense in for more of a challenge today?
So I do think they're in for more of a challenge, Jim, and in part not just because of the last game against the Dolphins, but I thought, they played the Packers tough early in the season. I think that was a 13-10 game that they had. That's why I think this could be a lower scoring game today. And I do think that the key matchup that I'm going to be watching for is the offensive line against the Browns' defensive front. I think that could be some problematic a little bit for the Patriots at times, and if they can't get the run game going.
When you say you're looking at that, Mike, is that the entire team sort of working in unison to stop that pass rush, stop Myles Garrett, or is it Will Campbell specifically? Because I think there's probably a pretty big spotlight on Will Campbell today. We know that Myles Garrett is on the defensive right more than 80% of the time, and I think a lot of people want to see how he holds up against Garrett, or if the Patriots decide they want to give him a fair amount of help.
Definitely, Chris. I would start there, but I think it's the entire front for me because the Browns have more than just Myles Garrett up front. Like Mason Graham, their first-round pick, he's making plays inside. And when I look at the line last week in that win over Tennessee, I thought Jared Wilson, the left guard, was there were some vulnerabilities at time with him and even with Micah Wenu at right guard and Garrett Bradbury at center. So start with Campbell, but I think that the totality of the line is what I'm going to be watching for today.
Mike, we haven't talked to you in a little while, and so this team has been hot as a pistol. Drake Maye has now become the talk of the league. Are you surprised with what we've seen in this jump, at least in terms of Drake Maye and this jump that he's made over the last 4 or 5 games?
I am surprised at how fast it's been. I think one stat that I had on my mind is he hasn't thrown an interception the last 4 games. Not surprisingly, they're 4-0 with that. And I think today, if he goes without an interception, he'll match Tom Brady for the longest streak without an interception. And I think that goes back, I want to say, if I have it off the top of my head, to 2012, the last time a Patriots quarterback had 5 straight games without a pick. So yes, Jim, I am surprised, and I was thinking back to the last time we talked. I want to say it might have been the Steelers game before that game, and remember he had the couple turnovers in that game, and man, things have turned around for the team, and it's pretty exciting to watch.
Yeah, it definitely is exciting to watch. One of the things you mentioned in your fantastic Sunday notes, which I read every week, you highlighted something about the Patriots this week trying to work defensively on some of these slower starts, which we saw last week against the Tennessee Titans, and you had this great stat saying that they are 30th in the NFL in points allowed on the first 2 defensive possessions of a game. What have they done this week to try and change that, and do they have any explanation for some of these slower starts they've had this year?
Yeah, Chris, I wish I had in the locker room had got more information on just what they actually did in practice to create the urgency of the start of a game. I do know they're going to try to do some things differently leading up to kickoff today to just try to get more energy in the stadium to maybe allow the defense to feed off that. So that might be something to keep an eye on. But I think specific to like Milton Williams, a defensive tackle, had talked about the opposing team has like 15 plays that they come into the game with that's their opening script, and being able to match that script is something that they've talked about, but I don't know how you can sort of replicate that in practice unless you have the actual script, right? And so just being dialed in early and not waiting, to settle into the game and having that urgency is, I guess, you talk about it. I don't know how you can actually put that into practical use in a practice.
Maybe it's a little bit more of a coaching thing. I mean, Mike Vrabel's come out and admitted, was it last week or the week before, where he basically said, yeah, we got beat on the script.
That's right. And I think it's also like turnovers, right? Like you're always going to talk about ball security, but you have to actually do it, right? So point of emphasis, verbalize it, and you hope that it sharpens your mental focus in that area.
Speaking with the great Mike Reese of ESPN ahead of this afternoon's game between the Patriots and Browns. The November 4th NFL trade deadline fast approaching, Mike. There's been, some scuttlebutt these last couple of weeks that the Patriots could be looking to add, and especially on the defensive side of things, which I would agree with. I feel like they're thin in certain positions, maybe safety, linebacker. Are you hearing that they will be active, and if so, where they may be targeting?
Yeah, Jim, so I think the trade deadline, to me, I love the talking about it. I think it oftentimes disappoints many because there's usually not a huge impact with the trade deadline. But that being said, they are in conversations with teams around the league to find out what's available, as I understand it. And outside linebacker is one position that it's my understanding that they're looking for. They'd love some veteran depth there behind Harold Landry and Kayvon Chason, who between them have 10 sacks. And the backups, Keon White, Anthony Jennings, Elijah Ponder, have combined 0 sacks. So that's one reason they'd be looking in that area. And running back, they're going to have to make a move at that position one way or the other next week because they only have 2 on the roster, Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson. They got by the last 3 weeks by bringing up Terrell Jennings from the practice squad, and so I think they're looking around to see, okay, does Jennings just take over that 3rd spot permanently, or is there another option out there that might present itself at a reasonable price that they could consider at that position?
I think one of the interesting things about today is Travion Henderson, 2nd-round pick for the Patriots, going against his teammate, Quinshon Judkins, who is the rookie running back for the Cleveland Browns. They were a dynamic duo last year at Ohio State when they won a national championship. Judkins happens to lead all rookies in rushing this year. Henderson is coming off a game, Mike, where he only got 2 carries for 5 yards. They rode the hot hand with Ramondre Stevenson, and he wasn't as big a part of the offense as we're used to seeing in terms of his snap count. He only got 9 snaps. Do you anticipate him being a bigger part of the game plan today, and do you think he's close to maybe I don't want to say a breakout game, but maybe a breakthrough game?
Well, I do wonder about it, Chris. I hadn't heard anything this week that would indicate that would happen, but I would think that I think Ramondre Stevenson played 49 snaps and Travion played 9. I mean, that's a pretty wide split, and I think there's more to that than just riding the hot hand. You know, you could have put Travion in, and I'm not saying, like, I do think there's part of that, Chris, but I think there's something deeper here, which is Travion's a rookie, and think back to James White when he was here as a rookie, and Shane Vereen when he was here as a rookie. Those guys didn't play that much, and I think his situation is somewhat similar to that, where it's not necessarily the jump from college to pros, but it's that passing back role. There's more to it than Quinshon Judkins. If he was with the Patriots, he'd be in the Ramondre Stevenson role. So I think it's like the comparison's really interesting to me. And I think in the Josh McDaniels offense, it's not uncommon to see these rookie passing back players take a little more time. But I have to hold myself accountable on that, Chris. Like I am a little surprised just because of what we saw in the preseason. I thought we'd see more of Travion and there'd be more explosive plays.
Yeah, I agree. And I also feel like this is just me, that Henderson is not just a passing back, or at least if you pick him at 38, he shouldn't just be a passing down back or a third down back. And given where they're at with running back depth, He's a guy that should be able to run the football for you and have some effectiveness. That's been the biggest disappointment for me. The pass pro stuff and that, you're absolutely right. That's hard to pick up for a young running back in a Josh McDaniels offense. But he just looked a little bit diffident and a little bit tentative running the football, which I didn't expect because he's an explosive guy with the ball in his hands.
And Chris, I think that's really fair, and I was personally off on this. I remember saying on SportsCenter, I think it was a preseason game against the Giants, I'm like, you're setting your fantasy drafts, like, after what we've seen from Travion Henderson, like, this is a guy to consider, right? And so I'm with you 100%. I talked to Tony Dews, the running backs coach, the last couple weeks, and he just sort of, without saying it, what I deduced from his answer was that it's a little fast right now for Travion. Like you go from preseason to regular season, and it's a different level of speed. You're playing against better players than in the preseason, and so I think they still have a lot of promise for him. But maybe right now, it's like the cup is running over in a way, and it's just sort of getting his head above water, if that makes sense, to get him going. And I think they do think he's going to get going. It's just a matter of when.
Yes. Mike, someone else that could use a breakout game is rookie wide receiver Kyle Williams. In this stretch, Drake Maye seems to have an excellent rapport with everyone else at that position. Kyle Williams, not so much. So is the game going too fast for him right now, too, or is it something else?
Oh, man, that's a good question, Jim. I'm wondering if we're going to see him possibly on kick returns today, and maybe that helps get him going. I think what I hear is that he's practicing really well, and that it's similar, that they feel like it's just a matter of time. But you sort of want to see it, right, Jim? I mean, I feel like the past couple games, there have been plays where the connection isn't there. So I wonder if Josh McDaniels might dial something up for him specifically that gets the ball in his hands, that maybe just more like a wide receiver screen or something to maybe try to get him going.
And finally, prediction for today. I take it you think this is going to be a low-scoring affair?
I do. I'm thinking in the 20 points to me is the number. If the Patriots can hit 20, they should be okay. I think the Browns, it was the first time in like 12 or 13 games that they scored over 17 points last week. So I think if you can get 20, you're going to be okay. But maybe 20-17, Jim, would be my thought.
That's a close one.
Maybe you need the kicker. The rookie kicker might be a day for him. That's sort of my gut feeling. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think they're going to get around 24-27, something like that. But I like the Patriots.
I'm thinking
today.
like 23-13 Patriots.
Yeah. All right, Mike.
Hey, appreciate you guys.
Go
One
ahead.
last thing I just want to say on that trade deadline, the other point is whoever they add, they really like their locker room chemistry. That was one point I meant to make before, and so they want to be judicious in what, if they do add, they don't want to disrupt what they feel like is really good locker room culture right now.
Yeah, you mentioned, what's the saying Steph Diggs has? We all we need, right?
Yeah, right now that sounds good, right? But when we get an injury today, we might have a different discussion, right?
All right, the great Mike Reese of ESPN. Go check out his snacks on Twitter X at Mike Reese. That's quite a haul you got there, Mike. Enjoy the game today.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, appreciate you guys.
Coming up, former Patriots center David Andrews. He sits down with our Alex Barth of 98.5thesportshub.com to preview this afternoon's game between the Patriots and Cleveland Browns. That is going to be coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. We are here this morning at Splitsville, at Patriot Place. We're right outside of Gillette Stadium, ahead of this afternoon's Week 8 matchup for your New England Patriots as they take on the visiting Cleveland Browns. Former Patriots center David Andrews joins us each and every week before kickoff, and he is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Celebrate Truck Month and hurry in to secure your deal on a new Ford truck. This week, though, David is going to be sitting down with our Alex Barth of 98.5thesportshub.com to preview today's game. So take it away there, Alex.
Thanks, Jim. David, last week, Patriots run game, obviously finally able to get it going, put up over 170 yards. What worked for them against the Titans in this game?
First of all, I don't know what the media covered when the team was so good. It's harder to sit here and find things. I'm so happy they're winning, but when it's winning, it just, I don't know, it's easier to say everything's okay. But
that's when you start talking about, the opponent's not as good.
Yeah.
Well, hypothetically, when they get to, but we're a long way from there.
But the running game got going, and it was a clear emphasis early on. I really liked some of the things they did early on. Kind of the first play of the game was a play they kind of ran multiple times, and it's an interesting kind of concept. We ran something similar. It's a little different, but they kind of start to the left side, which is the opened inside, running a downhill run. But the way the O-line blocks it and leverages, and what really tells you this is if you watch Bradbury, right? So he goes left, so it looks like inside zone left. But when if you were blocking inside zone left as a center, you really want to fit that linebacker square to give the back a two-way go. He leverages the back right, and you can see Ramondre bend it right because it's technically the backside on how the play starts, but the right side's the only double team, and they really do a great job. Mac Hollins kind of seals the edge, and it kind of winds back, and it helps leverage the defense and creates a big hole. Really love that concept from the offensive coaches, and it was good execution from the team, obviously. But, I really thought Mondre looked like his old self. There's been a lot of talk, maybe some of his production being down because the fumbles and that kind of being in the back of his mind. But I thought he ran really confident yesterday. He was downhill. He's physical, and that's where he's at his best. And look, the O-line did a good job. The receivers did a good job. I saw Chisholm out there blocking. That was good to see. Diggs out there blocking a couple times. So, and we talked last week about some of the finish. Look, that doesn't necessarily mean driving the guy 5 yards and dumping him. It just means staying on your block longer, finishing. And there was some really good examples of that. I think it was play 3 of the game. Not a great play. Like, it's just every run's not going to be successful. And Mondre's kind of finding somewhere to go. And you just see Morgan Moses really try to finish, starts to drive his guy. And a lot of times in the run game, it's very rarely you just blow the guy off the ball. But what happens is defenders start, right, they get in their technique. It's kind of a stalemate. Well, they start looking for the ball, right? They stand up, look, and that is where you can feel that as an O-lineman, and that is where you can get your movement. And, it's a great example because it's nothing there. You see more, the kind of a stalemate, and then all of a sudden he starts to finish the guy. Mondre finds it, it pops out, it's 4 or 5 yard game, whatever it was. And, we kind of talked about that. So you saw some of that yesterday, and then you see some examples throughout the game of where the plays are really well blocked and there's something there, and it's just one block here or there, right? Maybe not get to someone on the backside, whatever it may be, get picked, which happens, but I think it's such a indication of what the run game's been these first 6-7 weeks, right? Where it's like, you're like, man, what's going on? It looks good. It's not. Is it the back's fault? And everything's tied in together. So overall, I think they did a really good job. And there's certain things, where I talk about the run game having such a big effect on the passing game, because it's really hard in the NFL just to get guys wide open. But how you do that is through the running game. And you see that, I think it was in the third quarter. Yeah, third quarter. It's 13:08 in the third quarter. And they run that same kind of action I said they started the game off, right? So they've ran it a few times. It's an 8-man box, so it's light coverage. Watch the linebackers and the safety that's in the box. I think the safety's in the backfield trying to stop the run. And he's getting blocked. Like, the protection was good. And, Mac Hollins is wide open over the middle. You can't create that by just running routes a lot of times. Like, maybe some pick routes, rub routes, different things like that. But those are hard to do. And, so it's just, when you're able to do that, it just allows other things to take place. And, that to me was, if this team wants to go as far as everyone wants them and think they could go, it's going to have to be the running game, because you can't allow just Drake Maye to try to go win you games. Now, again, he did it again this week. Like, his performance again this week is, obviously set a franchise record. So, but when he's able to not have to just do it every day, that to me is huge. And he didn't necessarily have to do it. He still made those plays because that's how good he's playing right now. But it was good to see the run game going, and good to see Ramondre, in my opinion, get back to what he can be.
I also just think it's interesting, and you mentioned how well Drake's playing. We'll get to that, but it still kind of feels like teams are daring the Patriots to throw and stacking the box.
I feel like that. And it just, to me, is it's mind blowing a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it's not like, okay, he did it once.
Right. It's one thing when it's week 1 or 2 and he's not really proven, but how much more do you need to see?
He's done it almost, we're 7 games in, so 40% of the season? I don't know, almost 50% of the season. He's done it, and it's not just been like, 2 games out of those. It's been a string of what? I would say since Miami on almost.
Yeah, really.
Where it's like, teams are going to have to change the way they play the Patriots, and hopefully with the running game, now you're creating more problems for this team.
I was going to say, so is it fair to say things should get easier for the run game moving forward?
I would hope so, and I would think so.
Or if not, if teams want to keep playing single high against Drake Maye, by all means, go for it.
Yeah, go for it. And, and I think talking about the passing game, one thing I love to see with this team, and we kind of saw it again yesterday.
Yeah.
Sure, when Diggs goes off for 120 yards like he did those, what was it?
Against
Bills
Carolina and Buffalo.
Yeah, Carolina and Buffalo. Like, that's great.
Yep.
But the last few weeks, you just see Drake spreading the ball. Hooper comes up big in the game. Booty again comes up big and Diggs had a great day. I think he had 70?
He was still their leading receiver, quietly.
Yeah, so it's not like he was nowhere to be found. Like, he contributed a lot in the game.
Yeah.
But when you're able to spread the ball, Mac Hollins had a few big catches. Booty, Pop had the big catch on 4th down. Hooper, like I said, Hunter's still getting the ball. He's still a weapon. I think it shows Drake's, he's not just looking at one person to throw the football to, right?
Yeah.
Now it's everybody is getting their touches, and which I think it just shows his comfortableness in the offense. And it's not just if I don't throw it to Diggs or Hunter, I have no one to throw it to. No, I'll hit Booty in the seam. I'll hit Mac Hollins up the sideline. It shows his trust, he's just. And I think as an offensive coordinator, it gives you confidence that now you can start putting people in different positions.
Yeah.
And sure, you might like certain guys in certain routes. And Diggs, these intermediate routes, that slant, I think he caught a slant in the game. He just catches things. It was a contested catch, a hard catch, but it's an easy, quick hitting play. So it's just, you got all these different weapons. Guys can do multiple things. And it just, I don't know. It makes me excited, and it kind of, people bring up the trade deadline. I don't know if you want to disrupt in the receiver room what they kind of have going right now, because like I said, it's guys have 5, 5, 5, 3, all these different numbers. It's good to see. I like seeing the game played that way when you're dispersing the ball to people.
And it makes it harder to defend. And I do think maybe there's this element, Patriots fans at this point are conditioned to, we need a receiver because it's been so long. But it's, they're in a good place. And to your point of Drake spreading the ball out, and this offense better than just about anybody. For me, having watched as long as I have, I think he's even hitting some of the guys on what are supposed to be clear out routes.
Yeah.
Or routes that really aren't in the progression.
Yeah. The one he hit to the hole to Mac Hollins, kind of in the red zone area. I'm watching it and I'm like, is it a great play design? There was nothing that special, but it just looks easy. He makes those throws look easy, which to me, that's kind of an explosive play that's easy because he's confident in his throw. He's obviously really good at those because we've kind of seen him do those kind of shots.
Cover 2 hole, yeah.
Yeah, we've seen it 3 or 4 weeks now, right? It was Booty in Buffalo in the 2-minute drive. This one to Mac,
Booty last week again.
Yeah, these are just easy they're big plays, but they're kind of easy plays. I don't know if that makes sense, and it's good to see, and it's good to see. I love seeing the ball getting dispersed to different guys.
How's Jim Schwartz going to use Myles Garrett to attack this defense?
So, look, we've said Will Campbell's played, good D ends, right? But in reality, TJ Watt, Crosby, a lot of those guys line up on the right side. Now, they will play different areas, but that's, 90%.
Yeah.
Now, this is the opposite. Myles Garrett plays on the left side. That is where he plays. Granted, he will line up inside. He'll play over the center. Those guys like to get their matchup. So, it'll be a big test for Campbell. And, I'm sure if Schwartz and, I don't know how they work. If, Garrett comes in and says, hey, like, I want to play a left guard some too. Like, I want to get some of this guy. Like, I don't know how that works or if it's Schwartz, but, this is going to be a big test and it'll be good to see. Look, is it going to be perfect? I don't know. I hope it is. It could be. But at the same time, like, it's just going to be a good measure. Like, this is one of the best in the league for our left tackle. So I'm excited to see, him go out there and play. I think Josh is going to know that.
Yeah, so what are some of the things that we might see Josh do to help?
He's going to do a couple of different things. He'll use different types of chips, whether it's tight ends, running backs. He'll do things where he'll leave the tight ends in protection at times. You can do different things where you can run 7-man, protections with the back and tight end. You can run 6-man protections where you leave the tight end, free release the back. You can chip with the back. You'll see, Josh has done a great job of, you can see the short game getting mixed in.
We'll do it again next week.
Yeah, hopefully after a win, baby.
Hopefully.
All right, thanks, David. Jim, back to you.
All right, thanks, Alex. Thank you, David. All right, coming up, Chris and I are going to name this week's hardest working player for your New England Patriots ahead of this afternoon's home game against the Cleveland Browns. That's going to be coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
The Johnson Collection.
Turns, play fakes, rolls into pressure, and Chason picks up the ball with a flag thrown on the play. Chason has it running into the end zone as Cam Ward off the play fake, rolling backward in big trouble immediately. The Patriots are celebrating in the end zone as Caleb Chason able to take the football in for a score.
Caleb Chason with the big play last week for the Patriots defense, which led to him being named the AFC Defensive Player of the Week. Couple of sacks and that recovered for a touchdown against the Tennessee Titans in Nashville. And welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper coming to you this morning from Splitsville at Patriot Place, right outside Gillette Stadium, as we get closer to kickoff for the Week 8 matchup for your Patriots against the visiting Cleveland Browns. And, of course, Caleb Chason is your hardest working player, brought to you by the Peterson School. The Peterson School has been a leader in teaching the trade since 1946. They're now enrolling for their fall semester in Woburn, Westwood, Worcester, and Haverhill. Visit petersonschool.com to learn more. Good game for him last week. Although that fumble recovery for the touchdown, that felt to me like right place, right time, because Cam Ward just had the ball slip out of his hand like it was buttered.
Yeah, I agree. He did make a good play. There was a breakdown Vrabel did on the Patriots website that showed how Chason knifed inside and made a good play to pressure him. But the running back behind him was wide open, and it slipped out of Cam Ward's hand. But, hey, right place, right time. You pressure him. You're able to take advantage of it. Way to go, Caleb Chason, who was the AFC Defensive Player of the Week.
They're winning these games, but there's always nits to pick, right? And one of the nits to pick for me, and I think most rational people, as good as Drake May's been, it's the way he runs. Like, look, it's a weapon in his bag. I want him to use it, but I'd like him to use it a little bit more strategically. I don't think there's going to be anyone as good as Patrick Mahomes, the way that he runs when he needs to. Third and long, got to have it. And it's like these back-breaking plays. And again, it's a weapon for Drake Maye, but I don't know, can you learn to get down or out of bounds? And there was something you wanted to touch on this regarding Josh McDaniels talking about it this week.
Yeah, Josh McDaniels talked about this week, so it's not just an external talking point. It's an internal talking point, and it has to do with availability.
I mean, we certainly, I think we've addressed what we think the right thing to do is. I think he's a competitive guy, and I think certainly making sure that he's available for the team is the priority. So, he's got to balance doing the things that help us make really good plays in those situations, because he's an athletic guy who's going to be able to make some things happen when he runs, versus making sure that he protects himself at the end. So, certainly he's seen them too. So it's just about making a good decision in the moment each time you do it. And really that's a good way for a quarterback to put the team first in that situation, and just remind yourself that, if I'm not out here, then, I can't really help us win. So we'll keep addressing it, but I think he knows.
So they've obviously, as you said, will keep addressing it. They've addressed it, and I think that's a good way of looking at it with Drake Maye. It's what's the balance of I can pick up these extra 2 or 3 yards on this play if I try and stiff arm Roger McCreary versus what the team's telling him is, yeah, but you might not be available to us for the rest of the game or the next game. He has to. That's what maybe the last thing for Drake Maye, Jim, is being able to in the moment make those value judgments of do I get this extra 2 or 3 yards? Do I really need it? Or should I just run out of bounds and make sure I can still play the next play and the next game for my team?
It's such a kind and professional way for Josh McDaniels to say it. It's proof again why I could never be a coach or a leader of men, because I couldn't help myself, Chris. If I was asked something like that, I'd stand at that podium and say, like, look, here's the reality. He's got to save himself to save us, because with all due respect to Josh Dobbs, if Drake Maye goes down, we're boned. You got it, guys? Next question. 98.5 of Sports would like to congratulate Jen Fricchione, Wyndham Woods teacher, who is a true leader and goes the extra mile to help her students improve their reading and successes. She is a true classroom GOAT. So, again, congratulations to Jen Fricchione, Wyndham Woods teacher. All right, coming up, we're going to name the Browns player to contain today for that Patriots defense. We'll speak with Paul Perillo of Patriots.com, along with the top of the hour headlines with Jim Louth. That's all coming up next here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 of Sports of Patriots Radio Network.
Putting a 4-game winning streak into their game against the Browns today. Safety Kyle Duggar, the only player on this week's injury report. He's listed as questionable. Team elevated safety Richie Grant off the practice squad along with running back Terrell Jennings yesterday. Cleveland elevated quarterback Bailey Zappi for the game after Shadur Sanders popped up on the injury report with a back injury Saturday. Pats and Browns, Bob Sosey and Scott Zolak have the call across the Patriots Radio Network. Kickoff just to 1. Around the league, Lamar Jackson out once again. Snoop Huntley gets the start at quarterback for the Ravens today. Tyrod Taylor ruled out for the Jets. Justin Fields will start against the Bengals. Michael Penix likely out. Kirk Cousins gets the start for the Falcons. Packers wideout Christian Watson activated off injured reserve. He makes his season debut tonight against the Steelers. NBA, the Celtics in Detroit to play the Pistons. Green still looking for their first win of the season. You can hear that game in Boston on 105.7 WROR. Tip-off at 3:30. I'm Jim Louth. Your next update in 1 hour.
This is Patriots Preview. Now, here's Jim Murray and Chris Casper.
Gabriel on first down will give to Judkins, running up the middle. Big hole 40. He's at the 35. He's at the 30. It's a foot race 20, 15, far sideline. Touchdown! Quinshon Judkins, 46 yards to the house.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Casper. We're coming to you this morning from Splitsville at Patriot Place. We're right outside Gillette Stadium, where you're going to be able to catch this afternoon's Week 8 matchup for your New England Patriots against the visiting Cleveland Browns. And Cleveland Browns running back Quinshon Judkins is the player to contain today. Brought to you by Eagle Leasing, the Northeast leader in mobile storage and office equipment. Call 1-800-GET-EAGLE or visit eagleleasing.com. You see them everywhere. Eagle Leasing. Time to welcome in Paul Perillo of Patriots.com. And again, we're discussing the player to contain today. That is Browns running back Quinshon Judkins, Paul. And could this be a day where Patriots fans have FOMO, Paul, the fear of missing out on the better running back again, like it was with Nick Chubb and Sony Michel some years ago?
Yeah, it's eerie, the similarities, right? College teammates again, and they're picked in close proximity, and in the same kind of area of the draft as well. I know Michelle was a late first round pick. These two were early second, but I'm not as worried about Judkins today just because the Patriots' run defense has been so stout. I think they've done a really nice job, and it's one of the areas, quite frankly, that I was concerned about heading into the year was, I knew they were a little bit more athletic up front, maybe smaller, more athletic type players, but those guys have done a really nice job. And Mike Reese has made a big deal. The last few weeks, the Patriots have not allowed a single 50-yard rusher individually. So if Judkins is going to be the first today, maybe the people talking about that. But I don't know if that'll be enough offensively for Cleveland to pull off the upset.
Paul, we're talking about Judkins here, and you're right about the Patriots' run defense. It's been really, really good, but he does lead all NFL running backs in rushes of 30 yards or more with 4. And that's one thing I think the Patriots have been good at, is not giving up those big plays in the running game. But you're not concerned at all about him being able to maybe, that's one of those things with run stats. You can contain a guy 12 times, but if he pops 2 25, 30-yard runs, the numbers look a lot better.
Yeah, and that's, I just, as you said that, Paul, you're not concerned. I just had visions of, like, the Sports Hub, Perillo, not concerned about Judkins. And Judkins goes off for, 174 today or, some silly kind of numbers. Yeah, no, you're right, Chris. And Mike Vrabel talks about that all the time. When he's sort of been defensive a little bit of the Patriots running game or lack thereof, he kind of feels like they've been close to breaking a couple here or there. And when you do that, that really skews the numbers in your favor. So it's not surprising that Judkins did that last week. I kind of looked at it a little bit differently. Miami's not a great run defense, and I thought for the most part they did a good job with Judkins kind of containing him, if not, now I know that's a big if not for the 46-yard touchdown that we just heard as we were coming in for the segment. So, yeah, I think Judkins is a problem. I think he's more of a between-the-tackles type than Henderson was at Ohio State. I think he's more of a traditional lead carrier, whereas I look at Henderson as being more of a third-down type. But there's no question if you're going off the first half of their rookie years, Judkins has been far more productive.
Talking to Paul Perillo of Patriots.com, who joined us for his weekly hit ahead of kickoff. So, Paul, it's clear the buzz is back. The team's won 4 straight. They're 5-2 atop the AFC East. Everyone's feeling good. You walked through the parking lots this morning. Again, the buzz is back. First home game in a month. All that being said, are there nits to pick? Like, what have you seen over this winning streak that might be either a little bit of a facade, something you're concerned with? What with the team would be the nit to pick for Paul Perillo?
Yeah, and I do have some. As you know, I almost always do, and I get sort of chastised for it. But, the slow starts, defensively are an issue to me. They've played really, really bad offenses, and I don't really think they've made any of them look really bad. I know the numbers at the end of the game, like last week, Tennessee is not really capable of playing much better offensively than they did. Based on the talent that they have, I thought they maximized some of their opportunities. I think back to the Carolina game when they came in here and, they moved the ball, into Patriots territory, I believe, on 6 of their first 7 drives of that game. They just weren't good enough to maximize their opportunities and put more points on the board. I'd like to see the Patriots defense today make the Browns look like a bad offense that they are. It's Dylan Gabriel throwing a lot of short stuff to tight ends, and as we already talked about, Judkins. I'd like to see the Patriots a little bit better early in the game and really shut down a bad offense and make it look that way. And at the same time, can they continue to run the ball like they showed in the first half of the Tennessee game last week? The task to do that would be a lot more difficult against this Cleveland defense. They are a good run defense up front. But, yeah, those are a couple of things. I guess this is a good spot when we're starting to nitpick things that might be able to, show themselves down the road when you're trying to fight for the playoffs and in the playoffs themselves. But are they becoming a little bit too reliant right now on Drake Maye offensively to move the ball? I think these are all fair things to wonder about as we're, sitting at 5-2.
I did want to ask you about Drake Maye, and Drake Maye specifically running the ball. He leads the team in rushing first downs with 17. He is 6th among all quarterbacks in rushing yards with 200. And if you look at scramble percentage, up there in the league, he's 4th in scramble percentage at 10.67. Number 1 is Buffalo. That's Josh Allen. Number 2 is the Jets. Justin Fields. He tends to take off. Number 3 is Kansas City. Patrick Mahomes. So he's in pretty good company with his running of the football. But I do think there's something there he has to work on, which is how these runs end. And we just played that clip earlier from Josh McDaniels about availability is sort of the most important ability. What do you see from Drake Maye and maybe some of the strides he can make in terms of being a little bit more judicious and how he avoids potential injury with these runs? Because he's not going to stop running because he can't, because the team needs these runs.
Yeah, and he's really good at it, too. So I don't want him to stop running. I do have the concerns that you talked about, though, Chris, about how he finishes those runs. I don't think a lot of them end up out of bounds, and certainly he's not a willing slider. When he does, it almost sort of takes you by surprise because he doesn't do it as frequently as you'd like. And some of the hits that he took, I don't know if you guys noticed, there was one of them that he sort of got high load on last week, and it wasn't the one that he got that he hit his head on. I thought he kind of got up grabbing his knee a little bit. And, that would concern me as much as anything. I don't want to take that away from him. I think it's a huge part of his game, but I do think he needs to be a little bit more judicious with his decisions. And definitely, I love the way you put it, Chris. The way he ends those runs, I think, needs to be addressed a little bit.
We're, I think, 9 days away from the NFL trade deadline. There's, of course, been speculation here, Paul, the last couple of weeks that they might be looking to add maybe on the defensive side of the ball or being inside the building. Are you hearing anything?
Yeah, what are you guys going to do, Paul?
Yeah.
Well, I think we have a meeting on Tuesday to discuss the trade deadline. They like to get my input on those kinds of things. I just look at a running. I mean, I'm going to go obvious here. I mean, can you go the whole season with basically two running backs, in a practice squad third guy in Terrell Jennings? I'm not sure that that's a wise course of action. If there's an opportunity to get a legitimate option, and I'm not talking about giving up anything of significance for it. I would do that. I think they need some depth the same kind of way on the edge. It's Chason and Landry, and I'm not really sure that you feel great about anybody after that. So there's some areas I think that they lack depth in. The secondary is always an area that you're looking to improve on. I mean, I think really all three levels of the defense, linebacker as well. But the number one that stands out to me, and I'm not a huge running back guy, you guys know that, but I don't know how long you can just roll the dice with two running backs and expect to make it the balance of the season.
Could we see some of that's maybe a good fit today, and that's Jerome Ford?
Yeah, I like him, and obviously Vrabel would have some familiarity with him from last year.
Yeah, Jerome Ford's a guy that's gotten his name thrown out there a little bit. I know people talk about Breece Hall, with the Jets, and I would love that opportunity as well. I think he's a higher level player than what we would normally expect to get at the deadline. I think the fact that the Jets are in the division and all that stuff might make that one a little bit more dicey to accomplish. But yeah, Jerome Ford, that would make some sense. He's a legitimate NFL running back who's had some success in the league. Looks like they're turning it over to a rookie, so maybe they don't need him anymore. I mean, a late round pick swap, I can't imagine it would cost you much more than that to pick up a guy like Ford. But those are the kinds of moves that I think that they should be interested in making. And the fact that they're 5-2, I think should up the urgency to do something to augment the roster.
Who thought this would be the discussion we'd be having at this point in the season?
Yeah, I know, right?
Pressure to do something at the trade deadline to add.
Yeah, guys, that it's a weird kind of dynamic and how quickly it's changed in the last month. But the best compliment I can give is it's almost like these games when they got the Cleveland Browns coming in here, and I know they're all NFL teams and anything can happen, but you're almost kind of bored because you're just expecting another Patriots win. And it's so weird based on the last 3 or 4 years to be in this situation so quickly. So I think it's a testament to the culture that Vrabel built as quickly as he did, and obviously the lion's share of that credit has to go to Drake Maye for just starting to play at a whole entirely different level than any of us saw coming this quickly.
It's like that second half of the Carolina game. I was like, oh, this is refreshing. I remember this. Just like being
remember when we used to just put these bad teams away like this? This was it was fun.
So prediction for today, obviously you have the Patriots winning, but do you think it'll be a low-scoring affair?
I do, and I do think it'll be. I think the Patriots will have this game sort of in control. But I just don't see any options for Cleveland's offense. But I do feel like the defense for the Browns, Myles Garrett is a guy that's going to need to have extra attention all day. I do think that offensive line has been better, but not. I don't think it's been as good as people have sort of made it out to be. I think they've done a nice job of scheming around it at times. Josh McDaniels, I think, has given some extra attention. They'll need to do that with Myles Garrett today. That's the only way I see them getting in trouble, is him wrecking the game and causing some turnovers that give Cleveland some short fields. But I maybe it's a lower scoring game. Maybe the Patriots are in 20 or they really haven't lit up the scoreboard as much as Maye has played so well. So yeah, maybe a 20-13 kind of game, something like that.
All right, Paul. Always a pleasure. Talk to you next week. And Wednesday is part of a Sunshine Day in Philbrook, Mass.
Absolutely. 6-2 would be sunny.
Thanks, Paulie. Coming up, the voice of the Patriots, Bob Socci, going to join us for his weekly sit-down with a member of the team. This week, it's the reigning AFC Defensive Player of the Week, Caleb Chason. Speaks with Bob Socci. That's coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Ward drops back. He's being pressured. He steps up. He's going to carry to the near side. And Ward is going to be brought down by Chason. Ball comes loose after the quarterback was on the turf. Chason eventually catching up to Cam Ward for a sack.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. We're coming to you this morning from Splitsville at Patriot Place. We're right outside Gillette Stadium ahead of this afternoon's Week 8 match for your New England Patriots, winners of 4 straight, as they take on the visiting Cleveland Browns. Each and every week, the voice of the Patriots, Bob Socci, sits down with a member of the team. And it is brought to you by Peerless Boilers. Football season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless Boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless Boiler that's right for your home or business. And a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best-built boilers. This week, Bob sits down with the reigning AFC Defensive Player of the Week. That's K'Lavon Chaisson. So take it away, Bob.
All right, guys, thanks so much indeed. Joined by the AFC Defensive Player of the Week, K'Lavon Chaisson, who's 2 sacks as well as a scoop and score on a touchdown, helped the Patriots put that win to bed last week in Nashville, Tennessee. And K'Lavon, you said when questioned by reporters this week about winning that individual honor that the best thing about it is that it came in a win, that particular play as well, scoring the touchdown. What's your sense of the confidence of this team, where you guys are right now, coming off 3 straight road wins, 4 overall going into this Cleveland matchup?
Confidence is rolling for sure. It's building. I think for sure the most important thing that we do, obviously when we're watching the film, is don't glance over the mistakes that we created throughout the game. Those always can be overlooked by wins, and you kind of not to attack and approach those. But we keep looking for each week. We keep looking for new things to get better and to try to polish up. So obviously the confidence is going, man. But I think we see so much potential in us that we're not even kind of close. Obviously, I feel like that's cliche for everybody kind of say, but we still haven't played our best ball yet to get to where we feel like we're truly comfortable knowing that we're exactly dominant as we say we are.
Through 6 games now, you have 4.5 sacks. That's a half sack short of your total last year, and you guys are playing exceptionally well against the run up front. In addition to that, what's been the difference for you this year compared to maybe past seasons?
Man, just taking advantage of the opportunities, man. That's really it. Just being dialed in, being focused, making sure that every rep counts regardless of where we are on the field. And that's just been a huge focus. So I know obviously the other guys that I'm on the field with, we all kind of view it the same way. So whether it's first down, second down, or third down, even if we get a fourth down opportunity, every opportunity and every play matters for the game going on, you know what I'm saying, further on throughout the game. So I'm excited for the opportunities that have been presented to myself, and I just want to take full advantage of them every time I get them.
Well, your head coach, Mike Vrabel, when asked about your performance this past week, complimented you on your work on special teams, on the punt team. Why was that so important for you to help set the tone for yourself and the organization on 4 downs?
Definitely, I think that's the huge part, man. You get there's a lot of hidden yardage within the special team unit. So obviously, I always can speak on the defensive end, man, where you can get guys pinned inside the 10-yard line and kind of get them dialed. Force with their back against the wall and kind of force them, you know what I'm saying, with a small portion of their playbook to use. It gives us the extra boost of confidence when going out there. So I always want to have those opportunities to be able to affect the game whichever way I can, man. So like I said, just pinning guys down and be able to create a turnover on the special team side of the ball, or just even get a huge boost of momentum before we take the field, man. I take pride in that.
You got a young quarterback today for the Cleveland Browns. They leaned heavily on the running game last week. Of course, Travion Henderson's old Ohio State team, a very productive game with 3 touchdowns for them. What do you see from Cleveland?
I think they have a dope team. I don't think their record really truly depicts on who they are. Obviously, have a great defense, offensive, have a few things that they're going to figure out, but hell of a playmakers, obviously in the backfield. The quarterback is going to be really nice once he gets his feet settled and gets understanding, he gets a good rhythm going. So it's an opportunity that we have to be very well prepared for and take advantage of once we get on the field.
We're joined by K'Lavon Chaisson of the Patriots. Off the field, you're involved in a foundation that you have started giving back to kids in different communities, Touch a Soul Foundation. What's behind that, and what do you foresee for the future with that foundation, maybe here locally especially?
Yeah, most definitely. So obviously I want to keep it involved as much as possible. Obviously I know holiday season is something that everybody kind of make sure they get their hands in, but I'm doing a job now with me and the team. We're trying to figure out ways that we can continue to be around year round and have some type of effect on the community. But it was always just a process of mine and thought of mine, man. I knew growing up that I wish I had those opportunities where people come and just give you even if it ain't giving out something physically, but just having the physical appearance and giving those the confidence of the word of advice. Somehow, some way, being in the same building with people and just seeing the proximity it is to get to somewhere where you either want to be, or you would like to be, or you aspire to be in some way. So the opportunities, man, you never know who you'll touch and the way you'll touch them. So I'm excited for the role that I have within the community, man. I do wish to keep growing and continue to keep building, and I hope it goes forever, for sure.
Regardless of what time of the year it is, whether it's the holidays or maybe the spring season, kids are getting ready for sports, when you put a pair of new cleats on a kid's feet, what does that do for that young person's confidence, sense of self off the field from your experience?
Yeah, it does a lot. The most important thing I feel like it does is it brings some type of belief. A sense of belief to the child's career, whether it's like you said, on or off the field. You know what I'm saying? To have somebody to have some type of belief and encouragement behind what you're doing and kind of what's your motive in going into life. It's pretty dope. So if I can give that in the slightest way, I feel like I've done my job in some way.
Well, you did your job last week on the field. Congratulations on the Player of the Week award and the good work you're doing. Thanks so much.
I thank you. Appreciate you.
All right, Caleb on Chase on, guys, back to you.
All right, thanks, Bob. Thanks, Caleb. For the guaranteed lowest prices on tires, you go to Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Coming up, Phil Perry of NBC Sports Boston. He is going to join us for his weekly pregame hit and give us his preview of this afternoon's home game for your New England Patriots as they take on the visiting Cleveland Browns. That's coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports of Patriots Radio Network. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper coming to you this morning from Splitsville at Patriot Place, right outside Gillette Stadium. Perfect day for football and this afternoon's Week 8 matchup for your New England Patriots as they take on the visiting Cleveland Browns. Time to bring in Phil Perry of NBC Sports Boston for his weekly pregame hit to preview this afternoon's game. And we're also waiting on the inactive list brought to you by Catches Law Group. Whether you've been hurt on the job or are suffering from years of physical wear and tear, Catches Law, they're here for you. You deserve real help from real trial lawyers. Visit catcheslaw.com today. Hello and good morning there, Phil.
Good morning, fellas. How are we doing today?
Very good. Perfect day for football. Nice and crisp hitting weather, as I like to call it. But I don't want to see a lot of hits on Drake Maye before we get on to how he's been running and whether or not he can learn to slide correctly or get out of bounds, get himself out of harm's way. A lot has been made about this Browns defense this week. A tough test for Drake Maye, at least on paper. Do you believe that, or is that maybe being overhyped a little bit?
No, I think this is going to be his toughest test of the year when you look at what this defense has been able to do, and a lot of times put in disadvantageous situations because their offense is just so dead on arrival week after week. But they're among the best against the run, among the best against the pass. They're obviously among the best in football when it comes to getting after the quarterback, led by that group up front for them and Myles Garrett. They're the fastest team to pressure quarterbacks on average, according to Next Gen Stats. They're under 2.5 seconds when they generate pressure. They're in the quarterback's face. And so to me, that's a real issue. And Drake Maye is going to have to be on the move today. And so number one, he has to be able to protect himself. But number two, I think he might have to dial back his aggressiveness, which has been part of the reason he's been so good, guys, throughout the course of these first 7 games, is because he's always going for the kill shot. He's always going to be that big game hunter. I think that's just part of his DNA. But against a team like this where they might be on top of you sooner than you're used to, you've got to be okay with taking the check down every once in a while. And even Josh McDaniels acknowledged that this week, that he doesn't want to take away necessarily his down the field aggressiveness and the fact that he's, looking to make those reads and hit the other team for big plays. He still wants him to do that, but you just got to know going against this team in particular, if your first read isn't there, you might have to get it down a lot quicker and just get it out of your hands and live to see another play.
We know, Phil, that when you look at what Cleveland has done defensively, one of the things they've been great at shutting down the run. They're number one in the league in rushing yards allowed per play at 3.26. The Patriots did get that running game going a little bit against Tennessee last week, 56 of the 88 yards for Ramondre Stevenson after contact. Can the Patriots continue the positive vibes of the running game this week against one of the best run defenses in the NFL? And do they at least have to have the idea of the run planted in Cleveland's mind to get their passing game going?
Well, I think that second part's true, and they shouldn't abandon it, and I don't think they ever really will under Josh McDaniels until maybe they get to the very end of the season and it's clear that they just can't do it. But they need to try to stick with it at least. Can they get it going again? I'll believe it when I see it. I'll put it that way. I just think if you're looking at this Browns defense versus what they saw last week in Tennessee, it's night and day in terms of how they play the run. So it worked well for them last week. I think the Titans actually helped them out a little bit schematically, at least early in that game, by playing some too high safety shells. And so you're taking a body out of the box to defend the pass ostensibly. And I get why you would do that, and maybe the Browns will do the same thing because Drake Maye's been that good. They don't really have those bodies on the outside that require two safeties deep, the Patriots in their receiving core. But the quarterback has been so effective down the field that you might have to play him with two high safeties anyway. So if the Browns do that, then maybe, yes, Chris, maybe they can get that run game going. And when Ramondre Stevenson gets to that second and third level untouched, that's when you do see those yards after contact. You like those matchups with him going against 220-pound linebackers and 190-pound safeties. That's all well and good. I just think if the Browns decide to take the run away, they'll be able to take the run away. And they have good enough players in the secondary where they might try to do that and say to themselves, listen, if Drake Maye can beat us with our coverage one-on-one on the outside, we've got some pretty talented corners. We like those matchups against his receivers. If he can beat us, we'll tip our caps to him. We're just not going to let them run all over us the way the Patriots ran all over the Titans early in that game last week.
And just to punctuate your point on Drake Maye down the field, his 141 passer rating on downfield throws is the highest in the NFL this season. And if he finished the season, there would stand as the highest single-season downfield passer rating in the next-gen stats era, which is since 2016, outpacing a mark set by Tom Brady in 2016.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I had a chance to talk to James White for our Next Pats podcast. We talked a lot about TreVeyon Henderson and what he needs to do to become more a part of the offense. But I mentioned that stat to him. Obviously, he was a big part of that 2016 offense, and that blew him away. I mean, he's been watching and he pays attention, and so he knows how good down the field Drake Maye's been. But you guys remember, Brady, in my opinion, should have been the MVP of the league that year. And
yes,
the only
I
reason
agree.
He wasn't because he missed the first 4 games because he was suspended, so I get that. But that's how good he was. He was the best quarterback in football, and in terms of throwing down the field, Drake Maye, at least to this point, has been the best in football.
Want to run through the inactive list, which was just released. Again, brought to you by Catchus Law Group. Visit catchuslaw.com today. Kyle Duggar, we already knew, was going to be questionable. He is inactive today, along with outside linebacker Caleb Murphy. Defensive tackle Eric Gregory. Guard Caden Wallace. Wide receiver Efton Chisholm finds himself inactive again. And defensive end Keon White. Want to circle back to him in a second. Tommy DeVito is your emergency third quarterback. So we're about a week away, Phil, from the NFL trade deadline. I find the Keon White inactive today a little curious. That feels to me like, he doesn't feel like he's been a fit on this defense since Mike Vrabel took over as the head coach. Healthy scratch today. Could a trade be coming down the road?
Yeah, it's interesting, Jim. I would be curious to know what they'd be able to get for him. My guess is not a whole lot. He's been a disappointment as a second-round pick. He is a guy who's got a superhero build, and he's got all kinds of athleticism, and it should be working better than it has been. And so I'd be curious to see who would be interested in bringing him along and seeing what he can do, because this is a kind of scheme that this is a pass rusher friendly scheme. They want you getting up the field. They want you to be athletic. It's all well and good if you can play the run, but if you're an Anthony Jennings, they borderline they've got very little use for you. And that Anthony Jennings is doing all the dirty work, in my opinion. That's kind of been his job since he's been in the league. Is he's great on first and second down, and he almost was off the team by the end of training camp this year if they had been able to find somebody to deal with. So that's an interesting take on your end. I do think they need, because he hasn't been very good, Keon White, I think they need help on the edge. So it'd be interesting to see them trade away a guy. Who could they potentially bring in? I think what is unfortunate for the Patriots, 2 of the spots that I think they could use, there should be guys available, but the guys available might just so happen to play in your division, and that might make your division rivals less likely to send you anybody like that. So whether it's Breece Hall at running back or Jalen Phillips or Bradley Chubb, if the Dolphins decide to have a fire sale, those are the kinds of players I would think the Patriots would want to be in on. It's just, it takes 2 to tango. And so I wonder if they'll be able to execute a deal in division.
Just quickly wanted to mention, as the Browns have their inactives out as well, David Njoku, who was questionable with a knee, he is not inactive, so he is playing today. And it's not like the Browns have a lot of offensive talent, but he is a dude I think you've got to keep an eye on, especially as the Patriots defense has had some issues covering tight ends.
And Cleveland, as you know, Phil, majors in 12 personnel with 2 tight ends with the rookie Harold Fannin Jr.
Yeah, and Fannon's been great for them. I liked him coming out. He's a little bit lighter. He's not necessarily an earth mover in the run game. And he's got this. It'd be interesting for people to see him today. He was an interesting college prospect. Kind of hard, I think, for some teams to wrap their heads around him and as an athlete, because he's not the most electric guy athletically. He's good enough. He has a very interesting kind of running style that showed up a lot on his tape. Where he's got just sort of an interesting gait I don't know if he's pigeon-toed or what it is, knock-kneed, like somebody else out there has got a better grasp of kinesiology, would be able to tell us exactly what it is, but it is a little unique, and I think it made him hard to get down. He was among the league leaders in the country, he was among the leaders in the nation last year in college football when it came to yards after catch and yards after contact. So that's a guy you got to be aware of. In the flats, down the seam, you got to make sure you get him down because he's just got this innate slipperiness to his game.
I just want to ask you quickly here in the last minute we have, what do you make of Dylan Gabriel? Because there's some interesting stats when you look at the Patriots' pass defense. For example, they're 31st in the NFL in passer rating on plays that are 21 air yards or more. They're tied for the most 20-plus passing plays allowed in the NFL with Cincinnati at 26. But Gabriel really seems like a Charlie check-down pop-gun passer that he can't really take advantage of any of this stuff.
You know what? I think physically, Chris, I think he could. I think his arm's actually not terrible. But I think the Browns won't let him.
Okay.
His average depth of target is last in the league among qualifiers. He's just over 6 yards down the field per attempt, which is the definition of pop gun, of Charlie check down. So that's probably what they'll do here. You just got to be careful you don't fall asleep and just assume that he's going to throw it short every time, because I do think if given time, he has a decent arm. His problem is he's undersized, and so he, to me, is sort of going to project as a career backup, and that's fine. He does a decent job taking care of the ball. No interceptions to this point, although Pro Football Focus has him among the league leaders in turnover-worthy plays. So, you might be able to confuse him a little bit and maybe have him give you one, even though he hasn't thrown a pick to this point. They're just going to rely heavily on that run game in Quinshon Judkins. They're going to try to take the air out of the football, try to shorten the game, try to keep Drake Maye off the field, and just hope that the rookie doesn't screw it up for him. I like the cut of his jib. I like the fact that he seems like a competitor, and he seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders, but yeah, they will not let him push the ball down the field, and I kind of get it just based on the weaponry around him. This is designed right now based on the talent that offensive huddle to be a short to intermediate style passing game.
Well, maybe Bailey Zappi will have to come in and bail the Browns out.
I got to tell you, there's part of me rooting for that. If we somehow got a Drake Maye, Bailey Zappi, return of Zappi Fever shootout today, I'd be like a pig in poop. That would be amazing.
I'm rooting for that for you, Jim.
Thank you, Phil. Quick prediction for today. A Patriots win, but a bit of a slog, I think, is where you're leaning.
Yeah, it is. I've got the Patriots winning, but the score is 20-13. So I think defensively they'll be able to do enough to win this game, even if at times it's sort of an uphill climb for Drake Maye and this Patriots offense.
All right, always a pleasure to talk to Phil Perry. Phil Perry, NBC
Appreciate
Sports
you guys.
Boston. Talk to you next week ahead of the Falcons game. But coming up, Gasper and I, we're going to go around the NFL, check in on some of the other Week 8 action for this Sunday. That's coming up next here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
The Johnson Collection.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. We are here at Splitsville, Patriot Place, right outside Gillette Stadium, ahead of this afternoon's Week 8 matchup for your New England Patriots as they take on the visiting Cleveland Browns on a picture-perfect fall day. And it's time to go around the NFL for Week 8. Checking out some of the other action going on this Sunday. Webster Bank is who brings it to you. They're committed to clients, colleagues, and communities for the last 90 years, and the next 90, it's Webster Bank. The Miami Dolphins have yet to fire their head coach. I don't know how he's hung on these last couple of weeks. That's Mike McDaniel. The Dolphins taking on the Atlanta Falcons and Kirk Cousins, Kirko Chains, starting for a ailing Michael Penix today. But let's hear from the soon-to-be-fired Mike McDaniel, Dolphins head coach.
I would say we had a great hour-and-a-half meeting yesterday. We had a great hour meeting the day before. As Tua and I have always operated, I think there's zero uncertainty with Tua on my conviction in him.
Yeah, sounds it. Definitely looks like it, too, especially when you've seen this clip that's gone viral from last week after they got blown out by the Cleveland Browns in that defense and their 3 turnovers, the 1 pick six, where after you get another interception by Tua, the camera pans to Mike McDaniel, and he's doing like an angry dad, get the F off the field, get off the field, get your ass on the bench. This thing's over. Boy, I couldn't have ended up more wrong about McDaniel. I like him. Like, his quirkiness initially was somewhat entertaining. I think schematically what he does is brilliant. This man is not a head coach, and the way he talks, and how can you take him seriously at this point?
Yeah, no, you're right. He's definitely on his way out there. 11 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. And in a way, he kind of did this to himself because through his system, he made Tua look like a better quarterback than he really is. And Mike needed a better quarterback down there. And now that you're losing all of his little personality quirks, instead of being endearing and unique, come off as someone who doesn't have command of the team. On the other side, I'm very intrigued to see what Kirk Cousins does, whether this is the Falcons playing him. Again, that trade deadline is coming up. And, oh, by the way, Jim, today, the 10-year anniversary of Kirk Cousins. You like that.
How is that?
Celebration.
10 years
after
ago.
the game.
Something else that makes me feel ancient.
You like that?
Yeah, like another one watching the Thursday night game. Touchdown caught by Aronde Gadsden Jr.?
Yeah.
How?
Yeah.
Oh, we're just ancient now. Next, let's check in on the Buffalo Bills off their bye week as they take on the Carolina Panthers. Let's hear from Bills Hardo coach Sean McDermott.
Yeah, it gives us some clarity on where we're at and where we need to move forward and how we can grow. I think that's the biggest thing, and we can kind of slow down and look at things and assess where you're at positively and in some areas that we need to work on as well.
Yeah, so the bye week giving them clarity on where they're at. I'll give you more clarity. Here's one thing I know about the Bills and their defense. When Matt Milano doesn't play, which is often because he's always hurt, they stink.
Well, he's out today.
Yeah, well.
So they could be in some trouble here. It's interesting when you look at this. So 2 things are colliding here. The Bills, under Sean McDermott, 8-0 after the bye. However, Carolina has won 4 straight home games. So which one of these things is going to win out? Carolina's been one team at home and another team on the road, and we saw that other team up here at Gillette.
All right, let's check in on the Dallas Cowboys, who are taking on the Denver Broncos today. Dak Prescott having himself a season where he's in the MVP conversation. Here's Dak Prescott on the Cowboys offense going up against that stout Broncos D.
It's what you play the game for, regardless if we were both first or not. It's what you play the game for. Elite competition, as I said, an amazing environment where the fans are going to be loud. Our communication is going to be tested, the nonverbal part of it. Yeah, super excited. It'll be a great one.
Dak Prescott should be in the MVP conversation, yes?
Yeah, but to me, he's kind of the new Matthew Stafford. He's on a team that asks too much of him, that's not really built to win, but with good weapons. So he's going to put up a ton of yards. He's great for fantasy, but if he wants to win actual games and playoff games and a championship, he's going to have to go somewhere else.
5-2 Denver Broncos. I'm never, in any aspect of life, but especially as a sports fan, especially as an NFL fan, the goodness, moral victory. If I was a Giants fan, even though that was a brutal loss for them in Denver last week, I'd come out of that saying, like, you know what, I think we have the quarterback. I don't like Jackson Dart in terms of his aura and how he carries himself. I think he's kind of a DB. On the field against that defense, outside of his terrible fourth-quarter pick, he kind of shredded them, Chris, last week.
He did. On the other side, Bo Nix is kind of he's making us eat our words here.
I hate it.
This stat made me throw up in my mouth. Since 2024, there are 3 quarterbacks that have at least 40 touchdown passes and 5 rushing touchdowns. They are Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, and Bo Nix.
Ugh. No,
I know.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to call him Rocky Mountain Mac Jones anymore. It's making me mad.
Not for long, the way he's playing.
Tonight, the insufferable Aaron Rodgers looking to get some revenge against the Green Bay Packers as the Pittsburgh Steelers at 4-2 are home against the aforementioned Packers, who are 4-1-1.
I don't have any animosity toward the organization. Obviously, I wish that things have been better in our last year there, but I have a great relationship with a lot of people still in that organization, and this is not a revenge game for me. I'm just excited to see some of those guys and be on Sunday Night Football again.
This is where I wish I asked the guys back in Waltham to cue up Ralph Wiggum saying, "Hi, liar. I don't have any animosity towards the Packers. Oh, please."
So insincere. By the way, I'm just happy to be back on Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
Just happy.
The Steelers are 4-2.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, every time I watch them, I'm not impressed. But here they are at 4-2. I don't think he's playing fine. But I don't know if they're one of these teams that has a winning record that I'm not buying it.
Yeah, it's interesting. The one thing I will give him credit for, though, is I think that he does recognize he's not the same physically as he used to be, and he's playing more within himself, and I think that's because he has more confidence overall in that team. Also, if he were to win today against the Packers, he would become just the fifth quarterback in NFL history to record a victory against all 32 teams.
Tomorrow night, just before I touch on tomorrow night's game, I will say, as someone who is all for like normalcy in sports, just making things feel like it's like 1998 again, I'm into this week's slate. You know why? No game in Europe. No double Monday night games for like the fifth week in a row. Like I have to stay up until 10 to watch another game. Get out of my face with this. Or you're stacking one at 7 and another at 8. I hate it. Like if you do it for kickoff week 1, fine, but not when you get this deep into the season. It's a normal week. No early morning game. One Monday night game. But that game tomorrow night, oh, what a bummer. It should have been good, but my guy who I put all my chips in the middle of the table for, Jaden Daniels, is becoming RG3 all over again. So Marcus Mariota gets the start for the Washington Commanders as they'll be in Kansas City to lose to the Chiefs. Here is Marcus Mariota.
I love playing there. It's such a fun atmosphere. The fans are great. It's loud. And I truly enjoy it. And at the end of the day, it's going to come down to us being able to communicate. It is a tough environment. But at the same time, that's what you play for. You love these moments. You love these atmospheres. And I'm really looking forward to it.
I don't think he's lying there. And you know what? Good for Marcus Mariota. He should feel positive about going into Arrowhead. Do you remember when he was a member of the Tennessee Titans, went in there and threw a touchdown to himself?
Oh, that's right. I remember that now because you brought that up. I'll tell you what could help Marcus Mariota and the Commanders tonight. They're going to get back Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel for this game.
Yeah, what can they do on defense? Because everyone on that side of the ball looks like 55 years old. They are, boy, what a bummer that is. But no Jaden Daniels. Marcus Mariota getting the start for the 3-4 Washington Commanders at the 4-3 Kansas City Chiefs, who just quickly, Chris, look like they're the Chiefs again.
They do, and I never bailed on them. I'm telling you, because they had the injuries, and then Rashee Rice was suspended, and when you have that guy, and we had that guy here for 2 decades, you can't count that team out.
That's what I said. I would think people around here, I get that you hate them, and you're Chiefsed out. I'm Chiefsed out, too, but I respect Mahomes and what he is, but we lived through it. As long as he's standing and fine, they're never out of it.
As long as he's breathing, you got a chance.
Yeah, so that's around the NFL for Week 8. All right, when we return, we'll talk to Burt Breer of the MMQB. He's going to join us for his weekly spot, along with the top-of-the-hour headlines with Jim Lowe. That's coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports on Patriots Radio Network.
The 2-5 Browns at Gillette Stadium today. The Pats trying to make it 5 in a row, but they'll have to do it without safety Kyle Duggar. He's out today, along with defensive end Keon White. Efton Chisholm a healthy scratch today. Guard Caden Wallace, defensive tackle Eric Gregory, and linebacker Caleb Murphy round out the inactives. Safety Richie Grant, running back Terrell Jennings elevated from the practice squad for the game. They're both active. Tommy DeVito, the emergency third quarterback. For Cleveland, Shadur Sanders inactive with a back injury. Bailey Zappi will back up Dylan Gabriel at quarterback. Pats and Browns kick off just after 1. Bob Sosey and Scott Zolak have the call on the Patriots Radio Network. Injury news around the league. Lamar Jackson out once again. Snoop Huntley gets the start at quarterback for the Ravens. Kirk Cousins gets the start for the Falcons. Drake London out in that game. Tyrod Taylor ruled out for the Jets. Justin Fields will start against the Bengals today. And some sad news just across from New York. Former center Nick Mangold passed away at 41 from complications with kidney disease. NBA, Celtics in Detroit to play the Pistons today. You can hear the game in Boston on 105.7 WROR. Tip-off at 3:30. I'm Jim Louth. Your next update at halftime.
This is Patriots Preview. Now, here's Jim Murray and Chris Casper.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Casper. We're coming to you this afternoon from Splitsville at Patriot Place, right outside of Gillette Stadium, ahead of this afternoon's Week 8 matchup for you New England Patriots, winners of 4 straight as they take on the visiting Cleveland Browns. Time to welcome in Bert Breer of the MMQB, who's brought to you by your New England Chevy dealers and the Chevy Silverado, where dependability comes standard. Good afternoon, Bert. I got to just pause and start with this, what Jim Lutz just had in the top of the hour headlines. It's not often I have the story of someone's passing take my breath away, but this story that just broke here in the last 10 minutes about the Jets' Nick Mangold, who has passed away at 41. A beloved New York Jet, great guy from everything you ever read about. That, he had posted just recently, right, looking for a kidney transplant. Is that what it was?
Yeah, he was looking for a match. I think I have this right. You need like somebody to match your blood type, and then it's hard. If you need a kidney transplant, to find a donor that matches. And I know just from some people like in the Ohio State community that it was really sort of a frantic effort to try to help him. But I don't know. I don't know that anybody thought like it was like this guy. I mean, I was blown away. I'm with you, Jim. Like, I saw it and I was like, holy crap, and just a great guy by and I knew him a little, but like by the accounts of people who knew him really well, and an unbelievable guy, a really, really great player, when he was at his peak, was really kind of like one of the foundation pieces of those Rex Ryan Jets teams. And, horribly sad. Horribly sad.
I mean, at 41, that is just awful. Just too young. Tough to transition from that, but, obviously the best to his family and those he played with and the Jets and all of that. But this, I have to ask, coming off this news of the NBA gambling scandal, is there some nervousness in league circles where, maybe the NFL starts to get looked at, anything like that? Are you hearing anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I texted with a bunch of team presidents because they're the ones that kind of would be sort of setting the agenda for their organizations when it comes to this stuff over 48 hours or so after. And what I kept getting back was like, we have really tried to go over the top and being vigilant to begin with. And there were a couple of things that I thought were sort of interesting. The first was that because there's more action on their games than there is anything else in sports, they've had to go over the top since gambling's been legal. They kind of watch everything, and especially because of the business relationships too, they can't have any appearance of improprieties. And then, I think the second piece of it that was sort of interesting too is just like that they do feel like they're insulated by the nature of their sport a little bit. Player props are the one things that kind of came up a lot, in these discussions that I had, that where there's a real slippery slope. But even with that sort of stuff, it's much harder for a football player, unless you're talking about maybe the quarterback, to control that sort of stuff, So, I think it's just something that they're going to have to continue to be very vigilant. And I think like the Ravens situation over the last couple of days really highlights how these things, how legalized gambling, how the team's relationships with the gambling companies have really put the spotlight on some of these things that have gone down. And, again, like I think the Baltimore situation is a good example of how, what happens just over the course of a week, not even within a game, can really cast suspicions on things that might be happening in the background.
Speaking of that Baltimore situation, do you think there's any chance, based on what happened, the massive shift in the line? I mean, the Ravens opened as 6.5-point favorites, then it was down 1.5. Now I believe it's 2.5. But do you think, given the situation, what's happening, the current environment regarding gambling, that there could be some sort of fine coming the Baltimore Ravens' way for the way that they handled Lamar Jackson on the injury report?
I think it's possible. Yeah. I mean, look, it's your job to be on top of the rules. And I think that there were some people that said that, like, you have to list a guy as limited if he was in the scout team instead of like with the first team. And then, I guess if you look at the letter of the law, you really don't have to. Depth chart really doesn't have anything to do with it. So did they really break a rule? Did they not? But I think the NFL is like really aware of the environment that we're in right now. And it doesn't serve them any purpose to let teams off the hook with this stuff. I think they have to look like they're tough. This is like, you guys remember the Lions parking lot situation a couple years ago, right?
Yeah, Jameson Williams, right?
Right, if they had made, I think it was Jameson Williams and a couple other guys, if they had made their bets, legitimately 90 yards from where they were, right? If they had left the parking lot, they would have been just fine. But they wind up suspended. I think if the NFL wants to make money, in this arena, which very clearly they do, then they have to be very tough on their coaches and players. And some people say that's hypocritical. I don't really see it that way. I think the most important thing is knowing the games are on the level, and you only accomplish that if you're really, really tough on this sort of thing. And I think whether or not they're, cashing in with their other hand on it is another discussion entirely.
Bert, in talking to those in league circles outside of this area, is the talk that, while the Patriots are back, or at the very least, this quarterback's legit?
Yeah, I think there's most people are very impressed with the quarterback. That piece of it, the jump that he's made, has gotten a lot of people's attention. So, I talked to, a defensive coordinator who faced the Patriots over the last few weeks at length about it, and he said he's one of the top quarterback prospects he's seen come into the league in the last 5 or 6 years. So that kind of illustrates to you, how other teams are looking at him. Now, sustaining it is more difficult in a lot of cases than establishing it. So teams are going to, get a book on him and figure out how to defend him, and then there's going to be a process that he's going to have to go through of learning how to counterpunch against that. But it's just an incredible start. I think everybody knew what Vrabel was as a head coach. Anybody who's paying attention to what he was in Tennessee, there's a reason why. He was sort of the belle of the ball last year, in the coaching carousel. So I think, there was a feeling to me this is a lot like Washington last year, where the Patriots did a lot of things and pulling on the connections on their coaching staff to bring in mid-level free agents that could kind of get them to level ground across their roster, where the roster was out from underneath where they were at the bottom of the league. And then, having a quarterback performing at a historic level like Jaden Daniels did last year is what's put them over the top.
And just in the final minute here, Bert, I wanted to ask you about A.J. Brown. Obviously, a report that the Eagles are not expected to trade A.J. Brown. Is that a little bit of Howie Roseman maybe sort of dangling the lure out there to see if somebody like the Bills or like the Patriots will blow them away to kind of force them to trade A.J. Brown? Or as they pursue this second consecutive Super Bowl, is he just absolutely off limits?
I think he's off limits. I just think, where they're at right now, how leveraged they are, how they've spent cash over cap, they're in it to win it right now. And I think that they would look at maybe dealing him in the off season, but I don't see them doing that in a situation where they don't have the wherewithal to replace him in the moment, And if you look over the last couple of weeks, they've been very reliant on their receivers. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith combined for over 300 yards last week. Saquon Barkley and the running game have not been quite the same. And so, I know they feel internally that they've got to lean on him a little bit more over the course of the rest of the year. Is he a pain in the ass? Yes. Are there questions about his longevity with his knee? Yes. That's why the Titans traded him in the first place. that was something that Mike Vrabel signed off on, believe it or not, a couple of years ago. So those pieces of it, I think the Eagles confront those in the offseason when they would have the wherewithal to replace him on the roster. I just don't see them doing it in such a win-now position when they wouldn't be able to replace him in the moment.
All right, enjoy the slate of games, Bert. I said, it's the old in me. It felt good to actually have a normal Sunday again. I don't need the early morning game. I don't need a doubleheader on Monday night. It was back to the old days this week. So enjoy the Week 8 slate.
Yeah, well, trust me. When you have to pay attention and work all of those games, it's not so bad having the traditional slate. I'm okay with it too.
Bert Breer,
Bert, be good.
Senior NFL reporter, lead content strategist for the MMQB. If you're not following it, it's at Albert Breer on Twitter X. All right, coming up, we're going to have Zoe's weekly sit-down with head coach Mike Vrabel as we do that each and every week ahead of kickoff. That's going to be coming up next as we get closer to kickoff between the Patriots and Browns here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. We're coming to you from Splitsville at Patriot Place, right outside Gillette Stadium, as we get closer to kickoff. This Week 8 matchup for your New England Patriots as they take on the visiting Cleveland Browns. And it's time for Zoe's weekly sit-down with head coach Mike Vrabel. It's Breaking Bread with Coach Vrabel, brought to you by Big Y, your family market. Take it away, Zoe.
All right, thanks a lot, Big Jim. Joined now by Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel. And Coach, we call this a home game. Good to be home.
Yeah, finally. I figured we had to remind the guys how to get to the hotel. And I think it'll be great. We're excited. It's going to be a hell of a day for football.
A lot of success on the road for you, especially these last 3 games. What's the one thing that stands out for you, maybe not turning the football over?
I would say that that's a great place to start. Being able to convert drives into touchdowns, to settle in defensively, play well defensively in the second half. That's been something, we've won those second halves of the game, and we've gotten some turnovers defensively.
Pretty cool moment after the game last week down in Tennessee. You got a game ball. Drake gave you the game ball. How big of a win was that for you and your staff? Not that it's personal, but just the culmination of it.
Well, here's what I told the team. I said, every week in this league, it's got to be personal. We only have so many opportunities. It's either us or them, or it's, our player or their player. And so it's got to be personal. And so I appreciate the efforts of the players. I appreciate what they've been able to try to do and understand what it is that we're trying to get done and how we want to prepare and ultimately how we want to play. So I appreciate that, and we're on to another huge challenge this week.
Defensively, Zach Kirk talked all week about starting fast. How do you approach that in practice? What can you do to emphasize that?
Well, I think one thing that's interesting that I did last year in Cleveland is, I would say a defensive background. I worked offensively. I helped offensively. And so we had got Ben McAdoo, Slickback Mac, is working defensively with us. And he's been an offensive guy, but he does a great job helping the defense and assisting them pre-advanced and all what he sees and the vision of the other team's offense and adjustments and things like that throughout the week. And so, we had him put a script together, didn't tell the coaches so they can't walk through it. Yeah. They can't put this defense with that offense or that card. And so we've been trying to do that and work the script. So he said he was in his bag this week trying to get us prepared.
He's got a good collection of Hawaiian shirts. I see him all the time on the planes with him. Your quarterback's playing well, efficient football. Are you enjoying seeing that progress? A lot of work.
Well, I love seeing our quarterback play well. I love seeing Drake play well. I think, that's what this league is about efficient quarterback play and being accurate, putting the ball in spots where guys can do something with it after the catch, or putting it, or where only the receiver can catch it and keeping it out of harm's way. Today will be a huge challenge. This sticky secondary, great pass rush, and this will be the fastest defense we play.
Josh Dobbs gets in. Drake had to step out for a little bit. Dobbs did a heck of a job dodging the defender, stepped up, made a hell of a throw.
Little hitch slide, 2 hands on the ball. I hope it brought a tear to your eye up there watching third down conversion. And, that's just being ready to go. And got a couple throws in, take a couple snaps, and, it happens pretty quickly. So you have to be ready to go. And Josh was certainly ready to go last week with coming in there in a huge spot.
Deep shot, I thought Drake overthrew Booty by about 10 yards, ends up getting to the ball, catches it on the fingertips. He's really coming on for you guys with big plays.
Well, playing with confidence. Yeah. And, I think as that continues to grow, he has got really strong hands. He does a nice job with his body control. And, we watched his highlight tape on Friday. He's going to be a game captain for us today. And nice. So, we watched his high school highlights, and, he was rolling. And I said, where'd that speed go? And he said, well, it hadn't been the same since I hurt my ankle. And so he's got it in him. And I think what he's done is really been able to play physical and use his body as such an advantage for him. And then when he can run by somebody, he runs by him. And, he's done that. And the contested catches have really been there.
Bubba Ventrone, you and him go way back. How cool is it seeing another friend of yours coaching and doing a good job?
Well, always loved the time with Bubba. He was, like I said this week, he was a Tasmanian devil, man. He was tough to block and played hard, ran fast, and hit hard. And so proud of him, and I've enjoyed, our relationship over a lot of years. I'm proud to see him coaching and doing a great job.
Run defense has been really good for you. They're coming on. What challenge do you face today with the type of backs that they have, especially Judkins?
They're going to commit to running it, and I think they're going to do it, with some big people. They'll come in there with some XL. You'll have some guys reporting. You could see some Wildcat today. There's a lot of different things that we'll have to see. Big, veteran, physical offensive line, especially inside. Those three have played together for a lot of years. Teller and Posick and Bitonio. Cam Robinson stepped in there, has played really good left tackle, and I expect Jack Conklin back. So this is a veteran group, started a bunch of football games in this league, and it'll be a great challenge.
You had 2 elevations, Richie Grant at safety. How can he help you there? You guys are getting a little bit thin back there.
Well, just a depth player that's played in this league, and he'll help us on special teams and see if we need him, defensively. But he's played in this league, and so that's one of those players we talk about on the practice squad where if you can get some of those guys that can just step in and learn your system quickly and learn what you do quickly, and then there's another group of players that you're trying to develop. So, Richie came in here quickly and understood what we were trying to do.
Myles Garrett, unicorn-type defender, right? Usually on your left side. They'll move him in the middle, too, correct?
Yeah, he'll show up a lot of places. Obviously, that's game plan specific. We'll have to be ready for wherever he may be. We talked about starting fast. And part of starting fast is hopefully giving our crowd something to be excited about defensively and offensively. Going to introduce go with the individual introductions today. Something that I think that the players will appreciate. I think that our fans will appreciate. We haven't been home in a while. We want to thank them for the send-off that they gave us last time we left here, and hopefully we can pick up where we left off.
I think that's awesome. It hasn't been done in a while, and I think the players will appreciate that.
Well, I hope so. And again, most importantly is how we play, but I'm excited for them to watch them play today.
All right, stay healthy. Go beat the Browns.
Thanks.
All right, throw back to Big Jim.
Music of the game is brought to you by Live Nation. Iron Maiden returns. Run for your lives. World Tour 2026 at TD Garden, September 9th, with special guests Megadeth. Get tickets Friday at livenation.com. Coming up, Chris and I will be down on the field at Gillette Stadium, and we'll talk to Zoe as he sets the scene as we're getting closer to kickoff between the Patriots and the Cleveland Browns. That is coming up next here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 of Sports of Patriots Radio Network. All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. We are coming to you now from down on the field here at Gillette Stadium as we get closer to kickoff between your New England Patriots, winners of 4 straight, as they take on the visiting Cleveland Browns. And it's time to design today's game plan. Set the scene with Zoe, presented by Autodesk. From skyscrapers to stadiums, design and build anything with Autodesk, the official design and make platform of the New England Patriots. Good afternoon, Zoe. Pop quiz for you. You ready? When's the last time the Patriots lost to the Cleveland Browns?
Patriots lost to Cleveland Browns. That'd have to be. That would have to be. Is that when Gronk's knee got taken out?
No, they ended up winning that game 27-26. That was the who was the quarterback for the Browns that night? Looks like Randall Calrissian.
God.
Jason Campbell. Thank you. Yes, they win that game. That's the T.J. Ward injures Gronk game, 2013. No,
Josh Gordon had a couple big catches, right?
Yes. Last time they lost to them was the hey, we need to go hurry up and figure out this Logan Mankins thing. 2010, the Peyton Hillis game, as I recall. So my point being is, this is a team they don't lose to and shouldn't today. Correct?
No, but they got a beautiful uniform. That all white with the orange. Man, does it pop from up here? Gorgeous on a 1 o'clock Sunday afternoon in the sun. They win the uniform battle today. They're not going to win the game, but I do think it's going to be a struggle today. Just by reading the team, Mike Vrabel in my pregame said they got some sticky hands in that secondary. Number 95, he's a bitch to deal with up front. They're going to have to find out where he is at every snap. Josh McDaniels going to have to get the tight ends in the game, chip him. You can't leave him one-on-one. Can't let him be disruptive. I think Mike really, really likes their defense, and he knows his football team. Like, I'm watching him over here, and he's at the 50, pretty much shaking hands, hugging every damn member here. And I know he had a long, long talk with Stefanski underneath in one of the back hallways, ran into him there. So a lot of appreciation for, I think, his time in Cleveland, but it's also institutional knowledge. It should help him today.
What do you see from Drake Maye in terms of this final piece here, which is protecting himself a little bit on some of these scrambles? Josh McDaniels talked about it this week. It was a little scary last week in Tennessee. They obviously need him to run, Zoe, but you've been a quarterback back there when you have to make that decision. Do you run or do you not run? And then when you're running, when the ride is over.
Hard to answer that for me, Chris, because I really couldn't run. So it's like I was running to get the hell out of the way so I didn't get killed, not to pick up yards. Just to evade a defender. It's a clock, man. I mean, you've got to have that clock in your head. It's 1,001, 1,002, go. It's once you get to 3, it's anybody's game at that point. You're getting 1,003, man. God bless you. Cross yourself and hope you survive. I think they want to go up tempo today. I think they want to try and play fast, play in front of Cleveland, get up on them early, and the theme this week has been start fast, especially on defense. Now, I don't know how you do that and how you coach that during the week. I think you can do it with some blitzes or some coverages. Get the hell out of the effing zone. Let's play some man-to-man. Let's go after people. I got Dylan Gabriel. He's short, too. I'm watching him.
That's what I wanted to ask you, too. What was your impression of Dylan Gabriel in warm-ups? Because he's been the worst quarterback in the league so far in passes that are more than 10 yards down the field.
It's like putting an 8 on Jim Louth down there and having him drop back in the pocket. It's just, it's not going to work. I know he's a third-rounder. Chick Doer's a fifth. He can't even get on the damn field. He's on IR. They had to bring Bailey Zappi in. Kenny Pickett's there. They traded Joe Flacco away. Gave him to Cleveland for nothing, and he's lighting it up there. It's just it's a tough organization. It is. If they come in here and beat you after what you've done these last 4 games, 4 straight, 3 on the road, we haven't had a home game. It feels like we've been away forever. These people are ready to go. They're out partying early, drinking. You're going to get hammered here. Should be loud today. And they're going to have individual introductions here, one by one, the players. They haven't done that in 25 years.
You talk about that defense. I want to go back to this Cleveland defense for a sec because Myles Garrett just jogged by us. And there's been a few times in my life being able to do this, lucky enough to do this for a gig, being around NFL players. There's like a handful that I look at in a dude like that, and I'm like, you're not even the same species as me.
No.
Julio Jones was another, but so...
They call him Avatar. Like, he's an avatar.
Yeah. But him in this Browns defense, you don't think this is... They're not overhyped after talking to Mike Vrabel. They're legitimate. They're legit.
They just have no offense. Their defense keeps them in games, but they'll wreck. If you let them go, they'll wreck you. That's something. Like Ward's a good cover corner, so you're gonna have your hands full. I'm sure he'll be on Diggs today. But yeah, Jim, it's like one of those moments you have where like I shouldn't survive is when you see someone like that. For me, it was basically where you were standing, and it was the Bears here, and I've told this story a million times. It was Martellus Bennett, Brandon Marshall, and Alshon Jeffrey standing right next, all 3 together. And I'm like, that's their skill set. They're all 6'5" and bigger. It's not fair. It really isn't.
Do you think the Patriots coaching staff maybe put a little more emphasis on Drake Maye this week in terms of his run strategically, get down, slide a little bit smarter, or get out of bounds?
It's a good question. I don't know. I think he's at the point where he kind of should get it, right? And I think once you start like protect the ball, you're gonna overly protect it, and not play well. I don't want him to be hesitant and stiff the way he was in week 1. Week 1, he was a different guy. Since then, he's been loosey-goosey and playing fancy-free. I like that version of Drake Maye.
What have you seen from Quinshad Judkins, the rookie running back, who obviously was teammates at Ohio State with Travion Henderson? And it was a weird game last week, I think, for Travion, just the way Ramondre got going, but only 2 carries and only 9 snaps. I mean, is Travion still in the offensive plan here for them?
Yeah. I think it's, Josh is he changes so much game to game, and they've got to find a way to get him in space. I don't think he's a between the tackle guy, especially against the ones in this league. I think in preseason he was playing against 3s and 4s, and he just embarrassed them. He's that good. He had Judkins in the same backfield, man. Judkins' legs, Jesus. He had those thighs. Remember him in a championship game? He had his pants cut off? Yeah. His thighs were too big?
Yeah. All right, so if they can get him going, great. Another guy they got to get going from this rookie class, I would think, is Kyle Williams. And for the last 4 weeks, though, Drake Maye obviously has a rapport with pretty much every other wide receiver except Williams. He's out there for like one play, they miss him, and it's like, get off the field. What do you think's going on there? Is the game going too fast for him? Is it a lack of a connection with Drake Maye? What do you see with Kyle Williams?
They move him in all the positions, so it's not like he's just stayed at one position and learned it. Like, they move him around. He's been on the slot. He's been outside. He's been the move guy Z. Like last week, it was zone, and he should have sat in the hole. Drake threw the ball in the hole, and it in cut and went right behind him, and he kept rolling in to the safety. Like, you're not reading it properly. when Drake's on like Drake's on, and someone's like trying to have the discussion, well, was that on Kyle Williams or was that on Drake Maye? No, that's on Kyle Williams. I'd get him a zip code and make sure he's in the right one. Because right now, it ain't working.
Yeah, that's a pretty good line. So we're talking
milk carton. I mean, he's on the side of a milk carton now. But
that's a pretty good line when you're talking about that. We've talked a lot about this Patriots defense during the stretch. They've been pretty good, but Keon White not active today. What's going on with that? Because it feels like they're not really that deep at the edges. The edge guys. So him being inactive, that sort of raises my antenna a little bit.
Yeah, like Landry's the guy that works through things. He gets nicked up as he goes. Carlton Davis. They're really thin. Like, if one of those guys go down, you're really in trouble. So I think they fight to play. The veterans really try to stay out there as much as they can. Keon, it's just like, I think it was the arm that got nicked up, right? Or the hand. That was 2 weeks ago or so. It just, he's in and out all the time. And it's just, you can't find a way to turn a corner. It's a shame because I think he has power.
We're about 9 days away from the trade deadline, Zoe. Are you personally eyeing anyone you'd like to see the team realistically add? I mean, obviously, there's been a lot of talk about A.J. Brown, but news came out here in the last day or so. They're not moving him. The Eagles aren't moving him. But, I don't know, a realistic player. You might see one today, running back Jerome Ford of Cleveland.
Yeah, maybe a guy like that. Maybe a guy like Chris Olave. But I don't think they're going to add a receiver. I'd add a running back. I'd add a veteran running back. And then I would go edge guy on defense, and then maybe corner.
Zoe, it's National Tight Ends Day.
Hell yeah.
And National Tight Ends Day. So we saw Austin Hooper with the touchdown last week. Hunter Henry's been a big part of this offense. Kind of fitting for these two teams because these are two of the teams in the league that play the most 12 personnel. Both these teams like two tight ends out there.
Yeah, I do too. I just think when you have athletic tight ends, and I got a certain appreciation for Hooper because he has a pretty good rapport for Drake Maye. Like, for you to have that type of rapport with your backup tight end, just gives you another weapon out there. Hunter's just such a good pro. He doesn't screw up. He's always in the right place, catches everything, doesn't miss blocks. Drake's lucky at this stage of his career to have two really stable tight ends to help bolster that wide position.
All right, prediction for today. I take it you like the Patriots, but more of a slog, a bit of a rock fight of a game, though?
Yeah, 21, 23-10, somewhere in there. Maybe 17-10.
All right.
You should score more than 17.
Yeah.
These fans want to get it. Let's go.
Yeah, no, it feels like the vibe is back. As soon as I got in my car this morning, it already read that there was going to be a lot of traffic. I'm like, ooh, people are getting after it early. So
yeah, I went to the liquor store yesterday. Guy said Tom Rentham was stacking up, man, because they they got guy shows up with a pickup truck. I saw the grill, and he's just got these permanent coolers, like he deadbolted into his truck, but he drains them out. Like he's got he drilled the holes so it drains. I'm like, this is awesome.
All right,
yeah, we tailgate.
Have a good call with Bob Sosi.
We will. Thank you, guys.
All right, Zoe and Bob going to be coming up with the call. The game's a bit closer to kickoff between the Patriots and Browns. Coming up, we'll give you the weather report for the day and wrap things up with our thank yous and all of that down here on the field, here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. We're coming to you this afternoon from down on the field here at Gillette Stadium as we're closer to kickoff between the New England Patriots, winners of 4 straight, as they're getting ready to take on the Cleveland Browns with a 1 o'clock kick. Time for the weather report, brought to you by Blue Sky Restoration Contractors. If your home or business is damaged by weather or any other property disaster, Blue Sky will take care of everything from beginning to end with locations across New England. Visit GoBluSky.com, restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow. A classic fall day, game temperatures upper 40s, increasing clouds, light wind, no rain, Chris. And a few stats for Patriot games with the same weather conditions, courtesy of Ken Mahan, lead meteorologist of your Boston Globe. He sent these along, wanted to pass them along to you. The Patriots 18-7 at home with similar weather conditions. Cloudy skies, temps near 50, dating back to 2009. Patriots 2-1 against the Browns in similar weather conditions in either stadium since 2009. Patriots 5-0 in similar weather conditions during October at Gillette Stadium since 2009 as well. But also keep in mind, Patriots have not won back-to-back games at home in 1,300 days. So how do you think this plays out today, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the Patriots. I think they're going to win this game because I just don't think there's enough offense with the Browns. I mean, they're 30th in the league in offense, so there's not enough offense. There could be a little bit of a challenging game for the Patriots in terms of moving the ball offensively with a good Browns defense. Maybe Drake Maye doesn't get that 7th consecutive game with 200 passing yards and a 100 or greater passer rating to join Patrick Mahomes. He's the only one to do that under the age of 24. But at this point, what I like most from Drake Maye is that he's playing winning football as the quarterback.
Yeah, I think today is going to look like what I kind of expected it to look like through the first 7 weeks of the season. A slog, defensive win, quarterback doing just enough to win. The quarterback not playing like at an MVP level, which has been great, but I think some of the talk would be like, well, what's this been about? Did Drake Maye have a good game? Doesn't matter. As long as you end up with a win, and you'll get a win today. Some thanks to send out today. Executive producer Jeremy Conley, technical producer Kevin Missouri back in Waltham. Great job as always, boys. Also, thanks to our on-field engineers Mike Perry, Tyler Newton, assistant program director Jim Louth for getting us on the air at Splitsville, and who is in on the top of the hour headlines. The New England Patriots pregame show has been driven by the Fun to Drive Honda HR-V. Contact your local New England Honda dealers and learn more, or shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com. Coming up next, it's the Patriots and the Browns here at Gillette Stadium for Chris Gasper. This is Jim Murray signing off. Enjoy the game, everyone.
This has been Patriots Preview.
What a beautiful day, man.
The kickoff is next on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
The Johnson Collection.
Shotgun snap to Maye. Throws it back corner for Hooper. Reaches up and makes the catch. What an outstanding play by Austin Hooper. He loads up. He does a long open man booty. And he reaches out. He snaps it. He tumbles into the end zone. Touchdown, Patriots.
What a throw. What a throw.
Last week at Tennessee, wielding the hot hand of quarterback Drake Maye, the Patriots won their 4th straight. This week, they and he seek their 5th in a row against one of the NFL's top defenses and best players, Cleveland's Myles Garrett.
Yeah, they're really good. They got one of the best players in football. Great tough challenge. Another game at home, so it's going to be good getting back at home, but we got a tough challenge.
Meanwhile, as the Browns seek an upset after last Sunday's rout of Miami in a breakout game for rookie running back Quinshon Judkins, Milton Williams, leader of New England's run-stopping front, looks to lay down the gauntlet.
Do the same thing we've been doing all season. I tell the guys every week, we win or lose. It depends on what we do up front on the defensive line. We had that much control over the game, being able to penetrate, cause havoc.
Coming up from Foxborough, it's the Patriots and the Cleveland Browns.
This is Patriots football.
Set to go. Snap ball down. Kick up. Kick is on the way, and it is good. It's good. It's good. And the Patriots are Super Bowl champions.
The Patriots are brought to you by Safety Insurance, Catches Law, Shaw's and Star Market, Oakers Technologies, your New England Honda dealers, Credit Unions, Kids at Heart, Town Fair Tire, Clinton Savings Bank, Bud Light, Witches Woods, McGovern Auto Group, and by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Wilson, quick throw. Intercepted by Malcolm Butler with 20 seconds to go in Super Bowl 49.
Also brought to you by your New England Ford dealers, Eastern Propane and Oil, Comcast Business, Massachusetts Energy Marketers Association, Drains by James, Live Nation, UMass Lowell, your Boston area Chevrolet dealer, Sevlin Energy, Hub International New England, Big Y, your family market, John Dark Credit Union, FindMassMoney.com, and by Bigelow Tea.
Driving forward, diving to the goal line. It's a touchdown and a title for the Patriots.
I can't believe it.
They have completed the greatest comeback in Super Bowl history.
And by Reed's Ferry Storage Sheds, Miller Lite, Peerless Boilers, Wendy's, the Peterson School, Dig Safe, Dairy Queen, Autodesk, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, Eagle Leasing, Webster Bank, AZEC Exteriors, Heading Home, Wellesley Testosterone, the Dome at the Wyndham Woods School, and by Apex Entertainment Center.
And the Patriots are world champions again. Back-to-back world championships. 3 out of 4. Yes, it's a dynasty.
And the Patriots have won their 6th Super Bowl title. Yes, it's still a dynasty.
Now, here's Bob Sosi and Scott Solak.
And hello again, everyone. A very pleasant good afternoon, and welcome to Foxborough's Gillette Stadium for a weekend encounter of the 5-2 New England Patriots and the 2-5 Cleveland Browns. Bob Sosi along with Scott Solak. And as always, it is great to have you with us. And so, as always, but I think never more so, it's been great to come back home for this game after 3 straight weeks on the road. But what a road swing it's been for the Patriots. When they left Gillette after beating Carolina convincingly in Week 4, they had to go to Buffalo Sunday night prime time. Yep. 500 team opportunity ahead of them. They took advantage of it. Now they come home, hottest team in the NFL, the hottest quarterback in the NFL, taking on a team that's iconic but has gone through so many hard times over the last 2 decades in the Cleveland Browns.
Be careful. Be careful here today. They got a great defense. Oh, it's not a great. The Ravens defense was great when they went to the Super Bowl with Ed Reed. Okay, so this is a very, very good defense with Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward. Like, those guys can cover in the back end. They can create problems for you. That's why I say be careful, because you keep a team like that hanging around. All of a sudden, you being back home, the fans are jacked. They're ready for you. Like, I didn't mind being on the road because we took care of business on the road. So it wasn't that bad. Like, we've been on road trips 3 straight losses, so we don't want that anymore. But this is a good football team now. You're 5-2. You put yourself in a position. But all you have to do is just go win 500, play 500 the rest of the way out, and you're at 10-17, which is crazy to think about starting this year. They've come a long way since week 1, but Cleveland can give you some problems. They're not good, they're not very good on offense, but the defense can score, and they can shut you down.
And where it begins for the Patriots, and really the turnover story has been the story the last few weeks, along with the magnificent play of the quarterback. When they don't turn it over, they fare well. They did not turn the ball over. Maye threw no interceptions on this winning streak.
Yeah, and that's the key to victory, man. Like that, and just a little bit of the ability to run the football. Like, you ran the ball last week. Week before, you really didn't run it that well. But just have some semblance of a running game. That's going to help you on play action, because the quarterback can play. And now he's involving every receiver. Everybody should have their head on a swivel. Nobody knows when the ball's coming, because the kid's a playmaker and he extends plays.
Browns came charging out as a team. The Patriots are collecting as they run through the cordon of cheerleaders, flanking them on both sides, coming out of the locker room to our left across the way. Mike Vrabel talked about the importance of getting some juice at the outset. They've been prone to slow starts defensively overall. They haven't had good starts, and in fact, for far too long, they haven't had good outcomes here at Gillette Stadium. They're trying to set a different tone today, right from the player introductions.
And here we go. Morgan Moses first one out, and I guarantee the last guy will be Drake Maye, and that's going to get this place jumping, because this kid went on the road, carried this football team, elevates others around him. So just trying to create a different atmosphere here. I do like this. I always used to love the individual introductions, because I think, hey, you get a big start. You know, you play your whole life for it. You work your tail off. It's pretty cool. I'll never forget. Like, okay, I didn't play that much. I got introduced down in Jacksonville for a playoff game. And that's kind of a cool moment for me. Like, even though we didn't win, but you don't forget that. You don't forget that stuff as players.
You had to appear in a playoff game, let alone to be introduced as a starting quarterback in a playoff game.
Hey, by default, but okay, it's all right. I'll take it.
It wasn't default. You earned the team's right to be there.
Oh, I got our ass in that year. That's right. Right?
You set me up beautifully.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Your ego. I'm
trying to be humble here. Trying to be humble here. I beat San Francisco. Yep.
A couple of years ago, the Browns started 5 different quarterbacks and made the playoffs with Joe Flacco. This season, they went into training camp with about a half dozen quarterbacks. They wound up with Flacco starting the season. Now he's a Cincinnati Bengal. They've gone to Dylan Gabriel. You mentioned the offense has been struggling. They found a formula last week in poor weather against a poor defensive team, Miami. They ran the ball with Quinshon Judkins, the old backfield mate of Travion Henderson of Ohio State. 3-touchdown game for him. You want to think that Kevin Stefanski, you have to think that he's going to want to keep the ball primarily on the ground today and not expose Gabriel, a short quarterback, to the Patriots defense.
And here you go. Let's get the big Drake Maye now from him. Gets the crowd going. Fans are starting to fill in now. You can see the whole concourse is full. People making their way to their seats now. Gorgeous day for football. Absolutely gorgeous day for football.
And you have really the 2 youngest teams in the NFL. Nobody's played more rookies this season thus far through the first 7 games than the Cleveland Browns and the New England Patriots. Coming up from Gillette, we've got the starting lineups and the kickoff on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Try to celebrate the success that we've had, but then clearly move on and focus on the next challenge. And we'll have to do that this week.
There's Mike Vrabel, and you got to flip that script. And today's starting lineups for the New England Patriots are brought to you by the McGovern Auto Group, the official automotive partner of the New England Patriots, with 35 locations, 25 different automotive brands, and over 9,000 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. Start your car shopping today at McGovernAuto.com. For the Patriots, a wide receiver, you got Kayshon Boutte, Bob Douglas, and Stephon Diggs. Your tackles are Will Campbell, Morgan Moses, Jared Wilson, and Michael Wenu are your guards. The center is Garrett Bradbury. Tight end is Hunter Henry. Running back Ramondre Stevenson. And the toast of the town, your quarterback is Drake Maye. Gorgeous day here at Foxborough. The coin toss is brought to you by Clinton Savings Bank. Don't play heads or tails with managing your business. CSB is here to help power up your business with their new partner services, including processing payments, managing payroll, and online banking. Get started at ClintonSavings.com. Member FDIC, member DIF. Screwed that one up. Browns win the opening coin toss. They do defer. All right. But first, this costs 10 seconds for station identification on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
From the Harpswell Auto Sales Studios at One City Center, this is Maine's legendary rock and roll blend, 102.9 WBLM, Portland.
Voice of the Patriots, Bob Sosi.
All right, so thanks so much. And the teams had to trade places because the two return men for the Patriots had gone to the north end of Gillette Stadium, and now in the nautical blue jerseys with the silver helmets and the silver pants, of course, the red and blue stripes on the pant legs, the red and white stripes on the shoulders of the Flying Elvis, on the sleeves of the Patriots, Travion Henderson and Terrell Jennings, and the Browns are in their all whites on the road with the orange-brown helmet, the brown and white stripe.
Pretty.
The brown and orange stripes on the pant legs and the shirt sleeves, just the way Jim Brown and Otto Graham and all those great Browns players
I feel like I'm watching Brian Sipe out there. Ernest Biner.
Right now it's Andre Schmidt, who has the ball teed up in the sunshine here at Gillette. To our left at the 35, 54 degrees, 9-mile-an-hour wind, and his kick is aloft, headed to the right side. To handle it from the 2, Henderson, 10, 15, 20, past the 25, and he leaps over a defender, diving at his legs, and collides in midair with a defender coming on for the Browns. That's Diabate.
It dove right into him.
Drake Maye takes over. Last week, Cleveland won the coin toss in inclement weather at home against Miami, received and took the first lead. Now the Browns, after winning, put their defense on the field against Drake Maye.
2 tights, 12 personnel. Hooper and Henry in the game here.
Drake Maye and the Patriots go to work right to left with Ramondre Stevenson, the single back. Matt Collins on the left side. The receiver to the right as Maye hands it off. Stevenson running into the right side, and tough running for 1.5 yards, stopped shy of the 30. Jenkins among the tacklers for the Browns. Statistically, Cleveland, one of the best defenses in the league, and of course they have a guy who's been at an elite level from day one in Myles Garrett. The Browns overall against the run. A defense that has allowed only 82.5 yards per game. That's 4th in the NFL, number 1 in total defense.
Look at Garrett's arms from up here. Look how cut they are.
Myles Garrett stands up on the left side, now puts his right hand down in a 3-point stance. Second down, Maye, handoff. Nice. Henderson, big hole up the middle, and he runs it across the 40-yard line, driven down at the 42. So the best run by Travion Henderson, perhaps since the preseason. Nice burst through that hole, opened up with Schweissinger making the tackle, the middle linebacker, Carson Schweissinger, I should say, a second-round pick out of UCLA.
It's really Jack Westover that gets that trap going, so it's sort of that wham play right up inside. But no hesitation from Henderson. Boom, he hits that north-south, gets up into the safety. Great run.
Ball on the right hash mark of the 42. Now to Hollins to stand up right side, a good blocking receiver. As the tight end Henry comes in motion to the left. Maye, short drop, quick set, throws it to the left, and Keyshawn Boutte can't hold on a sliding slant pass with Boutte at midfield in front of Tyson Campbell.
Take a picture of that. You won't see that again. A drop by Keyshawn Boutte. That's a little slant route. Drake puts it right in the basket, right between the hands. And they move Garrett to the left side, so he was over Will Campbell there.
They move him around. Josh McDaniels said this week, everybody on the offensive line will have to block Myles Garrett. And Zoe, maybe a sneak preview of what we're going to see the rest of the game for the Patriots because of Garrett and company.
Yeah.
Short and quick rather than downfield for the pass.
I felt like we're going to go up-tempo, like just to get the ball out quick.
Second down and 10 snap from the gun. Maye's back to pass, steps up. Now he starts to run. Carrying to the right, gets outside of Devin Bush and runs along the far sideline for a first down. Tight roping into Browns territory with a sidestep right at the New England sideline 42.
Deceptive, sexy, and upright. 3 words to describe this run by Drake Maye. Good coverage, pockets there, allows him to step up. And you're not going to tackle him. He's going to go right around right end, pick up the first down. Nice run.
Bush, a good athlete at linebacker in the open field one-on-one. Thought he had an angle on Maye, but And now the Patriots on the go, right to left after a 16-yard gallop. West over the fullback, up in front of Henderson. It's a tight set to the left with Hollins. Receiver right, Costco's right for Travion. A big open opening past the 40, 35, 30, and down the right sideline across the 25-yard line. People waiting for Travion Henderson, the rookie from Ohio State, to break out. He's off to a good start.
So he's in the eye. It's Westover, so it's regular personnel, fullback and tailback. Fullback's offset to the left. Drake opens to the left, but pitches it back to the right, and they get Henderson out in space with nobody around him. That's an easy 18-yard pickup.
And now the Patriots inside the 25-yard line. Ball on the right hash of the 24. Travion Henderson, second-round pick out of Ohio State, gives way to Ramondre Stevenson. Two receivers to the left. Diggs widens out outside of Douglas. Booty to the right as Maye looks to throw. Fakes it left, runs up the middle, carries it, and is brought down. Good play to stay in it. Carson Swetchinger, the inside linebacker for the Browns, wrapping up Drake Maye with a pickup of 1.
Yeah, they'll blanket you. They did it there. That's the second time that's a coverage sack. Oh, a game for one. Not a sack, but
make it
3-yard pickup.
3 yards, I beg your pardon, where the ball was marked inside the 22 to the 21. A second down and 7 for Maye and the Pats against Cleveland. The Browns will play about half the snaps in man coverage. Stevenson, the single back. Douglas split left. To the right, it's Booty outside of Hollins. Tight end, hand down left is Hunter Henry. Douglas motions right, give to Stevenson, runs it to the left side. Ramondre taken down across the 20 at the 19-yard line. Covering on the play for the Browns.
Third and 4.
Cameron Thomas.
Third and 4. Good drive here. Good drive. Smart play by the quarterback on a couple gainers, and then nice job, Josh McDaniels getting Henderson on the perimeter.
And now the Patriots face a third down and 5 from the Cleveland 19. The Patriots better in the red zone on both sides of the ball of late. Overall this season offensively in the middle of the pack in the NFL at 61%.
Diggs time. This is Diggs time.
Stephon Diggs lined up on the outside left along with Booty. 3 to the right, including Henry, Hollins, and then Stevenson. Maye leans forward, takes the snap. It's a 4-man rush. He stands in, he throws across, little pass, top the 5. Ramondre Stevenson chopped down. It's goal to go. Grant Delpin, the safety for Cleveland, made the stop. The Patriots in business at the 4.
Good read by Drake Maye. Second, he knows it's not man, it's zone, because Cleveland is confused here. They checked out of the coverage twice. Went back to man, went back to zone. Drake read it. Hey, that's nice that you can flex your back out and run a slant with him. And now you get another weapon they got to worry about.
4.5 minutes into the opening quarter, first series, and the Patriots have a first and goal to go from the 4 after a 15-yard completion. Stevenson had a 4-yard touchdown run last week at Tennessee. 3 receivers left, 1 right, snap to Maye, hand off Stevenson, and he's driven back from the 10 with Alex Wright in the backfield for Cleveland, beating the Patriots blockers up front. And that throws New England for a loss back to the 8.
Yeah, that's part of the problems with this defense. They're so disruptive. Tackles for loss. You get in the backfield. I mean, it just puts Morgan Moses right on his tail.
And Morgan Moses trying to pull all the way from the right tackle spot, coming over across the formation.
I don't think I've ever seen a tackle pull right to left.
With a loss of 4, second and goal to go, the Patriots keep Stevenson in the lineup off the left hip of Maye. 3 receivers left, tight end on the right side. Drake takes the snap. Fake to Stevenson, throw in traffic, and it's a low ball, fortunately incomplete for the Patriots. 3 Browns were there surrounding the intended receiver for the Pats, and you've got an injured Cleveland defender. That's Grant Delpit.
They're trying to get the ball to Diggs. It's just too much going on with the catch, fake, pull the ball up, and then try and throw a quick slant to the inside slot guy to the left. Too much action.
Delpit stays out there. He was the special teams player of the week, but had a big turnover for the Browns defense as well. Now it's third and goal to go for the Patriots, with Cleveland coming off only its second win against Miami. Pats again looking for a 5th straight victory. Shotgun snap to Maye. It's third and goal to go as he slides to his right. He's in trouble. He's sacked back at the 20-yard line.
There he is.
And who is it? None other than Myles Garrett, the number 1 pick in 2017, who just recorded sack number 108.5.
I think he lifts weights.
I think he lifts pickup trucks.
I mean, to see the physicality of a guy from up here, that's just how big he is. You see big linemen. This dude's not normal.
Now Andy Borregales, the rookie place kicker for the Patriots, has to go out and try to convert a 36-yard field goal from the right hash toward the lighthouse. Ashby snap to Behringer in place. A swing of the right leg, and the kick is lifted to the uprights, and the kick is good. So the Patriots take the lead, but they had a first and goal to go from the 4.
It's 3-0 New England. 8:45 to go. Opening quarter on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. First drive of the game for the Patriots results in a 36-yard field goal by Andy Borregales after the Pats had it on 1st and 4. The points are a result of a 12-play, 54-yard series in 6 minutes and 15 seconds. So the Patriots play from out front against the Browns with Borregales teeing the ball up to our right at the 35-yard line. They kick it off to a pair of Browns. Sampson on the far side, Corley to the near side on the all-white. And the kick is aloft towards Sampson, who runs forward outside the 10 at the 11. Outside the numbers to the 20, 25 to the 30. And he's going to be shoved back by Jack Gibbons and company. Good kickoff coverage. Patriots have been very good, in fact, in that regard this season with their special teams unit.
Boy, what a blown opportunity. Just goes to show you, like, you get first and goal to 4. Then you get tackled in the backfield, you stone Ramondre, then you get stuffed on one side because you're waiting for him to beat the backer on a route where Drake's drifting to the right, and all of a sudden you're backed up kicking a field goal after first and goal to 4. Got to get touchdowns. Right?
Now for the Browns, the lefty out of Oregon, 5'11", 205-pound rookie Dylan Gabriel under center with Quinshon Judkins in the backfield. Play fake and a screen set up right for Judkins. Brought down immediately. Great read by Kyrus Tonga. The defensive tackle makes the play for a loss of a couple back to the 28-yard line.
Tell you what, Tonga's been playing himself into this thing a little bit.
Good pickup, well-traveled player, and under-the-radar signing, and a free agent who's helped the Pats of late. With that tackle, John Dark Credit Union donates another $50 to bring financial wellness training to the community. Second down and 12, Gabriel from the gun. Waits on the snap, 2 receivers right, 1 left. He takes it and hands it off. Judkins runs it up the middle, and he runs into the arms of a waiting defender. That's Milton Williams. Nowhere to go with a run for maybe 1. Every tackle counts, and with each New England tackle this season, John Dark Credit Union donates $50 up to $50,000 to bring financial wellness training to the community. Tackling financial wellness together with John Dark Credit Union. Get details at jdcu.com. Now the Browns right where they don't want to be. Third down and long. It's 3rd and 11. And a 3-0 lead for the Pats midway through the first. With a bunch left, 1 receiver to the right. Gabriel waits on the snap. He stomps the right foot. He takes it. The Patriots with an extra rusher. Gabriel hangs in, throws across with a catch by Fannin, tight end. Crossing left across the 40 to the 45 and tackled by Mapu along with Woodson on the far side, but a first down all the way out to the 48-yard line of Cleveland.
I don't know what the hell kind of blitz this was. It was a long looping blitz by Spillane all the way around the right. He wasn't going to get there. And then Mapu gets picked a little bit because, he gets hit right in the hip. That's a good, smart route by Cleveland. 2 unders, Pickett, nice, easy 19-yard pickup on 3rd and forever.
Bannon, one of the many rookies for Cleveland, starting and playing a lot, a 3rd-round pick this year. Again, 19 on the little flip and the run after the catch. Handoff to Judkins, runs up the middle, crosses midfield, and again, the Patriots engulf the ball carrier to Vi Gibbons, among the tacklers for New England. Quinshon Judkins, 6 feet, 221, 21-year-old second-round pick out of Ohio State, drafted just a couple of spots in front of Travion Henderson.
It's like one of those backfields I remember when Auburn had it, with Cadillac Williams and
Brown.
Oh, God, yeah. Ronnie Brown.
Some of the Alabama backfields of late.
Who's the other one? The big kid who played for the Giants. Tailback.
Oh, yeah. Brandon Jacobs.
Yeah, Brandon Jacobs. He had transferred to Southern Illinois.
Got a 2nd down and 7 now for the Browns going left to right from the Patriot 49-yard line on the left hash mark. Single back Judkins in motion Corley. He takes the handoff sweeping left and he carries it past the 40. Broke a tackle to the 35-30. Broke another tackle to the 25-20. And he is forced out of bounds by Christian Gonzalez. He ran para through a Patriot. And with a pair of broken tackles running through a pair of Patriots, Malachi Corley, the former Jet, with big yardage and a first down to the New England 18.
I mean, talk about over-pursuing it.
That's
everybody in the stadium knew they were going to hand it. That they were going to hand it to the jet sweep. Marcus Schultz misses it, but then he recovers nicely.
And again, a gain of 31 with the Browns down 3-0. Now at the Patriot 18-yard line, working from the eye. Tight end hand down right is Njoku.
Play fake by Gabriel, drops back, under pressure, lobs the throw right, caught by Fannin, wide open 5 into the end zone. Easy pitch and catch, and a touchdown Cleveland.
What are we doing? What a busted coverage. You can't let that guy open that wide open on 2 plays on this drive with Spillane coming on some sort of a delayed blitz both times. I mean, he lobbed this ball. You look at Spillane comes right at the middle, so they're blocking you up.
Got 19 on the first down, 18 on the touchdown. A lob through the air, caught by Harold Fannin Jr., the rookie from Bowling Green. The Browns, Andre Schmidt for the point after try. The kick is airborne to the uprights, and the kick is good. Patriots missed an opportunity. A 1st and goal to go at the 4. They kick the field goal. The Browns come back. Huge 3rd down conversion. And then an easy touchdown for a 7-3 lead on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Cleveland Browns had a 3rd down and 11. Dylan Gabriel found Harold Fannin Jr. for a 19-yard completion and conversion. And then the drive ended when Gabriel flipped it out to a wide-open Fannin for an 18-yard touchdown pass to end a 6th play. 70-yard series in 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Another slow start for the Pats defense with New England trailing 7-3, 5:10 to go in the first.
It's frustrating because it came right out of the backfield. Right by Spillane. Like, okay, you want to blitz? We're going to replace you with a fullback. He's going to go out. Nobody's covered it.
Now the Patriots will deploy only one deep returner, Travion Henderson, who stands between the hash marks at the goal line. This atypical for them in the past. We did see this a week ago versus Tennessee from the Titans. Schmidt, the rookie from Syracuse, for the kickoff, sailing end over end to Henderson, carries right to the 5, 10, 15, 20 to the 25, across the 30-yard line and driven down at the 33.
Up easy. Got a counter here. Brown back into this game. Want to be here, they want to get after it, and you got to give them a reason to. They're not just going to sit there, be poked.
Patriots at 5-2 with their best 7-game start since they were 7-0 in 2019, looking for a 5th straight win for the first time since 2001. They're going to be here at home for the most part over the next month plus. Maye hands it off to Stevenson, started right, cut it back to the middle at an opening across the 35. Campbell finishes off the play for Cleveland with a tackle at the 36. Honey Hickman up there as well from safety.
Good run over left guard right there. This is a little lead. That's up at 2nd and 6.
Good first series for Travion Henderson, 2 carries for 30. Andre Stevenson ran it well last week, 8 yards rushing for the Patriots at Tennessee. Lines up the single back with Booty split right. Hollins tight to the left side. And Maye with a handoff. Stevenson again through the middle. And he carries across the 40. A good run there to set up a 3rd and 1 with the gain to the 41 of New England. Schlesinger on the tackle for the Browns.
Let's say run it again. This up.
Browns substitute freely up front. Jim Schwartz, the defensive coordinator for Cleveland, has been around this league calling defenses for a long time.
Used to live in my dorm. Grad assistant. We used to share pizza together.
Something to wash it down, I'm sure, in College Park. 3rd down and 1. Handoff out of the gun, and Stevenson is going to be stopped.
You just did a
Myles
3
Garrett
now.
and company. Shotgun snap to Drake Maye, and the handoff to Ramondre Stevenson on a gun run, and he is stopped with a loss of 2. Or at least 1 to make it a 4th and 2 plus. And the Patriots will have to punt.
Oh, Bradbury. Is that Will Campbell? No, that's Bradbury. Bradbury lost his guy. Michael Weno falls down. It's just a disaster. All 3 up front.
Now Bryce
3 and out.
Behringer
Wow.
with the punt for the Patriots. Waiting on the snap inside the 30. Has it. Noses the football down. That is high. Punt. Carries to the near side of the field. Under it. Inside the 15. With a run to the near side, slowed up by Brendan Schooler, who's being blocked but stays in play. Now a flag is thrown on the tackle of Gage Lavardin.
Other than a face mask.
And again, Schooler holding on, and there is a face mask on New England, which will add 15 yards to the return
During the return, personal foul, face mask, kicking team number 41. A 15-yard penalty is added on to the end of return. First down.
Death taxes, one of those.
Our referee is Alex Moore. The Patriots had this crew in Week 2 against Miami. They're down 7-3 here in the first. On the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
The Johnson Collection.
Once again this season, as part of the Apex Cares program, Apex Entertainment is donating $100 to support autism education and research at the New England Center for Children for every converted field goal. For more information, go to apexentertainment.com. First donation of this day on an Andy Borregales 36-yard field goal that gave the Patriots a 3-0 lead, but that lead was short-lived as the Browns came back with a touchdown pass from Gabriel to Fannin. Now Cleveland's defense forcing a 3-and-out, looking to add to its lead, going left to right from the 34, 7-3 Browns in the late minutes of the first. Snap to Gabriel, throws it to the left, pass is caught between a pair of Patriots, and with the run after the grab. Tackle is made close to the first down line to gain. A throw to the near side.
Good
Gabriel,
throw there.
the left-handed quarterback, finding Jamari Thrash.
Little dart. Inside slot hitch. Easy throw.
Browns going to work with a 1st and 10 ball on the left hash mark of the 44. The clock at 2 minutes and 40 seconds and counting. Judkins, the single back. Pair of tight ends, hand down each on the right side. One receiver right, one left. Corley in motion to the left. Gabriel, long play, call under center. Takes the toss, hands it off to Judkins, runs it right. Found a bit of an opening, and Carlton Davis will make the tackle from the backside, pushing him forward to the 48.
They get 9 guys up in the box. They brought 2 safeties down up outside Ellis and Spillane.
Judkins ran it for 100 yards against Minnesota in Week 4. Last week, 25 carries for 84 yards and a 3-touchdown day against Miami. One of those touchdowns out of the Wildcat formation. 2nd down and 6. Browns right now where they want to be. Ahead, able to work the clock, trying to limit possessions. 2 receivers plus a tight end left, and now Fannin in motion to the right from the gun. Gabriel takes the snap. He steps back in the orange cleats, swings it to the left, catch by Judkins, hit immediately and brought down at the 45-yard line. That play diagnosed well by Marcus Jones. He might have missed a tackle on the last series, but he's made a lot of plays for this defensive late. That's going to be a loss back to the 45.5.
Yeah, it's really good anticipation by Jones. Judkins is such a big guy. He grabbed him by the ankles, held on till the rest of the guys came.
After a loss of 2, a 3rd down and 8 as the crowd rises at Gillette. The sunshine on this absolutely gorgeous October Sunday. And the Browns look to convert with 2 receivers right. Thrash now tightens up to line up in the slot. 1 receiver plus a tight end left. Gabriel from the gun, low snap. Patriots again on the blitz. A throw out to the left and a high throw to the Patriots sideline, incomplete. And a well-covered receiver out there in Isaiah Bond.
Double corner blitz right there. Put the pressure on Gabriel to unload it. He wasn't ready, and that ball sailed high out of bounds.
Corey Bojorquez, originally a Patriot, undrafted free agent out of New Mexico, now a veteran punter with the Browns since 2022. He's a left footer who will kick it to Marcus Jones. Jones waits inside the 10 between the hash marks. Bojorquez, nose of the ball down. Left foot's the bunt to the near side. Fair catch called for at the 15.5 and handled by Jones. Trey Avery, the gunner for the Browns, was right there. We got a timeout. 53 seconds remaining first quarter. Cleveland 7, Patriots 3. On the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Drake Maye already through 2 series this week with as many incompletions as the entire game a week ago. He was 21 of 23 last week at Tennessee, 1 for 3 today, and he starts this series for the Patriots working right to left from the Pats' 15-yard line, down 7-3. Final minute of the opening half. Fake of the toss sweep, design bootleg to the right, being chased, throws on the go, finds Kayshon Boutte, curling to the sideline. Right on target, on time at the 30 of New England. First down gain of 15.
Effortless, good fake to the left side. Hip breaks containment around the right, sets the feet, turns the shoulders, throws a dart to Boutte right there at the good comeback, shakes the defender.
Drake Maye last week.
Such a good route runner.
First quarterback with 200-plus passing yards, 50-plus rushing yards, and a 90%-plus completion rate in a game. Go to work here, right to left from the 30. Clock counting down.
Final seconds of the opening quarter. Turn and fake. Again, a roll to the right. Throws it to the sideline. It's caught there by the tight end. And a little dipsy-do across the 35-yard line after the catch. Good play there by the Patriots' Austin Hooper. And that's the final play of the opening quarter as McGuire made the tackle as Hooper was able to cut to the inside as we go to the second. The Pats down 7-3 to Cleveland on the safety insurance. 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. On to the second quarter, 2nd down and 3 coming up for the Patriots, who trail the Browns by a 7-3 score here at Gillette Stadium. But New England on the go in the sunshine. Left to right from the 37. Great drive to the stadium today. Beautiful colors this time of the year, of course, in New England. Biggs on the move, right to left across the formation as Maye drops back to throw to the near side. Caught by Hollins, reached up and snagged it in the red gloves and stepped out right at the first down marker in front of Denzel Ward. A completion to the 40.
Nice block right there with the hands. See what he wore today to see? Halloween out.
I know what he did wear. Shoes.
The picture. Those shoes. I got a little confused at first when I first saw him walking across the parking lot.
Last year, was he Fred Flintstone in Buffalo when he was a Bill?
Yep.
Doesn't wear shoes outside of his football cleats. Stevenson takes the handoff from Maye, runs up the middle, stopped initially, but he bumps to his right, and he's driven forward by Myles Garrett. A tackle to the 45. That's a rush of 5 for Ramondre Stevenson.
Yeah, most days I don't wear shoes in the studio. That's not good. Ask it.
You brought it up from your lips to the director's ears in the Fox television truck. They just showed Mac Hollins on television.
No way.
Quick footing it into the stadium.
Where's Myles Garrett?
Second down and 5. Hunter Henry comes in motion to the right man coverage shown by the Browns. Play fake by Maye. Drops it back under pressure. And he's going to be sacked. Wright gets him. The 3 Browns back there to harass Drake Maye.
Boy, they doubt that.
And he's
one
brought down at the 41-yard line.
No chance. I mean, all 3 guys went into the backfield and then back downfield to get it. I mean, this is an all-out jump right here.
Up and ran past the shove from Campbell, and then he got around Ramondre Stevenson. That's a loss of 4, the sack for Alex Wright. That's his 3rd of the season, the 10th of his career. Now the Patriots down 7-3, facing a 3rd and 9. So some negative plays for the Pats. Really, their first 3 series. After they had a 1st and goal to go from the 4, they went backward. Shotgun snap to Maye. Dropping back again. Pressured. Steps up. Throws and the pass is intercepted. Schlesinger has it. Running right to the 35-yard line. Tackled from behind by a pair of Pats. But the Browns are set up off the pick by the second-year linebacker. Making the rookie linebacker a second-round pick from UCLA.
Did you try to stick us in, Vince? I think it was double covered. So he slid up in the pocket. I'll get the replay here. Diggs is on his right, dragging right to left. Slides up. Ooh, feet are not good there.
Kind of baby back a little bit.
Look at his toe. Oh, it's like a jump throw. Oh, if he didn't get it, the guy behind him was going to pick it. That's triple coverage.
Schlesinger with his first career interception came into this game as the league leader.
It's his worst throw in 5 weeks.
In tackles among rookies. That's his first pick for the Patriots since the second week.
Goes to show you care how good you are, man. When your feet aren't set, you become human.
Browns go right to left from the 34 of the Patriots. Quick throw by Gabriel. Caught in the left flat by Njoku. He's brought down by Tavai and Spillane. The linebackers collaborate on a loss of 1.
Tavai gets through the block, then gets to the back of the ball carrier. That stinks. Give him a short field now.
Only the
wake up on offense.
Interception for Drake Maye. And again, he had not turned the ball over since Pittsburgh in week 3. But now the Pats with the giveaway, defending on a 2nd down at 11, 2.5 minutes into the second quarter, trailing 7-3. Motion left to right is Isaiah Bond. 2 receivers on the left side, including a tight end on the wing. 2 receivers right for Gabriel from the gun. Judkins to his right behind the quarterback. He stops the right foot and takes the snap. He reads it, he gives it to Judkins, cuts it right, and runs into Spillane across the 30, muscling forward to the 29 of New England. It's going to be a 3rd down and 4 for the Browns.
Haven't seen the Wildcat yet, have we?
Patriots came into this game +2 overall. In their wins, +6. In their losses, -4 in the turnover differential. And again, the fans try to implore the defense. 3rd down and 4 for Cleveland. Ball on the right hash of the 29. And Njoku, the tight end right. 3 receivers form a bunch left. Jerry Jeudy, the former Bronco, among them. Judkins right of Gabriel. The quarterback waits on the snap. He takes it waist high. He's back looking to throw. He rolls to his left, pulls up, throws it to the end zone. Open receiver. And the pass is going to be caught out of bounds by Isaiah Bond.
Oh, had him.
Bond was wide open behind the Patriots coverage. Marcus Jones eventually recovering for the Pats. And that throw sailed out of bounds.
He had the arm strength to get it there. He was wide open. This is a chuck and duck. I tell you what, Chase on was bringing it, though. Off the edge. Wide.
Miscommunication for the Patriots.
That's 2 blown coverages today. Can't have it.
In coverage there. Very fortunate. And now Andre Schmidt, the rookie place kicker for Cleveland, to attempt a long field goal, 47 toward the lighthouse. He had trouble in warm-ups in this direction. The snap isn't down, and the kick is headed to the uprights, and that kick is no good. He missed it left. In pregame warm-ups, he hit 2 off the right upright. Now he hooks one left, and the Browns are turned aside. The Patriots defense gets the stop. Still 7-3 Cleveland early in the second on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. 11:22 to go here in the opening half for the Patriots. Dodging a great opportunity for Cleveland. Interception for the Browns set up.
Go here.
The offense at the 34, missed field goal by Schmidt. Now down 7-3. Snap to Maye. Rolling right. Being chased by 3 defenders to the near side. He leaves his feet and tosses one out of bounds toward the Browns bench.
Coming up pretty
downfield.
good. And Vrabel called this one, man. He said, hey, this secondary, they're sticky. They'll stick to you. In the front, they can get after you. Giving Drake Maye some problems right now. Let's settle down. Get in rhythm again. Put the pick behind.
Cleveland's defense has a pair of top 4 picks. One at edge rusher, Myles Garrett. The other, Denzel Ward, at cornerback, 2 of the premium positions. Longtime Browns. 2 of the best at their trades with a 2nd down and 10 snap to Maye. Drops back, lobs a throw down the middle. Hooper wide open. Makes the catch inside the 40, and that's a beautiful throw with a grab in stride and a tackle made at the 30-yard line by Denzel Ward. And the Patriots, again with Austin Hooper connecting from Drake Maye in business now at the Cleveland 32.
This is a gorgeous ball. Right down the middle. Ward falls off, digs. So he's reading the eyes of the quarterback. Almost gets back there to where Hooper is, but it's a perfect touch by Drake right down the middle.
Beat set, follow through perfect, over the head of the safety, Delpit. And now 1st down and 10 for the Patriots with a 31-yard grab for Austin Hooper. Single back is Henderson. Booty left, Hollins tight to the right. Drake, play fake, deep drop, fires it right. Hollins is open, makes the grab at the 15-yard line. Wrestled out of bounds by Delpit. It's another 1st down throw right on target to Mac Hollins.
2 really good back-to-back play action calls here by Josh McDaniels. 2 guys that are tall. Give him a spot to put the ball up. And he's setting his feet, following through. It's like the guy we've seen the last couple of weeks.
So 31 yards to Hooper, 21 yards to Hollins to the 11-yard line, right hash mark, and the Patriots down 7-3, now threatening. Under the 10-minute mark here in the second quarter. Henderson, the single back. It's a heavy set with Maye to hand it off. Travion starts up the middle, tries to go left, and he's wrapped up by Wright and taken down. Wright got him high, second defender tackling him low. Forward progress stopped at the 13.
I say it's going to be a run because every time he brings Hollins in like that sort of block off that back end to sort of piggyback off Will Campbell, it's usually a handoff. That technical holder.
Been a good start for Alex Wright. Out on the edge for Cleveland. Opposite Myles Garrett, right on the right side. Garrett left. Another loss for the Patriots again. A negative play. It's been a recurring thing every series. 2nd down and 13 for the Pats from the 14 of the Browns. Left hash mark. Henderson moves up in front of Maye. Behind the right guard. 3 receivers split right as Maye looks to throw. He fires to the near side. Caught again by Mac Hollins at the 7-yard line. Stood up and driven back. And eventually tackled by Denzel Ward. Mac Hollins making that catch to set up the Patriots with an opportunity to get a 1st down.
Still get a first.
From the 7.
I don't picture them being 2-down territory here. They'll take the points if they fell here.
6-yard completion. They're looking at a 3rd down and 6. And the ball on the 7. Diggs left slot, Booty on the outside left. Henry in the right slot inside of Hollins. And on the right hip of Maye. Ramondre Stevenson as Hollins motions right to left. Maye looks to throw. Pumps right. Starts to run. Wrapped up. And he's brought down. And that is another sack for Myles Garrett. Made the tackle.
Wilson.
Back at the 13-yard line.
Wilson gets beat there. He's actually tackling Garrett as he's tackling Maye. Should have had a holding call, too.
When Myles Garrett fought through the 2 rookies on the left side of the line, and get a sack for him, his 2nd of the game. And he has gone past Reggie White for most sacks by a player under the age of 30. Now a 32-yard field goal try from Borregales for the South End. He made from 36 earlier. The snap is down, the kick is airborne to the uprights, and the kick is good. So Andy Borregales again stays true for the Patriots, and they draw within 1. It's a 7-6 lead for Cleveland midway through the 2nd on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network, who again had a drive stall out deep in Cleveland territory, filling for a field goal. Andy Borregales converts from 32, ending a 7-play, 49-yard series in 3 minutes, 41 seconds. But the Pats still trail the Cleveland Browns 7-6 with 7:41 to go in the 2nd quarter. Malachi Corley, the former Jet, high pick for New York, let go after only a couple of seasons to the right at the 5-yard line. And meanwhile, Dylan Sampson, one of the 2 rookie running backs Cleveland drafted this year, Tennessee, on the near side. Left hash mark of the 5.
It's only Friday. Yeah.
Andy Borregales kicks it off left to right as Zoe plans for Halloween with a return from inside the 5 right. Corley to the 20-yard line. Corey is forced out of bounds, close to the 25. Dylan Gabriel and the Browns offense is back on the field.
They've had a nice plan here today. I mean, as good as they played, they're only up 7-6. That's the flip of not being a good team, but having a good defense, keep the game tight. They kind of controlled this game, man.
Gabriel he missed an opportunity with a wide-open receiver on the last series, and then Schmidt, the rookie place kicker, missed a long field goal try. 1st down and 10, handoff. Judkins runs it to the right, trying to get outside. He finds the corner, and he's eventually forced out of bounds on the far side. Good work by Christian Gonzalez with a knockout at the 27.
Nice hard tackle by Gonzo. Loose containment there.
Robert Spillane trying to run down Judkins.
Good tackle.
A rush of 4, 2nd down and 6 forthcoming from the 28. Jerry Jeudy to the right. Isaiah Bond split to the left. Tight ends, a pair on the left side. Single back is Judkins. Another give. Runs it into the left side. And this time Spillane brings him down almost immediately. A gain of 1.5 yards. Also in on the stop, Corey Durden.
All right, show some excitement here. Try to wake up. And to have these type of games, man, is get through games. Got to find it, dig down, suck it up.
A lot of respect on Mike Vrabel's part for the team across the way and the coaching staff across the way. Of course, he was part of that staff a year ago. And now on a 3rd down and 4 from the 30, Gabriel, the rookie quarterback, most recently from Oregon, has Bond start in motion from the right, and then he resets in the slot. Throw toward Bond, and it's in and out of his hands with a tackle by Marcus Jones. He got his head around late to the receiver, and Marcus Jones broke the ball up. It would have been a 1st down on that quick hitter. It's another punt instead.
He's turning into one of your best defenders. He really is. He's having a hell of a year. Perfect time for him in the contract year. Good returner, electric. I just think he's in your hip pocket all day, man, playing that nickel slot.
And now Marcus Jones has to go back and return the punt for the Patriots. And no easy feat, too. The kind of plays he makes in this facet of the game after playing defense. Left-footed punt by Bojorquez is high and short of the 25 left side. Little stop and start by Jones. And Marcus runs it out to a crowd at the 34-yard line. Good coverage by former Patriot Bubba Ventrone's punt unit. So the punt by Borregales, the return by Marcus Jones, and a 7-6 lead for Cleveland. 6:03 to go in the second on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
All right, Sun's in now. So Sun's gone. Now you have no problems with the vision.
Oh,
put the ball wherever you want now.
It's still here. It's just behind.
It's behind the clouds.
Always sunny in this broadcast booth. 6:03 to go in the second quarter. 7-6 Cleveland leads the Pats. Drake Maye takes the snap and hands it off to Ramondre Stevenson. And from the 34, stopped initially, powers forward. Great second and third efforts by Ramondre Stevenson. Plowing for 9 out to the 43. Baker, the former Dolphin, making the stop for Cleveland.
Good run by... That's the Ramondre right there, the spin. Contact spin, lower his shoulder. Contact runner. This is why you keep moving and keep giving him the ball.
Westover in the lineup, offset to the right as a fullback for the Patriots. And again, a tight set. Hollins on the right side, one receiver left. Drake Maye hands it off. Stevenson straight ahead. He takes a shot. And for Browns to force the Patriots into a third and less than one. Devin Bush, guessed right, shot the gap and collided with Stevenson at a half-yard run.
Big boy hit right there, man. That is a boom, big boy hit. Boom. Good form tackle. That's how you tackle kids.
Schlesinger in there as well. Got a Michigan guy and a UCLA player. Pair of linebackers for the Browns.
They've got to pick this up. They can't have another 3 and out.
Browns have had 6 tackles for loss thus far today. Patriots on third and a half yard early movement.
Oh, no, it's on us. They're calling false start.
False start. Offense number 71. 5-yard penalty. Third down.
Michael Owenu, Sam Kamara, just up off the practice squad for Cleveland with the movement across the line, but it was Owenu who drew him off, and now the Patriots, again, another negative play. Look at a 3rd down and 6 as a result of the penalty.
So that's not an aggressive mistake. That is a mental mistake right there. That's what Mike's talking about. Aggressive competition penalties versus non-competitive penalties. Lining up in a neutral zone, jumping off sides, illegal alignment.
Now it's a 3rd down and 6 for Maye and company with an empty set. Drake with 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. He takes the snap, chest high, twist up front, a lob down the left sideline, incomplete. Keyshawn Booty, the closest receiver. The ball lands out of play. Meanwhile, Pop Douglas and Schlesinger collided just past midfield as that throw landed near the Patriots sideline. Myles Harden in coverage on Keyshawn Booty. The Patriots will have to punt.
Vrabel's working somebody. I think it's the contact Diggs had, the inside slot. So he hits that throw last week. Can't hit it this week. Now you're getting single high press. Cover 1, man. They're going to play man on you the rest of the way.
LaVardan back to return, and it's a booming punt by Behringer that's going to land in the end zone. However, about 5 yards into the end zone, Bryce Behringer launching that punt to the point of a touchback, and now the Browns are going to move right to left from the 20 with their 7-6 lead in the final 4:15 of the second quarter on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Patriots trailing Cleveland 7-6, 4:15 to go here in the second quarter. Dylan Gabriel and the Cleveland Browns offense back on the field to go right to left from the near hash mark of the 20. Pat's highly ranked run defense has done a good job on Quinshon Judkins today. He's the single back. Play fake to him. Gabriel with plenty of time in the pocket, now rolling to his left. Pocket breaks down. He throws across middle and he outlets with a catch made to run across the 30 by Thrash. 35-40, tripped up from behind by Jalen Hawkins in his first game in 3 weeks. And the Browns with that escape by Jamari Thrash have it out at the 41-yard line on a gain of 21.
Spillane could have destroyed the guy after the interception. He went to knock the ball down with his right hand and overplayed it. He could have creamed it.
Gabriel now at work at the near hash of the 41. Hands it to Judkins, back to Gabriel, and he has to turf it on a flea flicker attempt because Christian Barmore was in the backfield and barreling down on the quarterback.
Yeah, there's a back there. There's a back. Oh, yeah, Judkins. It's a stupid call. Like, you're moving the ball with picks and drags and getting guys open and busting coverages, and now you're doing it fast. Short drag.
Second-year offensive assistant for the Browns, former Notre Dame quarterback and Notre Dame offensive coordinator Tommy Rees, the OC for Cleveland, now with a 2nd down and 10. Chason stands up right side of the defense for the Pats. The Browns with 2 receivers right, 2 left. Single back Judkins. Turn and give. Judkins takes it, runs into Chason, runs backwards, and the Patriots clean up with a tackle made by Spillane.
Good pursuit.
At the 37.
Yeah, good pursuit. Williams, Marcus Jones, Spillane. There you go. Let's go. Get on the feet.
There's a big play right here with the Browns facing a 3rd and 14. Cleveland won the coin toss and deferred. The Browns set to get the kickoff to begin the 3rd quarter. Patriots looking for possession and a chance to take the lead before halftime. And Gillen Gabriel again looking down the barrel at a 3rd and 14. 3 receivers out to the right, 1 split left. Takes the snap and throws a lateral to the left, looking to throw it back. Running to the near side for Cleveland. A receiver has it. He's going to carry it forward past the 30, 35, and LeVarnan is hammered at the 38-yard line. So the play stopped by Chason as the Browns again turn to the bag of tricks and come up empty-handed. Another punt by Bojorquez.
Glad Tommy Rees isn't our coordinator. People wanted him. 2 trick plays on 1 series with nobody releasing downfield. There's nobody in route. There's no one in route.
Now Marcus Jones waits on the punt by Bojorquez. Left-footed punt, nose of the football down, sails to the far side of the field. Jones signals for the fair catch and fights the sun to make the grab along the far side of the 17. So the Patriots have a long field with which to work down 7-6, but they've got all 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning. Let's pause 10 seconds for a station identification on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Well, with us today, Dennis Knutson, engineer Tyler Knutson, Mike Perry down on the sidelines. Appreciate you making us part of your day with the Patriots trailing Cleveland 7-6 to go left to right from the 17. Hey, with a handoff and a nice little jump cut on the carry to the left. Did the ball come loose at the end of the play? We'll scramble after it. And indeed, the Patriots still have it with a rush to the 2-minute warning by Ramondre Stevenson. We'll take this timeout with the Patriots and the Browns. Again, Cleveland 7, Patriots 6 on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Exactly 2 minutes remaining. Patriots and the Browns here in the 2nd quarter. Pats trailing Cleveland 7-6 and facing a 2nd down and 8 from the New England 19-yard line. Drake Maye will wait on a shotgun snap with Stevenson to his right. 2 receivers right. Douglas inside of Booty. 1 receiver left. That's Diggs. Drake Maye leans forward to take the snap. A blitz coming. It's picked up. Maye looks left. Pitches underneath. Diggs makes the catch. Tries to get outside Campbell, who slows him up and twists him to the far sideline. The officials will keep the clock moving. As momentum was stopped by Stephon Diggs. That tackle made just across the 24. The Pats again with their 3 timeouts, looking at a 3rd down and a long 2, short 3. The break from the huddle with Hunter Henry on the outside right. Quiet so far today. Douglas in the slot. 2 receivers stacked left. Now Diggs will come to the right.
10 guys up.
That leaves Booty. Lone split, short side of the field left. Drake Maye takes the snap. Browns rush forward. Pocket starts to close. Maye rolling right, throws off balance. Douglas open. Backpedals to catch at the 50. Runs it to the 40. Cuts it left, stumbling and losing his balance as he falls at the Cleveland 31.
What are you doing here? They're signaling. Okay.
And now they're going to mark the knee down at the 32.
So this is where Pop is getting a chance to really make these big plays. It's Drake off platform, extending plays outside the pocket. It's not even a route. He kind of stops and then takes off. Drake sees it, gets it to him, and it's just a struggle to stay up on your feet. Come on, baby.
44 yards for Pop Douglas. Remember, had a 53-yard touchdown catch in New Orleans a couple of weeks ago. Did a good job, too. Even though he was left wide open, he got away from the coverage. Dealt it with a lot of contact underneath. Dealt it, eventually forced off balance.
Yeah.
And Douglas, with that catch and a bit of an adventurous run, puts the Patriots at a 1st and 10 with a timeout taken by New England.
Last 2 years, these type of games, they'll kind of get away from you. Lose it by 6, lose it by 10. Might be just good enough this year to sort of labor through these tight games, and now you got the quarterback. Now you got a couple playmakers. Make a play and go win the game.
1:05 to go here in the first half. Patriots with 3 to the left, including Henry, a stand-up tight end. 2 receivers are to the right. Maye directs traffic, points with his left index finger, setting the protections, identifying Schlesinger in the middle of that defense. 1st and 10 snap, and Maye stands in. He lobs the throw deep down the right side for Ramondre Stevenson. And a battle for the ball. Stevenson caught it. Is he in bounds? No, he made the grab out of play.
Called him out.
Deep in Cleveland territory, inside the 3.
I know Morgan Moses has been playing a lot of ball.
That's a heck of a catch, and he came down with the right foot in, but he did not get the left foot down in bounds. In fact, the right heel was out of bounds.
Yeah. Morgan Moses had two good punch steps to help get that edge defender back. He takes him right past the quarterback. It's a good technique here.
Now with a minute to go, exactly 60 seconds. Diggs on the right side with Booty. Maye takes the snap, dropping back to pass. Steps up. He's hit. They're both knocked loose from behind. Scramble for the fumble. And the Patriots are fortunate. Looks like they got it. A pair of Browns were right there.
Some old problems are back here.
Isaiah McGuire and Alex Wright. And that ball again chopped out from behind.
Yeah,
good play by Myles Garrett.
This match, absolutely.
Jared Wilson recovered for the Patriots. This has been an education for those young players on the Patriots offensive line against one of the league's best. And
charge timeout of a half. New England.
The Patriots taking a timeout. Their second. 27 seconds to go in the half. New England looking at a 3rd down and 18 back to the 40-yard line.
You're lucky. He just had intentions to knock the ball out, and he didn't kill the quarterback.
That's 3 sacks for Myles Garrett.
He was untouched. He could have killed him.
Now he comes in along with Lawrence Taylor as the only players with 12-plus sacks in 5 straight seasons. He's already passed Reggie White today for most sacks by a player under the age of 30. Garrett at 29, 9th season in the NFL, 1st overall pick in 2017. Perennial Pro Bowler. He's been a Defensive Player of the Year. This is a guy who's got a Hall of Fame resume.
Boy.
In Cleveland, just down the road from Canton.
Look at these scores. Everybody hit the under today. 10-3, 6-10, 12-3.
29 seconds to go here with Maye and the Patriots at the right hash of the 40. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Cleveland takes the timeout.
First charge timeout of a half, Cleveland. It will be 30 seconds.
Looking at the flags atop the goalpost and judging based on the punt by Behringer, for example, the last time he had to kick for the Patriots, Borregales, if he's employed for a long field goal try, will have the aid a bit, it seems, of a tailwind. But
that'd be something if you could get in with the lead here. This has not been a good half of football for you.
The Patriots have had a lot of negative plays today, seemingly at least one in every drive, if not, definitely. And now they're looking at a 3rd down and 18. The Browns with 4 sacks, 3 by Garrett. Cleveland with 7 tackles for loss in this game.
And see, it's hard to bitch about the defense because, like, you get some busted plays, but they posted a 7.
It's their MO. They're playing the way they've played all year, yeah. Hollins to the right for the Patriots along with Diggs. Booty split to the left. Henry's in the right slot, and now Stephon Diggs goes across the formation. Man coverage from Cleveland. 2-by-2 set. Stevenson to the right of Maye. Takes the snap, and false start New England. That was a long time.
False start
before the snap.
Offense number 85. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Hunter Henry with the rare penalty. And now the Patriots are backed into a 3rd. And 23. They need to get to the 22-yard line. They have 1 timeout remaining. 29 seconds to go. And at least here, looking to put Borregales in field goal range, down 1. Snap to Maye. Twist up front. It's picked up initially. Drake throws down the open man. He snags it. Runs to the 24-yard line. Hit from behind. And he's dropped short of the 1st down line to gain. They're going to mark him again. At the 24, the Patriots don't call the timeout. 13 seconds and 12. Mike Vrabel is now on the field talking to the official, waiting for the clock to tick to the final few seconds, if not the final second, before the Patriots snap it. And they're going to stop it with 2. So they did exactly what they needed to do given the situation. They got into field goal range for Borregales, who's made his last 9 tries since a miss in week 1 here. When it comes to field goals, he did have the pair of extra points at Miami. It's a 21-yard pass from Maye to Booty. Good catch by Kayshon Booty, reaching behind him on a throw from Drake Maye.
See, that's that Kyle Williams
shot.
That's that Kyle Williams route from last week where Kyle just kept running across and wants you to sit down on that backside.
Borregales today is made from 36 and from 32, the latter of the 2 field goals in this direction toward the south end of Gillette Stadium. Now he'll attempt a field goal try from the near hash mark, 42 yards away. Behringer puts the right knee down. Ashby will snap it per usual. Borregales with the towel on his belt on the backside, in the red shoes with the white sleeves. Steps twice to his left, sets up. Cleveland calls timeout.
Second charge timeout of the half, Cleveland. It will be 30 seconds.
Browns have 2 wins this year. Their first win was in a similar spot, though, at the end of the game versus Green Bay, and Shelby Harris blocked the field goal, and that set up an Andre Schmidt game-winning field goal. So they can get to the kick. This Cleveland field goal block team, but again, Borregales has been very good since week 2. Excellent, in fact, on placements, including his game winner versus Buffalo. And in that game, not only did he hit the game-winning kick at the end of regulation, but he also made a field goal as the first half came to a close. Again from 42, right hash mark, toward the enclosed end, the south end of Gillette. Ashby, the rookie, long snaps it to Behringer. Borregales kicks it. His kick is driven right down the middle. It's good, and the Patriots have the lead. The first half comes to an end. And New England, despite an inconsistent first half, positive drives, going backwards eventually, opportunities for touchdowns, settling for field goals, but they head to the break in the lead over the Browns. It's 9-7 New England. Jim Louth has the first half analysis and a look around the NFL coming up on our halftime show on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
The Johnson Collection.
This is the 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network halftime show.
60 minutes. Hey, this game is about 60 minutes, baby.
Compete every down. Keep it up. Keep it up. Everyone, let's go.
It's a ball game.
Now, here's Jim Louth.
It is now a ball game.
And the score at the half at Gillette Stadium, Patriots 9, Browns 7. The Pats got the ball first after Cleveland won the coin toss and elected to defer to the second half. It was the run game that got started quick against the Browns. Drake Maye, Travion Henderson combined for 49 yards on 4 carries in the opening drive to get the Pats in the red zone, but the drive stalled out and they had to settle for an Andy Borregales field goal to make it 3-0 New England. But what's become a common occurrence for the Patriots defense, they give up another score on the opponent's first drive.
Play fake by Gabriel, drops back, under pressure, lobs the throw right, caught by Fannin, wide open, 5 into the end zone. Easy pitch and catch, and a touchdown Cleveland.
7-3 Browns halfway through the first quarter. Maye in the offense then picked up another couple of first downs on their first drive of the second quarter until Drake gave the ball right back to Cleveland.
Shotgun snap to Maye, dropping back again, pressured, steps up, throws, and the pass is intercepted. Schlesinger has it, running right to the 35-yard line, tackled from behind by a pair of Pats, but the Browns are set up off the pick.
That's Maye's first pick since week 2, but the Pats defense would hold. The Browns missed a long field goal, kept the score 7-3 Cleveland. Maye then hit Austin Hooper for 31 yards on the following drive, Mac Hollins for 21, Mac Hollins again for 6, but the Browns' best player made his presence felt on third down.
Maye looks to throw, pumps right, starts to run, wrapped up, and he's brought down. And that is another sack for Myles Garrett.
That was the second sack of the first half for Garrett. Borregales kicked a field goal to make it 7-6. Patriots got the ball back just before the half, drove all the way down. Garrett had another key sack, his third of the first half. The Patriots had to settle for a field goal as time expired in the second quarter. 9-7 Patriots. That's where we stand at the half. We'll get you updated on the rest of the day in the NFL next on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Halftime score at Gillette Stadium, Patriots 9, Browns 7. 6 other games on the 1 o'clock window in the NFL today. Dolphins surprising 17-3 lead in Atlanta against the Falcons at the half. Devon Achane, touchdown catch. Malik Washington with a touchdown catch, both from Tua. Kirk Cousins starting in place of the injured Michael Penix, 6 for 8, 53 yards in the first half. Atlanta only has 58 total yards in the first half. Baltimore up 10-6 without Lamar Jackson on the Bears in Baltimore. Snoop Huntley getting the start at quarterback. Derrick Henry with a touchdown run. 111 in his career, passes Walter Payton on the all-time list in that one. A pair of field goals for Chicago. Buffalo now up in Carolina, 19-3 late second quarter. Josh Allen with a touchdown run. James Cook with a 64-yard touchdown run. Cook, 12 carries, 153 yards in the first half in that game. Cincinnati up big on the Jets, 24-10 late second quarter in Cincinnati. Justin Fields with a touchdown pass to Tyler Johnson for New York. Joe Flacco, a touchdown run and 2 touchdown passes, including a 44-yarder to T. Higgins. Flacco, 15 of 20, 178 yards, and 2 touchdowns in the first half in that one. San Francisco on the board now in Houston. That game now Texans 16, 49ers 7. Mac Jones throwing a touchdown pass to George Kittle. C.J. Stroud with a touchdown pass to Jaden Higgins for Houston. Giants, they're losing to the Eagles in Philly 14-10. Saquon Barkley, 2 touchdowns, a 65-yard touchdown run, a 9-yard touchdown catch. Jackson Dart hit Cam Skattebo for New York score, but Skattebo carted off the field with an ugly foot injury late in the second quarter in that one. Later today, the 5-2 Bucks play in New Orleans against the Saints. The 5-2 Broncos host the Cowboys. 6-1 Colts home against Tennessee. Sunday Night Football, Aaron Rodgers faces his old team as the Steelers host the Packers. Once again, score at the half at Gillette Stadium. Patriots 9, Browns 7. We'll get you ready for the second half next on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Drake Maye, 10 for 16, 168 yards and an interception in the first half, but he was sacked on 4 of his 20 dropbacks, 3 from Myles Garrett. Garrett with 6 total pressures on the 20 dropbacks for Maye. But Cleveland gets the ball first when we come out of the break. Bob Sosi and Scott Zolak have the call of the second half next on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
All right, welcome back to Gillette Stadium. Patriots lead the Browns 9-7 here at the half, getting set for the second half kickoff. Drake Maye in that first half, 10-16, 168 yards. 1 pick to the linebacker and also had the strip sack. They got the ball back, though. Just looked like some of the old mistakes he was making just a couple weeks ago. Got to get that cleaned up. Defense has got to get it going, too. I know we say it's got to get it going. They've only held them to 7 points, but some busted coverages in that first half. Got to get a clean half of football, win this game, and get out of here. Here's Bob Sosi for the official call of the second half.
All right, so thanks so much. The Browns, of course, are in town, but this is not Cleveland. There's no dog pound here, but we did have thrilling dog races, corgi races at halftime. What'd you think?
They were playing Who Let the Dogs Out. You do that, anything you get dogs, like, you remember my favorite halftime was out in Denver, when you had the dog out there and they had the little monkey with the cowboy hat on. And I could sit there and watch that for 5 hours. I laughed my ass off, and it was probably the most entertaining halftime I've ever had. It was awesome. But these here, corgis, moving them here, and then the Patriots, which are the adoptable dogs now that Dana Kraft, Mrs. Kraft, is doing. It's sort of her thing. And we've brought dogs on the last 2 Tuesdays on our show, and both have moved. So Zolak and Bertram, we move product, we move dogs, and adorable dogs for adoption.
Yeah, and one of the Patriots with a newly adopted dog is Andy Borregales, who kicks off left to right after he kicked the Patriots into a 9-7 lead at halftime. And he lifts this one far side right, headed at the 5-yard line, coming back across the 20-yard line. Corley, who spins into a hit outside the 25. And there is a flag on the return.
Jack Gibbons, man, he continues to get down there and make tackles. Be the first one down. He had 9 tackles.
Yeah, Jack Gibbons, undrafted when the Titans signed him, really made his mark on special teams.
Formation, kicking team, number 15. The 5-yard penalty is added on to the end of the return. First down.
Gibbons wears 51 for the Patriots, but it's 15 Marte Mapu, who was guilty of that illegal formation for New England on the dynamic kickoff. And as a result, the Browns accorded better field position out to the 31. Cleveland scored a touchdown on its first series, took a 7-3 lead. The Browns' offense has struggled since, and Dylan Gabriel The diminutive quarterback goes to work here out of split backs from the gun, right to left, ball in the right hash marker, first and 10 from the 31. He takes the snap, thigh high. He flips it to the left flat. It's snagged on the run, but the good play there by Christian Gonzalez, reading it and taking down Jerome Ford. His first touch of the day for a loss for Cleveland. Drop back at the 29-yard line. It's going to be a second down and 11 and a half.
And he's a tiny guy. He had to actually jump, throw that ball, just a little flip to the left side, out the flat. Dangerous throw.
Dylan Gabriel played at 3 colleges, 64 college games in 6 seasons at Central Florida, Oklahoma, and Oregon. Passed for more than 18,000 yards in his collegiate career, led the Ducks to the national championship last year. This is the national championship game in motion wide to left. Is Thrash to receivers to the right, second down, 11 plus. Handoff Judkins, runs it into the right side. He gets hammered. Tackled at the 37-yard line. Patriots certainly living up to their reputation and their numbers coming in against the run.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. If I'm not happy, I'm going to pop a new school, transfer portal. 3 schools. I love the guys that commit and stick it out there. I think that means more. And I know the money's there, the opportunity to play, and to win on a national stage like Oregon. That's not Central Florida. I get it. Here we go.
Browns drafted 2 quarterbacks this year. Shedeur Sanders is the emergency third today for Cleveland behind Dylan Gabriel. The third down and 9 snap. He's under pressure. He rolls to his left, looks downfield. He throws on the move, and the pass is too tall for his intended receiver. And Christian Gonzalez roaming behind Harold Fannin Jr. with the ball off the right hand of the tight end, crossing to the near side. Unable to get there, but the Patriots get the Browns off in a hurry. Another good defensive series.
They do a good job here. Milt Williams in the middle, man. Just that they're playing some games, mixing it up. You lose containment, though, on the edge with Chase on. And then Gabriel gets outside.
Corey Bojorquez will punt it from inside the 20 to our left. Fields knee high, nose of the football down, left-footed punt. It's high and short to the far side of the field. Running up, calling for the fair catch and handling it. Marcus Jones outside the numbers at the 33-yard line.
Our friend Bulldog down here, he wants us to know he's drinking Bud Light and he has a Bud Light shirt on.
Got another
got a flag
marker on a kick. Here's Alex Moore, our referee.
During the kick, holding, receiving team number 39, 10-yard penalty from the end of the kick, first down, timeout.
That's on Richie Grant, new Patriot, elevated from the practice squad. The former Atlanta Falcon called for the hold. We've got a timeout early in the third. Pats 9, Browns 7 on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Patriots are home. Bat for 3 of the next 4, including this one, 5 of 7 after 3 straight road games. They came in with a 5-2 record atop the AFC East, and they lead here 9-7 over Cleveland thanks to a first half-ending field goal by Andy Borregales. Now the first possession for the Pats offense in the third. Shotgun snap to Drake Maye. Long play fake. He stands in the pocket. He starts to run, and Maye is tackled from behind. Brought down as he reached the 28-yard line. Again, Myles Garrett with a tackle from behind. Swessinger in pursuit as well. The Pats now in a second down and 4.
This is the best front we've seen. They close the pocket fast. Like, it collapses. Now, it's led by number 95, but you got him. That helps a lot.
6-yard run for Drake Maye, working between split backs. Henderson on his left, Stevenson on his right. Matt Collins with a couple of long catches today. He split to the right in a tight formation, and receiver left Diggs. Little pitch to the right for Travion Henderson, trying to get outside. He does. Accelerates past the 35, and eventually, as angled out of bounds, Denzel Ward lost his helmet and making the play for Cleveland, but a first down for New England with a rush to the 35.
Sucker popped right off. Ooh, yeah.
They noted it earlier, Garrett and Ward. Between them, you've got 228 games played. Cornerback, defensive end, each a first-round pick for the Browns. But now the Patriots out of the eye with Henderson, a second-round pick. But a good first series in this game, taking the toss. He runs into the right, and he gallops past the 40 to the 45-50 to the 41 of Cleveland. And he holds on with the ball in his arm, tackled from behind by a defender, trying to knock it free with a run to the 38-yard line. Travion Henderson.
I remember that from August.
Make that burst to the outside on the toss. Tom Jones brought him down, trying to knock the football loose, but the Pats have it at the 38.
Yep, they do a good job. They pull linemen. They get him outside, off tackle. That's where he's got to be. That's his spot.
That's a 27-yard run for Travion Henderson, who today has carried 5 times for 61 yards. Now Stevenson, the single back, hands on knees with Maye under center from the Browns, 39, going left to right. Toss to Ramada. He's looking to throw. Tosses it back to Drake May. He has it. He throws it downfield to an open Matt Collins. Snatches it left sideline, 25-20. Shoved out of bounds.
That is.
And that's a first down for New England to the 19-yard line.
It's a hell of a catch and throw by Drake May, because he had a guy with a dead beat on him, and he is getting hunted here. And you don't have any time to grab. I don't know if he had time to grab the laces. So it's a quick throw back to him. The ball hangs. He's going to get hit. He had to catch it, throw it, and it's an accurate throw.
19 yards in all, with the Patriots resorting to some trickery. And with that first down, the Patriots now have it on the left hash of Cleveland's 19. Looking to expand their 9-7 lead. Trips to the wide side right. Henry left. Maye takes the snap, starts to run, pitches on the option to Stevenson. Running right, he's tackled from behind. Brought down across the 15-yard line. Going back to the first down. Credit Union's Kids at Heart will help fund promising studies into new treatments for pediatric brain diseases. Learn more at cukidsatheart.org.
A couple good wrinkles here on this drive, huh?
Browns failed with a couple of trick plays attempted earlier in this game. The Patriots capitalized on the double pass to Stevenson, back to Maye, to Hollins. Tic-tac-toe for the Pats with that first down. Now with Douglas in motion to the left. He takes the handoff, sweeping the outside, cuts it back to the inside, and Pop Douglas with a first down run across the 10 to the 7.
Got to get in here. Got to get 7. Can't get 3. Can't get 3. You got to put them away here. Take this. We'll get it 7. Nice little drive you had.
The Patriots lead it by 2. An 8-yard run by Pop Douglas. They have it at the Cleveland 7-yard line. You get a sense you get ahead of the Browns by 2 scores. With the Cleveland's offense in its state, the much wider advantage. Diggs in motion right to left. Play fake by Maye. Rolling right. Throws it to the 5. Easy walk-in. Touchdown. Hunter Henry.
All right.
And the Patriots expand their lead.
Good job at halftime. Making some adjustments. Get the quarterback outside the pocket. When that pocket collapsed earlier in this drive, Drake Maye still picked up 6 yards. So you're getting positive plays even when you're breaking it down. Travion Henderson in that drive, getting him outside in space. That's the key. And a 7-yard little play action fake to the left, boot to the right, dump it to Hunter Henry for the touchdown. 7 yards.
Hunter Henry with his 44th career touchdown. Drake Maye with his 13th touchdown pass of this season. The point after try by Borregales on the Ashby snap, on the hold by Behringer, and the kick is good. Well, the Patriots get the double scores with the Browns' possession in between. A field goal by Borregales, and then the touchdown drive led by Maye and finished by Maye to Henry. And it's New England 16, Cleveland 7, 9:10 to go in the third on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Hunter Henry just found the end zone for the Patriots, and that was almost as great as finding free money. Did you know that 1 in 10 people in Massachusetts have unclaimed property? FindMassMoney.gov is a free service from the Massachusetts State Treasurer's Office. Visit FindMassMoney.gov and see if you have money waiting for you. 7-yard touchdown pass, Drake Maye to Hunter Henry. And the Pats have expanded their lead to 16-7 after a 7-play, 77-yard drive in 4 minutes and 3 seconds. Eddie Borregales with the run-up in the kickoff, left to right toward Corley. Under it at the 8, right side 15-20 to the 25, and brought down in a crowd at the 30-yard line. During the break, Jim Louth, our esteemed executive producer, looking on, said that was a Josh McDaniels drive. So we saw the double pass, the option pitch, and then eventually an end around to Pop Douglas to set up the Drake Maye touchdown pass to Hunter Henry.
If they work on it, they continue to pull out when the offense is struggling.
Meanwhile, the Cleveland Browns challenged as their offense has been all year, really the last couple of seasons, down now by 2 scores with Gabriel under center. Right hash, Judkins, a non-factor thus far, takes the handoff on the counter run to the right, looks for an opening, doesn't have it. Patriots swarm to the football and bring him down after a 1-yard gain. That's his 9th rush for 19 yards today. 9 for 19.
I couldn't imagine being a Cleveland fan. Like, you've got to do this type of offense every week. It's like what you got to root for. There's some nice players there, too. That's the thing.
But they haven't had the player.
Yeah.
You know, the quarterback.
That's a problem.
They started 5 quarterbacks 2 years ago, 4 quarterbacks last year. Gabriel is the 41st starting quarterback.
Traded the best one away.
For the Browns since 1999, since they came back in the league. 41 quarterbacks starting for Cleveland in that time. Play fake. He's in the pocket, throws down the middle, and the outlet to Judkins is stuffed by Spillane. Made the tackle immediately, a gain of 2. It'll be a 3rd down and 7.
Started to pull it together now. Offense, defense, special teams.
Got a slow start for the Patriots defense. It's been the MO this year, but then rising to the challenge thereafter. And now the Browns looking at a 1-for-6 line on 3rd down with only 117 total yards. Facing a 3rd and 7 from the 33. Ball on the right hash. Short motion by Judy from the left. He's been shut out thus far. Waist-high snap. Blitzer coming. Throw across the left. Intercepted. Here comes Spillane to the 30. 25-20. Spillane 15-10. Hurdles a man and lands at the 5. That's his 2nd pick. And the Patriots have it for the 1st and goal to go.
There you go. Fans are up now. Now you start believing in the football team. This is what they're waiting to see. Look how many teammates are in the end zone. This team came together. They like each other. Spillane, man. Right to him. You said it, Bob. They don't have the guy. They don't have a guy who can pull the trigger.
And it goes back to the first pick in 99, Tim Couch. They just have not been able to find that guy.
How well your defense comes in here and play, and they played well, and they held you down that first half, but eventually the dam breaks.
We'll go back to a point you made right before halftime as the Patriots now line up from the right hash. The ball is at the 6. Maye rolls out to his right. He's being chased by Garrett. Maye is brought down from behind at the hip. Awkward fall for Drake Maye in the hands of Myles Garrett. Lost a couple of yards on that play. You do not want to see that.
That is not a horse collar tackle. He didn't go up into the pads. He grabbed the shirt.
Nor a hit drop, but it was close and dangerous kind of play. That's kind of the play. So, though, when you want to see Drake Maye throw the ball away.
Yeah.
And it looked like there was
the game clock did not run on the prior play. Please set the game clock to 7 minutes and 25 seconds. Play clock to 40 and start both on my signal.
Not just because of the timekeeper, but also when Maye extended the football, Stevenson was already out of the backfield.
It was too quick.
And now the Patriots, again, another loss after a goal to go, face a 2nd down and goal to go from the 9. Diggs aligns to the left on the outside. Henry puts his hand down to tight end left. Douglas on the right, slide inside of Booty. Ball on the right hash. Snap back to Maye. Couple of steps. He throws it toward Diggs on the slant. And the pass is going to be caught at the 1. Stephon Diggs made the grab, and Drake Maye fitted in there. You've got an injured Brown. With Tyson Campbell covering for Cleveland. We'll see the medical team for the Browns come off the near sideline. Both Campbell and Diggs went down, and now Diggs is up. Campbell being attended to. Campbell got hit by his teammate. He had a teammate coming across. 2nd defender in Dom Jones. He's being attended to on the field as we take the timeout. Patriots 16, Browns 7 on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. 6:56 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Patriots lead Cleveland 16-7. After a Robert Spillane interception, the Pats have a 3rd and goal to go on the 1-yard line of Cleveland.
Got to get in.
Left hash mark. 3 to the left, 1 to the right. In motion to the right is Hunter Henry. Drake Maye drops back, throws it quick to Diggs. He's in for a touchdown. Patriots take advantage of the interception. An easy flip from Drake Maye to Stephon Diggs.
And he's
his first score as a Patriot.
Continues his, I don't say team leadership, offensive leadership. Kid's feeling it, man. He's been good. Keep it going.
Matt Collins doing a good job on the pick play.
took out the defender. They were stacked to the left. Stephon Diggs in for the score. Group celebration. Here's Borregales for the point after try. Complimentary football. The snap on the spot. The kick aloft to the uprights. It's good. An interception by Spillane. A touchdown for the Patriots. The point after by Borregales. And New England is pulled away from Cleveland 23-7. And so I'll go back to what you said right before the end of the first half. In the past, the last couple of seasons definitely, it was the kind of game that got away from the Patriots. Not this team, not this season, not that opponent.
That's good. You need something like this, too. Like you say, okay, it's going to be a hiccup. Well, it's good to get tested. It's good to have to fight back and not just have a cakewalk every time you roll out there. But you're turning it into sort of one. And just hard to believe that guy had an ACL to start last year. On men. Surgery. They busted his ass to get back. He looks pretty good. But he's leading your team. Stephon Diggs is a leader for you. A lot of people thought you could say that at some point. Done a nice job. Train rolling, and he is Phil Vrabel, one of the first guys to meet him coming off the field. They're all dialed in. They are dialed in.
They're a group that's having a lot of fun these days, and with good reason. Now the fans here at Gillette, after some anxious moments early, having fun on a glorious October Sunday with Borregales in the blue shirt, silver helmet, and silver pants to kick it off in the wake of a 3-play 6-yard series, again set up by the second interception of the season for Robert Spillane. 1-yard touchdown pass, Maye to Diggs. Stephon with his 71st career touchdown catch. The kick airborne, left, right, far side, and the all-whites handling it at the 5. Corley to the 15, 20 right side to the 25, and Corley is taken down by Terrell Jennings there as he lands at the 28-yard line.
And here we come out. We're going to go power I, we're going to go slot, and we're going to throw some slants and some hitches. Maybe a score.
Before the touchdown pass by Maye, Tyson Campbell was attended to on the field with a head injury. He's gone to the blue tent, and he is still inside that blue tent. The Browns offense returns to the field. Cleveland scored on its first possession. The Browns got 70 yards on that possession. Cleveland has since had 47 yards of offense. Long conference with the officials.
Hoping his flag's on Cleveland. They don't throw
in the wake of a penalty. The officials are going to Mike Vrabel.
Cleveland.
Here's Alex Moore, the referee. Second game he's worked this season.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Receiving team, number 26. The penalty's half the distance to the goal. First down.
Yep.
It's a foolish penalty by Myles Garrett, reserve defensive back. And the Browns are going to be backed up now. They had the ball at their 31. And as a result, the official's going to mark it back actually at the 15-yard line, just inside the 15. First and 10 for Cleveland and Dillon Gabriel. Long third quarter for the Browns in more ways than one. Sampson in the backfield starts in motion, then resets on the right hip of the quarterback. Two receivers and a tight end left. The snap and a throw down the middle. And Njoku between three defenders, and they squeeze him. Tavai, Gibbons, Spillane, all there. The triangle of Pat's linebackers. The tackle made at the 21-yard line. Kind of rare these days to see three linebackers on the field at any time together.
Yeah, no kidding. These are the safeties. They bring the safeties down. Joker's a big dude, man. I'd walk around my shirt off, too, if I was him.
He was doing a lot of talking, too, before the game with staff and fans during warm-up. Second down and 3 officially after a 7-yard pickup. Gabriel squats under center, man in motion to the near side. That's Bond. Single setback for Cleveland. Counter handoff and a run by Sampson to the left. And there's Robert Spillane lying in wait along with Anthony Jennings. And that's going to be a loss back to the 20.
Lane coming in his zone here. He was late on some of the blitzes earlier. I just think they were poorly timed. Bad calls at that time.
Loss of 2 for Cleveland. 3rd and 5 for the Browns. Cleveland today 1 for 7 on third down. Sampson abandons the backfield. It's an empty set for Gabriel. The lefty quarterback, right foot forward, takes the snap, shoulder high, 4-man rush, flips it underneath, catch by a fan, and tackled immediately. Dropped at the 23. Gonzalez brought him down, and immediately Christian raises his left fist. 4th down.
If you're a Brown fan back in Cleveland watching this game, just turn it off.
And I say that, the Browns got to keep the offense on the field. They got to keep the offense out there. And that's the thing about Cleveland fans, they won't turn it off because,
they want blood.
Well, they're loyal fans. Yeah. They are loyal fans. There are pockets of fans around the country who've gone through long-suffering periods with their teams. Browns fans have to be right there at the top. 4th down and 1. Gabriel's under center. A bunch to the right. Steps back. Throws it right for Fannin. Has the catch, and he moves upfield with just enough to dive across the 25 with a first down to the 26. And Kevin Stefanski, the coach of the Browns, has been a 2-time Coach of the Year. And he's gone through this period for Cleveland of instability. Now they have more rookies than anybody in the league. 13 rookies.
How long is Watson?
20% of their snaps, rookies.
That crippled him. John Watson absolutely crippled him.
So they have 8 quarterbacks on their salary cap right now, including, of course, the biggest hit, Deshaun Watson. Back to throw it, now rolling left. Gabriel looks downfield, pulls up. He launches a high throw downfield. It's up for grabs. Hawkins is there. Got it, diving! Makes the interception. Down by contact at the 17. Make it the 18-yard line.
Take it down, all the way down the end zone. Go ahead. The whole cavalry.
The Patriots are going to run 80 yards to our right to celebrate in the south end of Gillette Stadium. And we're going to walk out the door to a timeout with 3:42 to go. Another interception and a prayer unanswered for Cleveland. Patriots lead at 23-7 on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network. Speaking of secure, what a sensational play by Jalen Hawkins on a pass by Dylan Gabriel that he simply reared back and threw to the moon. With a double coverage. Hawkins, though, made a diving one-handed interception. Patriots have it with a big lead. A throw by Maye out to the left. Caught by Mac Hollins. The ball was at the 19. Hollins with that grab on the outside. Having a good day today for the Patriots at the 26. In this 23-7 lead for New England.
That's a hell of a pick by Hawkins because he had control with one hand. Then you're going down. It's got to stay on the forearm. You got to roll over it to maintain possession. Pretty good for safety, man.
That's a second interception of the season, 6th overall for Jalen Hawkins. Missed the last 2 games for the Pats. Now Maye with the toss to the right for Travion Henderson. Patiently finds an opening and hurdles the 30-yard line, driven down at the 31 by Diabate. But it's a first down for New England and Travion Henderson, who's enjoying his best day for New England.
See Drake Maye smiling out there, too. He's having some fun with the rookie. Nice job getting outside the 2 big blockers.
Henderson, 6 rushes for 65 yards, a long of 27.
There's another example, Wilson, Jared Wilson, the left guard, coming all the way to the right block and taking a guy, running him to the Cleveland sideline.
Time taken by Mike Vrabel on that far side.
Prior to the expiration of a play clock, timeout, New England, their first.
Mike Vrabel on the sidelines for the Patriots, wearing his vest, the zip-up, quarter-zip vest that he always wears. But lately he's had the word strong, T-strong, underneath his Patriots logo, over his chest, over his heart, thinking about his defensive coordinator, Terrell Williams, battling a prostate cancer. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Safety Insurance 98.5 of the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. 1-7. Drake Maye and company going left to right with a 1st and 10 from the right hash of the 31. Diggs in motion from the right. Handoff, Henderson in the backfield. Spun around and dropped immediately. A good play up front by Shelby Harris. Well-traveled defensive lineman for a loss back to the 28.
That wasn't the best first half for Drake Maye. Good to see him clean some things up here in the second half. Seems like he's up and running now.
Again, the numbers for Cleveland's defense going to be a bit misleading the way the Patriots offense is now playing. The Browns defense has had no help at all from really The other two units, Schmidt had a chance to kick a field goal early, missed it. Offense has done nothing since its first drive. Patriots taking advantage. Shotgun snap to Maye, dropping back. Again, feeling pressure, steps up, plants, and throws it downfield for Douglas, incomplete. But there is a flag in the secondary. Bob Douglas on the run in the secondary. And the Browns are going to draw
right to the pass, holding. Defense number 26. 5-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
And you hear the fans applauding. That's the second penalty on the Browns today. It's on Harden, who has both of them.
Basically, they've played that clean the game up to this point.
There have been only 7 penalties overall in this game, and 3 of them have been on special teams. 2 for the Patriots, false starts. First and 10 for the Pats as a result, out to the 33-yard line, and Drake Maye working from the gun between a pair of backs, including West over to his left. Drake back to throw. He's going to run. A lot of room up the middle. 40, 45, 50 to the 45 of Cleveland. And
thank you.
He finally goes down awkwardly at the 39-yard line of the Browns. Looked like he started into a slide, and then at the very last second thought differently and almost took a shot in the open field.
Well, obviously, Lamar's the fastest, right? He's faster than Josh Allen. That's great. I'm trying to think is there anybody?
That's a 28-yard run for Drake Maye. He looks so different, of course, because he's so tall and he runs upright. He's did topple over there.
Holmes doesn't do that.
No.
Holmes is shifty.
He's shifty. 53 rushing yards for Drake Maye. Works from the left hash of the 39. He takes the shotgun snap. He's back to throw. He loads up a long ball, lofted downfield. Open man, touchdown, Kayshon Boutte.
What a weapon. Number 9.
What a pretty throw.
Kayshon Boutte has played himself into one hell of a player for you. Really. And boy, did he endear himself to Mike Vrabel. Things weren't perfect when Vrabel first got here. Whether he was out of shape or whatever the attitude. And Vrabel talked about the transformation he made from spring to now to become Drake Maye's number 1 deep weapon. Every time he goes, he drops the bucket into him. He doesn't throw it more accurate to any other player than that guy.
Well, he had a great pocket to throw it from. And Drake Maye on a 39-yard completion to Kayshon Boutte, expanding the lead. Andy Borregales does his part to stretch it a little further. It's 30-7 Patriots who trailed this game 7-6 until the final 2 seconds of the opening half when Borregales put them in the lead with his field goal right before halftime. Kayshon Boutte, another long touchdown pass. That's his 5th touchdown catch of the season, his 3rd since week 6. Drake Maye came into this game averaging more than 9 yards per pass attempt, and that was a beautiful throw in stride to the open Boutte.
When he's in form, meaning he's mechanically sound, and he's in that pocket, 2 hands on the ball, you see him slide up, it just leaves the chest cavity with a rotation on it. And it gets to a certain point, and then it comes down like throwing in the bucket. Boutte's body control with the ball in the air. And these guys from LSU, man, they all got it. They all do.
And so you mentioned his journey from the spring when he came back in the summer, much better shape by his own admission, really, over the last couple of years after experiencing difficulties that were brought on by himself in college and then early in the NFL.
Yep.
Has completely turned his career around for the Patriots. And a guy who was very highly touted early in his LSU career before a serious ankle injury is living up to those expectations.
I mean, you might think, and we do all those receiver breakdowns, who's making the list, do the preseason stuff, who's your 5 guys, and everybody's like, what about Boutte? I mean, what about Boutte? He's number 2. It's Diggs 1, Boutte 2. He made you forget about Jalen Polk.
Kickoff to the right side, running it back. Corley to the left, brought down outside the number 30. Christian Ellis was there for the Patriots, along with Grant Again, newcomer for the Pats, up from the practice squad, in on that stop after the 5-play, 81-yard drive and 249. Again, an 81-yard drive, thanks to the great interception by Hawkins. More complimentary football with a 39-yard touchdown pass from Drake Maye to Kayshon Boutte. With a long ball in play for the Patriots, a team that didn't have explosive plays of any sort in recent years until 2025. Play fake by Gabriel. His throw is batted in the air and lands incomplete. They're right into the line, and Tongo was in there for the Pats among those
in the third quarter. You're up 30-7. This ball game's over. We couldn't say that the last 2 years in the third quarter. Third quarter, and you're telling them you're done.
Milton Williams with the deflection there. That ball was actually hit off his helmet. Again, Gabriel, the diminutive quarterback, starting for the Browns, but you've got to think it's a short-term run for him, no pun intended, as the Cleveland starter. Two receivers to the right, motion to the near side, Isaiah Bond. Gabriel back to throw, underneath, pass is caught, and Corley is driven backward from the 35-yard line. Check that, and Sampson driven backward. So the Browns are going to look at a 3rd and long, a 3rd and 6. Marcus Jones among the tacklers for New England.
Whole quarter football left, and you're total control this game. And it was a tight one, first half.
Patriots lost their first 2 home games to Las Vegas and Pittsburgh.
Pats are back. People
they
getting on their
struggled
feet.
at home so frequently since 2020. Throw by Gabriel to the near side. Flutters incomplete.
Got a flag on that.
And there's a penalty in the secondary, and it's going to be on New England. The Browns are going to be accorded the first down here.
Prior to the pass, holding, defense number 7. 5-yard penalty with an automatic first down.
Carlton Davis, another penalty for him. That's his 6th this season. Browns have it on a first down as a result at the 40-yard line.
Just this is the problem with the league and this kind of stuff. I don't want to start bitching about this, but like that's how you get on that's how you get recognized, okay? Stupid calls like that. You've been good all day, and you're gonna go start getting ticky-tack stuff.
Browns go empty, waist high snap, quick throw to the left to Ford, knocked out his hands by a jarring hit from behind by Christian Gonzalez. Gonzalez with some swagger today. 2nd down and 10 for Cleveland.
Nice. Zappe chance.
Bailey Zappe's the backup quarterback for the Browns. He was elevated from the practice squad. He made 1 start a year ago in Week 18.
Get the fever.
He went from the Patriots to Kansas City, to Cleveland, back to Kansas City, back to Cleveland. And with the clock frozen at 3 seconds, timeout by the Browns.
First charge timeout of the half.
We are in the 3rd quarter. Cleveland taking its first timeout, trailing the Patriots by a 30-7 score.
You can't get out of this 3rd quarter, huh?
Thing about the Browns franchise, of course, the team moved from Cleveland to Baltimore. The Browns have gone to the playoffs under Bill Belichick. In the 1994 wild card playoff matchup, the Browns beat the Patriots. Bill Parcells was the coach of the Pats against Bill Belichick of the Browns. Since that game, Cleveland has had exactly 1 playoff win. Since that 1994 wild card matchup of Belichick and Parcells. Wild card win back in 2020. Now from the pistol. 2nd down and 10 for Cleveland. Fannin motions left to right. Browns trailing at 37. Final seconds of the 3rd quarter. Gabriel takes a thigh-high snap. Throws across the middle for Fannin. Tough catch in traffic. And he makes it with Marcus Jones to wrestle him down at the 49-yard line. And the Browns are going to look at a short yardage situation here, a 3rd and 1, as we go to the 4th quarter at Gillette. We've got a timeout with the Patriots in control, 30-7 over Cleveland on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
the Johnson Collection.
Here at Gillette Stadium on this absolutely idyllic afternoon, the Patriots leading the Cleveland Browns by a 30-7 score as we head to the fourth quarter, and Cleveland confronts a 3rd down and 1. Now the Browns in their all-white uniforms with the orange and brown stripes on the sleeves and the pant legs, the orange helmets, going left to right. Gabriel takes the snap, hands it off. Sampson runs it into the left side, and he was stopped initially, but with a second effort, seemingly able to muscle his way to a first down to midfield. We haven't seen Judkins for a while since Tyson Campbell went into the injury tent with a head injury for Cleveland in the third quarter before a Patriots touchdown. Saw Judkins down on the sideline. Looked like he was coming out of the tent at that spot. We haven't seen him back in the game. 1st and 10 for the Browns from the 49. Shotgun snap. Gabriel's back, steps up. Now he starts to run. He flips it on the move to Njoku. Catches, runs across the 40-yard line, and is tackled by Carlton Davis in the open field at the 30 of New England. The quiet day for Njoku, who missed last week's game. Pro Bowler a couple of years ago. Veteran tight end for Miami. Patriots again with a 30-7 lead over the Browns. Cleveland going to work after a 20-yard completion. The snap to Gabriel, stands in, double clutches, outlets underneath, catch by Sampson, spins away from a hit by Marcus Jones. 3 Patriots are there right behind him to make the tackle. Robert Spillane among the Patriots on the stop.
The Patriots
make it 24.
They're just keeping everything in front. They're giving you the dinks, the dunks.
A lot like the second half last week when Tennessee started to add some yards after falling far behind. The snap on a 2nd down and 4. Gabriel able to escape to his left, being chased by Barmore to the outside on the first down run to the 15-10. And eventually, Christian Ellis and Robert Spillane force him out of bounds.
Boy, Miami's spanking Atlanta 31-3. Don't come in here this week with, better watch out for Atlanta. You'll be 7-2 this time next week.
Kirk Cousins quarterbacking the Falcons today. And Miami looked absolutely awful versus Cleveland last week, too. Had a 3-interception game today. It's a 31-3 lead, as Zoe just told you. Buffalo.
That's a bad Miami team.
Routing Carolina 43. The Panthers winning streak about to end. First down and 10 just outside the 10. Snap to Gabriel. Looks left. Looks the middle. Tries a shovel pass, and he shoveled into a pair of Patriots. The ball is loose. And a couple of guys charging for the Pats. Looked like Harold Landry along with Joshua Farmer. And the ball was tipped by Farmer. He had his right hand out. Sampson was trying to set up to catch a pass from Gabriel. Joshua with a very good play there. 2nd down and 10 just outside the 10. Judy goes left. Thus far, a 0 in the catch column for him. 3 receivers wide to the right. Sampson to the left of Gabriel. Quarterback with his right foot forward in the orange cleat. Waits on the snap. He takes it. He looks left. He comes back to the middle, and he throws it underneath. Catches made at the 9. Make it the 7, in fact, as Jalen Hawkins with a hit from behind on Sampson. Browns are going to look at a 3rd down. Just outside the Patriots 7.
Keep that clock running.
Cleveland goes, hurry up, 3 receivers wide to the right, 1 split left. Gabriel takes the snap, waist high. He looks to his right. He's in trouble. He rolls to his left. He's trying to get outside to the 10. He throws to the end zone. Incomplete. Undercutting it was Jalen Hawkins, and the throw high over the head of Jerry Jeudy. Cleveland's got to keep the offense on the field, of course, trailing 30-7.
Hawkins have a nice game. See things well.
No Kyle Duggar today, out with a knee injury. Jalen Hawkins, though, coming back from his recent injury, out with a hamstring for the New Orleans and Tennessee games the last 2 weeks. Had a huge interception for the Patriots to set up a touchdown drive. Now the Pats are trying to keep Cleveland out of the end zone here with a 4th down and 7 from just outside the 7. With 12:18 to go in the fourth quarter and a 30-7 lead for New England. 2 receivers wide to the right, 2 left. A back to the right of Gabriel, who takes the snap. He stands in.
Got a whistle.
Whistle sound.
Delay game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
When you're bad, you're bad.
Please reset the game clock to 12 minutes and 18 seconds.
Browns
Browns are now going to be backed up outside the 12-yard line.
But you get to the point where you get the schedule, you look to these games with Cleveland and all the games before it, they got a chance here to go a nice little run. Yeah, that never happens.
Three receivers are wide to the right, two are to the left. Gabriel waits on the snap and takes it again. Knee high. He throws a lob. End zone left, and the pass is incomplete. Jerry Jeudy was jostling with Christian Gonzalez, and the Patriots turn the Browns aside. Incomplete on fourth down. New England takes over with a timeout on the field. 12-14 remaining fourth quarter. The Pats 30, the Browns 7. On the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Here at Gillette Stadium, 12-14 to go, fourth quarter. Patriots lead by a 30-7 score. Their last touchdown on a 39-yard pass from Drake Maye to Kayshon Boutte. With that catch, Catches Law adds another $100 to the Catches for College program because no student should be sidelined by financial hurdles. Learn more at catcheslaw.com. Pat's going to work offensively here with a pitch to the right for Ramondre Stevenson. Tries to bounce outside from the Patriots 12, forced out of bounds in a 30-7 lead for New England.
You're a fan of uniforms.
Pats with a pickup of one.
Green Bay, Pittsburgh, Sunday Night Football.
I'll check that. Now they say he's out with no gain on the play.
Wow.
That is a great uniform matchup.
Is it nice?
Presuming they wear their usual uniforms.
Well, they're not going to wear that stupid stuff, are they?
I don't know.
No, they're not.
I don't know.
Not on Sunday night.
I don't know. I said...
Jim Miles over there. Not, yeah. That's a Thursday thing, Jim, I think.
Drake man work here with Stevenson to his right. Takes the shotgun snap. He moves up. He pumps, and he's going to be sacked again. Drake Maye is body slammed down by Myles Garrett. That's his fourth sack of the afternoon. Hey, what? This guy's motor doesn't stop.
Oh, good for him. He get $160 million, man. It should run.
Lined up in a wide position, and he rushed Morgan Moses, and then moved to the inside. Take down Drake Maye.
I started asking that question last week. How much longer are you leaving?
Patriots are now looking at the third down and 15. They lead this game 30-7. Here in the fourth quarter, Maye at work. Hands it off to Stevenson. Runs up the middle across the 10-yard line. Gets out to the 11. And really, right now, the only thing that can derail this team is, you know what?
Handoff, punt. Okay? That's the mode we're in now, guys. This kid got hit too much today. Right here. That's part of the game, football. But when that pocket closes down, these guys are it's heavy.
Some hits are unnecessary to take. Right?
All it takes an ankle, buddy.
Barringer from the end zone fields the snap. He's going to punt it away, and Bryce's kick is short. A missed hit that's going to come down on the Patriots sideline. Out of bounds, well into New England territory.
That's
marked out at the 27-yard line. Bryce Barringer, who's been very good for the Patriots since a poor punt in week one, with a miss hit there, the Browns are going to take over with 10-17 to go. Down by a 37 score on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Gillette Stadium, the Patriots lead the Cleveland Browns 30-7. Outside of the first series for Cleveland, the Patriots have really controlled this game, especially since they took the lead on the last play of the first half of Morigala's field goal. Barringer on the last play for the Pats with just a 15-yard punt that puts Cleveland at the Patriots' 26-yard line, going left to right from the left hash. First and 10 for Dillon Gabriel in an empty set. Quarterback takes the snap. Lefty stands in. He flips it across the middle. Caught by Sampson on the run between the hash marks.
Spillane.
Grabbed by Ellis at the ankle. Finished off by Spillane and Woodson. The tackle is made at the Patriot 22-yard line. Pat's defense held the Browns scoreless on a goal-to-go situation just outside the 10, actually. It was a first and 10 for Cleveland just outside the 10, failing to score on fourth down. Now second down and 6 for the Browns. Snap to Gabriel. Stands in. Looks over the middle. Flips at the outlet to the runner Sampson across the 15. Carries it to the number 10. Stopped. And spotted down at the 11.
Got finish.
Browns again on tempo. Haven't scored since their first series. Now Gabriel waits on the snap from the left hash with 3 receivers wide to the right. He takes it. He looks that way. He throws to the end zone. Caught by Njoku. Touchdown, Cleveland. Nearly intercepted by Craig Woodson, but David Njoku and the Browns have a touchdown.
Rapid punt. Sets up short field. And the quarterback stays in the game at 30-14.
Speaking of the quarterback, Drake Maye, he's been sacked 6 times today. And to correct myself, on the last sack by Garrett, that was his 5th officially. So they've credited Myles Garrett now with 5 sacks in this game. Browns going for 2.
They don't need to.
At 30-13. 3 receivers to the left. Big analytics team with tight end hand down right. Sampson to the right of Gabriel. Short motion by Judy from the left. Snap to Gabriel. Looks to the end zone. Throws back. Corner pass is going to be knocked incomplete. Coverage there by Marcus Jones on Fannin.
Good job, Cleveland.
And Cleveland still trailing 30-13.
You need to do that.
Great finish, Marcus.
Adam, ball out there. Those balls fell short today.
Fannin caught a long first down pass on a 3rd and 11 on the first series. Caught a touchdown pass for Cleveland on that drive. But here, the target on a 2-point throw by Gabriel, denied by Marcus Jones. 3 plays, 26 yards in 53 seconds. There's a long discussion about why teams go for 2 in that situation. You see it often at the end of games when it's even a 15-point game.
I'll tell you why.
Or a 16-point game. They go for the 2. They go for 2 on that first touchdown.
You were thinking of it, you know. That's when you create problems. Just made no problem. Yep. Not so possible.
Touchdown pass to Njoku was an 11-yard pass from Gabriel. The quarterbacks 5th overall. Andre Schmidt and the Browns are going to line up here. They have to declare with an onside attempt. So he's going to try to bounce it off the turf to the near side, and he rolls it right to Austin Hooper, who covers up. The near impossibility for a team to recover an onside kick anymore offensively. Yeah. Patriots take over at Cleveland's 44-yard line as a result.
Not a fan of the rule. I think it should be moving at the kick. Adds the drama to it. It takes every sense of drama out of the kick.
And the fact that you have to declare it.
I do declare.
That removes the possibility of what we saw in the Super Bowl between the Saints and the Colts, right, of the ambush play.
Yeah.
Second half coming out of the locker room.
Did Steelers do that with Dallas too? Yeah, Arizona one.
Drake Maye with a give and a run to the right side for Pop Douglas, strung out on the play and tackled back at midfield. I don't remember that one as obviously nearly as well.
Okay.
Steelers wound up winning that game too.
No, Dallas.
Dallas. That's the Arizona. Yeah, that's right.
Because I thought Coward came out in the second half on that side. I think so.
I'll have to go back.
Bill Donald's quarterback.
I'll go back and, of course, it's a terrapin. How could you do that? Loss of 6, second down and 16 from midfield as Maye drops back to throw, loads up, and he throws it to the right side. Coming back, the catch is made by Matt Collins. Made that grab at the 40, make it the 36 of Cleveland. Matt Collins had a good day today for the Patriots. Had the catch in front of Ward and Matt Collins now with his 6th reception.
You keep it away from the defender, you know. Nice accurate ball up high. Let him just get it.
3rd down and 2 after the 13-yard completion. 2 receivers to the left. Douglas inside a booty. Receiver to the right for the Patriots. The tight set there. As Maye directs traffic leaning forward. Stevenson to his left. That's Diggs on the right as Drake drops back and throws off balance for Diggs deep downfield. He's pushed off a bit. There's a flag on the play as he makes the catch along the far side. Out of bounds, however. He and Denzel Ward were going at it, and indeed Stephon Diggs, with the push, made the grab but out of bounds.
Pass interference, offense, number 8. 10-yard penalty.
It's a little bit
Play
more
third
than the
down.
one in New Orleans, the one that sucked on that call. Jerome Boger's kid. Is he back here now?
Still 7:56 to go here in the fourth quarter. The Patriots.
That's what happens when you throw the ball.
With a 30-13 lead. And now they're going to be backed up into a 3rd and 12 from the 46. Ball's on the right hash mark. New England goes right to left. They at work with the shadows beginning to extend to here at Gillette to cover entire field of play. The throw is across the middle, incomplete for Diggs. He's looking for a flag.
Thank you.
He's going to get one. So turnabout here in New
Pass
England.
interference. Defense, number 26. The ball is placed at the spot of the foul, then automatic first down.
Patriots getting the benefit of the call after Diggs got called for an offensive pass interference. He had another penalty for the Browns. Myles Garrett, that's his 3rd. Patriots have a 1st and 10 from the 41 of Cleveland. Handoff, Stevenson runs up the middle, burrows over the left hash mark to the 38-yard line. So we saw the Corgis at halftime.
Yep.
And I just saw, while Alex Moore was talking, a German dog descend the steps here in front of us. It's a fan with a German flag wrapped around his waist in a dog costume underneath a Browns jersey 00 with the name on the back, German dog. Not a German Shepherd, but away from the dog pound in Cleveland.
I thought you were going to say like he's carrying a Stein around or something from Oktoberfest.
After this one,
ever been to Oktoberfest?
No, never been to the real Oktoberfest.
I got it.
Football guy that prevents that from happening. Maybe in a couple of years we'll be over in Munich. Toss to Stevenson on the run to the right. Carries across the 45. He barrels his way to a 1st down run. Stopped just short of the 30. A tough running by Travion Henderson on his 8th carry of the day. But again, they got him outside.
Yeah, it's taken a couple weeks now. They're getting themselves out of that running back funk. Whether it's Stevenson, whether it's Henderson, it's outside.
Meanwhile, there's a very good Cleveland player, the rookie Schlesinger, their leading tackler, who had an interception early in this game, injured on that run, being ministered to across the way. Travion Henderson has now carried 8 times for 70 yards. Still 6 minutes, 52 seconds to go here at Gillette. The Browns coming into Foxborough. And this is the first time the Browns have come back to Gillette Stadium without someone who grew up in this area. I left Milton this morning, and the late, great Jim Donovan, who was from Milton and became the voice of the Browns. One of the real good people in this league, in our business, passed away about a year ago. So as the Browns came here today, just thinking about Jim and his family, very nice to me after coming into the league. Of course, we've been together in broadcast booths in Cleveland and Gillette, but not today. And he's sorely missed. Andrew Siciliano, who you may remember from the NFL Network, does a great job calling play-by-play. But Jim Donovan, really a dear favorite of Clevelanders, longtime television anchor there, broadcaster with New England roots. Sorely missed as well.
Well said, Bob.
Patriots break from the huddle here. 6.5 minutes to go. So many tough seasons and always calling with grace and class and excitement to match the moment. And now here's Maye on a 1st and 10. Turn and play fake. Deep drop. Throws it across to Hollins. Left side. 20 to the 15. Dragged down from behind. Mac Hollins brought to the turf by Denzel Ward at the 11-yard line. But another catch and run for Hollins on his 7th grab of the day.
So the good play fake, A good throw on a drag out in front. Short motion by Hollins. It's right where he only gets it right in front. Keep running stride.
He is now the leading receiver for the Patriots with 7 catches and 7 targets for 89 yards, including that 19-yarder.
Got to kill clock.
Now the ball at the left hash mark, 11 in a 30-13 lead for the Patriots. The clock at 5:50 and counting. Westover, the fullback, up in front of Henderson. 2 receivers right. Hooper, tight end left. Tosco's right for Henderson. Travion is able to stay on his feet with a bit of a hurdle and find enough of a crease to get forward to the 10. Only 1.5 yards, but still, the Browns had that play defended pretty well.
He ran hard today. I thought Henderson ran hard today. Nice calls by Josh to lip fake, get him outside. He's the outside runner. Ramondre's the inside runner.
A lot of people have been wondering, when are we going to see Travion Henderson have his breakout today? And we've seen it. Yet to score, but he's still got a chance here in the offset eye. Westover, the fullback to right. Pitch, Henderson left. Runs to the 10. Cuts it right at the 5. Lost the ball. Charged free from behind. Recovered by Cleveland at the 1.
Just when you talk about him. Just when you compliment him. Just when we're just trying to give him some praise. You said he had the breakout. Got the fumble.
He got hit from in front and behind. A hit right on the ball by Mahmoud Diabate. And then the hit from behind by Cameron Thomas, it appeared, and Devin Bush cradled the ball at the 1-yard line. So the Browns take over, 4:51 to go, fourth quarter. Cleveland trailing 30-13.
Yep, Route 1 will be a parking lot in about 10 minutes.
Fans vacating Gillette Stadium here. A lot of people early today.
Yeah.
This is a gorgeous afternoon. Excitement, of course, coming off the road trip, a 3-0 road swing for the Patriots. On the verge of a 5th win in a row. First time the Pats have won 5 straight since they ripped off 7 consecutive victories in 2021. Gabriel under center, single back behind him, turn and give, and a run up the middle by Sampson. And he takes a stick at the 1, right at the line of scrimmage, no gain. For the Patriots, crowding the box there. Anthony Jennings among the tacklers for New England. So was Robert Spillane, who's had a big day for the Pats, including an interception to set up a touchdown for the Pats. Robert Spillane with 13 tackles. Dylan Gabriel from the right hash mark. Officially from the 2. Second down and 9. Fannin on the right wing. Play fake. Gabriel drops back in the end zone. Throws it out of the end zone to the near side. There's nobody home for Cleveland. Patriots are looking for a safety. Gibbons says, throw the flag.
He's in the pocket.
Gabriel was in the pocket. Fannin was running up the right sideline a good 15 to 20 yards away with the pass thrown into the flat right side.
Can't do that.
The officials conferencing. Once more.
Intentional grounding. Offensive to 8. Yeah. In the end zone. This will be a safety.
Now the Patriots were in position to get 6. They're going to get 2 after the fumble lost by Henderson on the safety with the intentional grounding call on Gabriel.
But look at the complimentary response here. So you fumble, you turn it over, your defense goes out there and balls. Backs them up, doesn't give up the easy run. Not just trying to kill clock, going out to play, trying to score points. Good job, Vrabel.
The Patriots will receive. We expect the free kick. It's 32-13, but beware. Several weeks ago, the Cincinnati Bengals attempted an onside free kick. And they were guilty of an illegal procedure. So, Pats cannot take it for granted here that Cleveland, with Schmidt out there for the Browns. Well, he's going to put the tee down. A lot of teams in this situation after safety use the punter for the free kick. Schmidt's going to put the ball down on the tee. And again, the Browns are going to try an onside kick, more of a conventional form. .406 to go. Schmidt lines up almost laterally to the ball on the 20-yard line. Takes a couple of steps, tops it to the near side. Big bounce, got it, and the Browns come away with it. He got that big hop off the turf, and the Browns are able to recover it. Well done by Cleveland with the recovery by Gage Lavardin.
Hooper had the last one.
That the hop over Hooper.
Yeah. You got to go after that. You got to attack that. Yeah, he pulls his hands down.
So the Browns absorbed the safety, and again, the kicker got the result you're looking for, where he tops it and then gets the bounce high in the air, and he's smiling as he heads to the Cleveland sideline. Get some congratulations from his teammates, one of the many rookies on that Browns roster. And Austin Hooper none too pleased about it. He had recovered the last onside attempt. The Browns 1 for 2 today. 4:05 to go, 32-13, the New England lead. Gabriel now with 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. He takes the snap against a 4-man rush, pressured, and sacked. Milton Williams was the first back there. Play finished off by Anthony Jennings. Along with Elijah Ponder. Clock counting, 3:40, 3:42. The Browns with a loss back to the 23. A second down and 20 as Gabriel drops back looking to throw. Rolls to his left, throws to the sideline, caught by a fan and reels it in. Short of the 28. Marcus Jones covering for the Patriots, and a cluster of fans below our booth to our right chanting for Bailey Zappi. A little bit differently than when we heard those chants in the past, but good for the young man to continue his career with
uncomfortable times, man. Don't forget that Chicago Monday night game. Get pulled and it was awkward.
And good for Mac Jones too, despite the situation right now in Houston for San Francisco. Mac has found a home with the 49ers. Throw underneath, behind fan into the left on a 3rd down and 15. Christian Gonzalez had a beat on it. Dangerously close to a pick 6 for Dylan Gabriel, the quarterback for Cleveland. He had not thrown an interception in the last 3 games. His first 3 starts were picked off today by Spillane along with Hawkins. Gonzalez put both hands to his helmet after he couldn't come up with that one. 4th down and 15. Browns keep the offense out there. 32-13, New England with the lead. Cleveland has it at the Browns 28-yard line from the far hash mark. And back to his left, Gabriel has 3 receivers right, 1 left. He takes the snap against a 4-man rush. Pocket holds, throw to the right, caught by Fannin, but well short of the first down line to gain. He makes the catch at the 35, and he is brought down by the Patriots. Spillane, Davis, Ellis, that defense hurrying off the field. No, but as you said, even after the safety for the Browns, the defense. I see the Patriots turn the ball over. The game's already won. They go out there and they stuff the Browns on the first run. They get the safety. Here Cleveland recovers the onsides, and the defense gets them off the field immediately.
They button it up, man. They find a way to eventually settle down and do what they're required to do. Like it's not flashy. It's not like real pretty. It's effective. And it's hard to get on them. It really is.
Effort and finish. Maye's back out there under center with 3:18 to go. He turns and gives it to Henderson, or rather Jennings, I'm sorry. Well, Jennings runs through the middle. He carries it to the 30-yard line. Drake Maye
18 for 24 today, 282 yards, 3 touchdowns, and interception. After the pick, you think about some of those early drives that resulted in field goals instead of touchdowns for the Patriots. You think big drop-off from his torrid play of late. His quarterback rating today, 135.8. He extends the handoff to Jennings, runs up the middle, and he nearly broke away with 2 defenders holding on at the 20-yard line. A first down run for the second-year back out of Florida A&M. Don Jones making the stop for Cleveland. So with his 3 touchdown passes today and 1 interception, Drake Maye now with 15 TDs, 3 interceptions, a 5-to-1 ratio. I mean, yeah. My math isn't so good, so, you know. We're in the 2-minute warning. It's 32-13. Patriots over the Browns on the Safety Insurance 98.5. The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
The Johnson Collection.
Just like old times here at Gillette Stadium with the Patriots leading the Browns 32-13.
Wow. I don't think we ever hear this yet. He's getting that rut, man. 2-year rut, 3-year rut, 3-year rut, yeah. Just go win at home. This ain't Sweet Caroline, honey. Where you just play it for bleeps and giggles regardless of the score. Getting smoked. Nobody wants to have fun swaying, singing to that. Play this when you're winning.
Patriots have gone through a 3-15 stretch at Gillette Stadium, now with back-to-back wins and victory formation in the 2-minute warning with their 32-13 lead over Cleveland. And the quarterback, Drake Maye, to the knee once on a first down snap. A couple more times we'll do it, and then we'll wrap things up in the booth and send it to the Shaw's and Star Market Patriots post-game show. Shaw's and Star Market make shopping, ordering online, and saving easier than ever. Download the Shaw's Deals and Delivery app or the Star Market Deals and Delivery app today.
That post-game show,
Joe
man.
Murray on the post-game.
They're on a heater.
It's been a winning combination.
Nothing to complain about.
Oh, they'll find something.
Yeah.
And it's nice to it's nice to be critical, or at least to be analytical and to critique. And we're talking about a win. The Patriots.
That's what you do. That's what we do.
With another kneel down from Maye, have 1 more to go before they have their 6th win of the season and their 5th in a row. For Mike Vrabel today, it'll be against a team that plays in Northeast Ohio, where he grew up, a team that employed him a year ago. Very grateful to the Browns organization for welcoming him in after he was fired by Tennessee at the end of the 2023 season. Very close to the coach of the Browns, Kevin Stefanski, and his staff. Bubba Ventrone, his former Patriots teammate, special teams coordinator for the Browns. And now is Maye for the final time. And victory formation takes the knee. The Patriots and the Browns meet at midfield. Mike Vrabel and Kevin Stefanski.
You get sense. I said it
With a
before it happened.
handshake.
I know you referred to it. These type of games will get away from you. Last couple of years. This team's different. They're building something. They believe in something. They're taking coaching. They're correcting mistakes. They're getting better right in front of us every week. Every week. Quarterback wasn't great in the first half. Picked it up in the second. Makes you remember him for the last couple of weeks and stays the course. They scored 32. Like, that's a good defense. I know you had the safety, but I thought you scored 30. That's pretty good.
Yeah, you know, the sense, too, like, I think now you talked about, like, once
you should win this game. You should win this game.
They should win this game. And once they got to the locker room with the lead, if you're the opposition,
dead.
There are some teams in this league, it's not the case, but with other teams, like a team like in Cleveland's situation, you know, you had your chance, and the Patriots have the lead. The better team is going to eventually pull away.
See, I felt that like in Buffalo, too. Remember before the half, and I'm like, I felt like we controlled that first half. But there's Buffalo. And figured out the second half, and you went out, you competed with them, and you outplayed them. It's different this year. It is. Got another one here next week. Stack them up, baby.
And the one next week is against a team right now in a tumultuous spot, Atlanta.
Yeah.
Turned to Kirk Cousins today in place of an injured Penix.
Oh, well.
And they got it handed to them by the Dolphins. Miami winning 34-10 over the Falcons.
So
that's the next.
So you're 6-2. You're 6-2. You go 4-5 the rest of the way. You're a 10-win team. Like you're putting yourself in the position where now those numbers are starting to look a little ridiculous. You know what I mean? You reassess it. You evaluate it. What are your expectations now? You know?
Wow,
double-digit wins is right there for you.
I mean, after so many seasons where you're not playing meaningful games in late October, the Patriots are going into November.
You haven't played the Jets yet.
Looking ahead to December.
Got the Jets twice. Got Miami. All right. We call, sir.
All right, sir. Beautiful
see
day.
you at home, baby.
Great finish
Right.
for the Patriots.
Good job.
And as they win over the Cleveland Browns again in decided fashion, 32-13. For Zoe, Mark, Dennis, Jim, Tyler, Mike here on site. Let's go to the Shaw's and Star Market Patriots postgame show in Waltham with Joe Murray and Mark Dondero. Guys?
All right, Bob and Zoe, another great call, another great win for the Patriots as they get it done over the Cleveland Browns at Gillette Stadium. A bit of a slow start, but they turn it on as they've been doing the last few weeks here. So we got a lot to get to today on the Shaw's and Star Market Patriots postgame show. First, though, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Safety Insurance Patriots Radio Network. Hey, again, a lot to get to after another Patriots victory. Let's go to break now here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Shaw's and Star Market Patriots postgame is next on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. This is the Shaw's and Star Market Patriots postgame show. Now, here's Mark Dondero and Joe Murray.
All right, welcome in. It's the Shaw's and Star Market Patriots postgame show. Shaw's and Star Market make shopping, ordering online, and saving easier than ever. Download the Shaw's Deals and Delivery app or the Star Market Deals and Delivery app today. The New England Patriots once again getting it done, reestablishing a level of dominance at home. 32-13 the final over the Cleveland Browns. Mark Dondero, Joe Murray with you. A lot to get to, Joey. But first, what was your biggest takeaway from the Patriots win over the Browns?
My biggest takeaway of the day is the second half adjustments the Patriots coaching staff continues to make in games. Very close early on in this one, but when it came to the defense in the second half, they have been outstanding in third quarters. And wow, did Josh McDaniels put together a great offensive drive to start the half. It put the Browns away, and it forced Dylan Gabriel, I think, to make mistakes. So really, to me, overall, it was a pretty competitive day, and they faced the number one defense today, but still put up 30 points.
All right, that's what Joe Murray has to say. Let's hear what Mike Vrabel has to say as we go to Mike Vrabel's press conference brought to you by Oakers Technologies.
Taking advantage of our opportunities, turning drives into touchdowns, hitting some X plays, and not settling for field goals like we did in the first half. But sometimes it's going to be like that. A lot of times in this league, it's going to be like that. And we've had other games, and they asked me about starting fast, and again, we'll try to continue to work on that. But I'm also proud of the totality of the team, and I know there's so much more to improve. But we got stops in the second half, and we scored touchdowns, and that's what the difference in the game was. But it was also the way we finished the first half, by getting a stop and going down there and making a huge gain. We didn't convert, but we were able to move the ball down there in a field goal range, and Andy and that operation was able to take advantage of it and go into the halftime with the lead.
Mike, kind of extending that, just the complimentary football, Spillane the interception, and then the touchdown, Hawkins the interception, touchdown. How pleased were you when you saw those kind of things unfold? And you brought your team to the sidelines for the ensuing kickoff. What was the reason for having everybody stand up on the sidelines for that?
Well, I wish you guys would have noticed that a few weeks ago. We started doing that a couple weeks ago when we started going on the road. So glad you guys just now noticed, but that hasn't changed in 3 weeks. It was focus that we had on the road, trying to get up and support the other groups, the ones that were trying to create field position for us on the kickoff return or the kickoff. So taking advantage of the turnovers was huge. Certainly one on third down there with Spillane, and then the long one there that Hawk had. So we got to take care of the ball better and continue to find opportunities. They hadn't turned it over, and then when their gimmick plays ran out, I thought we played pretty good defense.
Looks like the team was pretty. Looks like the
Sorry.
team.
You were right. Far right.
It looks like the team was pretty fired up for Stephon Diggs after he scored his first touchdown of the season. Just how would you characterize the impact he's had in the locker room so far?
Really enjoy being around him every day. His energy, communication, his willingness to learn and play and figure out what it is that we need from him each and every week. There's been an energy. He's practiced when we needed him to practice, and we're going to have to start taking care of some of these veteran guys, and whether that's him or Morgan or Hunter and a lot of these other guys as we move on towards the season. But highly competitive. He's vocal. He cares. He's a great teammate. He's been really good for that position and some of the younger guys' development. So I'm happy to be able to get him in the end zone. It was long overdue.
Drake was sacked 6 times today, but still finishes with 280 and 3 touchdowns. Just how impressed were you with his resolve as this game went on?
Well, everybody's resolve, and again, would like to have the sacks, but again, we got to get the ball out on time and understand who it is that we're dealing with, and but I don't think that as long as we're keeping them clean and not some vicious hits, we have to be able to be better in that regard, but. I think when we give them time to throw, it's pretty good, and it's good to see us hit a couple X plays, and but we knew that was going to be a challenge with this front, and then the way that they played, and certainly with Myles Garrett and committing 2 people to him, and him still, affecting the quarterback is obviously impressive.
Mike, we're going on 6 weeks now where you guys are among the best defenses in the league the last 3 quarters. What, besides the tackling, which we've talked about, do you see is driving that?
I think we settle in. I think we get some stops. I don't think we given up a ton of X plays in that regard. After the first drive, and whether that was a missed tackle or, they got us and over aggressive and slipped the guy out of the backfield, but I think they play and they compete for 60 minutes. This isn't a 1 or 2 possession game. There's 10 or 12 at least possessions in a football game. So we got to continue to work on the things and enhance the things that we've done well and improve on the things that haven't been so well, which is the early game, the opening script, getting off the field on 3rd down, which we had them in 3rd and long and weren't able to. So, but creating 3rd and long opportunities and then continue to get stops.
Mike, obviously not word for word, but what did you say to your team at the half? You guys struggled a lot in the first half, both obviously to move the ball, but then, of course, to get points, then 3 straight touchdowns to start the second half.
We were winning the game, so I just told them, keep playing. I don't know how many yards we had. Those are stats. I look at the scoreboard, we were winning.
Mike, right behind him. Just curious your thoughts on Myles Garrett today, and I imagine you guys had him emphasized during the week. Just how hard is this guy to block, I guess?
Just size, speed, athleticism, bend. Having watched him last year, it's impressive, and it's hard. We're trying to chip him, and he gumbies around one guy, and then speed bursts. The other guy is just an elite athlete with a tremendous skill set. And, I'm glad that, we don't play him twice every year unless we're both in the playoffs. So, he's just a dynamic player, and, they do a nice job with him, and he certainly impacts a lot of football games.
Coach, what went into the individual player introductions? I know earlier you mentioned players standing up during special teams, but what was your thought process into having the players introduced individually before the game?
I just feel like these guys put a lot into it and would like to recognize them individually. Hopefully our fans can embrace that and get excited for them, and something that felt like we wanted it to do, and create some energy early and get them to recognize the players' efforts and allow these fans to support us, which they did. It's getting loud on 3rd down, and we got to continue to play hard for them so that they cheer for us. Hey, Soph.
Hey, Mike.
Just curious, Christian Barmore, we didn't really see him in the first quarter. Was there anything that led to him being sidelined and then to see him come back in the game after?
Yeah, I had to make a decision. My job is to protect the team. So when there's actions that I don't feel like are commensurate with what we want to do here, I got to make a decision and we move on.
Last question, Dick. Mike, run game was effective again for the second straight week. What'd you see happening there against a tough Browns defense?
Tough sledding. I think we stayed committed. We make some interior runs. We hit some outside plays, some perimeter runs, and then obviously the quarterback stuff helps to those numbers. And when they pressure and they play man coverage, and Drake can do that has to be part of who we are. We got to send them to spring training and figure out, when to slide and continue to talk about that and do my best there. Thanks, guys.
All right, that was Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel's press conference is powered by Oakers Technologies. Our coach knows a winning playbook is the key to success. And when it comes to your company's technology, the Oakers playbook has been unstoppable for over 100 years. So get future ready with Oakers, proud partner of your New England Patriots. And I'll tell you this, Joey, Mark Dondero, Joe Murray back here on the Shaws and Star Market Patriots post-game show. The big takeaway for me was identity, because we talked earlier in the year about the Patriots' identity and not exactly knowing what they were even going for. And now, not only do they know what their identity is, not only do we all know what their identity is, but they are great at forcing teams into playing their type of football, their game. And that has, been the best thing that I can say about this football team, because you talk about complementary pieces, you talk about playing on your terms. They're doing all of that and then some. And even a game today against the best defense in the league, the best pass rusher in the league, a former defensive player of the year who had his moments, obviously, they make him and them really, they take him out of the game. And the Browns lost this game by more than 2 touchdowns. The Patriots forced them ultimately to play their game. Drake Maye making plays, scoring points, and daring them to keep pace. And they couldn't come close. And that's the Patriots exerting their will, their dominance over an opponent. And they're doing that week after week after week. And that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, the other thing just to add in here is, they faced adversity in this game. They came back. They passed the test today, right? That's what it is. The Patriots are passing the test. So if it's to their identity, good. Like a team that can have a lead at halftime, which was, curious at all. They kicked the field goal there, 9-7. But to come back out, play good defense, score right away, then force a turnover, and then run the ball down their throat and continue to make big plays downfield. The identity of the Patriots is you got to hit them early, because teams have been. And they keep coming back. So how do you actually beat the Patriots now? Like, this is now, today Cleveland came in there with some sort of game plan to challenge over the middle of the field. Well, when Dylan Gabriel couldn't throw over the middle of the field anymore, he couldn't get to the sidelines because Gonzalez was doing his thing on one side, and then the team was making great play after great play defensively. Mm-hmm. I don't know how teams are going to challenge the Patriots defense unless they get up over 2 scores. But at that point, I still think they're good enough offensively to come back.
I think the way you beat them now and the way that team should try to approach games against them now is I know this is going to sound a little bit overdone, try to keep it close. And then hope at the end of the game, maybe Drake Maye's not quite as proven as a closer in a close game where he has to finish the job himself and kind of take it over. I'm not saying he can't do it. He sort of did it last year in Tennessee. They didn't win that game. He's done it this year. That was a close game earlier in the season against, what was the score against the Bills? I don't remember the score of that game. 23-20. It was a close game. So maybe just try to keep it close and hope you can clip them at the end. I'm not saying it's not a game that the Patriots can't win, but they are making you play their style, and you can't keep Maye down. Yeah. Even if you make plays against him, even if Myles Garrett has a borderline career day, he has 4 sacks, he's disrupting everything, he's getting around the edge. What was the Mike Vrabel, Gumbying around the edge, or what he said? You still find yourself in a hole because Maye he'll just come back and make another big throw to Mac Hollins or to Booty, and he'll make another play, and that solves nothing. Okay, and speaking of Drake Maye is now at the podium, so let's go to Drake Maye's press conference, brought to you by your Chevrolet dealers.
That's how they played. They played a great game. So I think we when they did force turnovers, we scored off them, which was good to see. I think we left some out in the red zone, but we ran the ball, we threw it some, and we had the one turnover, me, and the one with Travion at the end. So we got to learn from that. But yeah, they're a good defense. They're good up front. They get that for the passer, and I got to do a better job of getting the ball out and knowing the kind of what mode I'm in to get it out.
Drake, did it feel like that Josh was kind of the way he called plays at the beginning of the second half, kind of some cleverness, some creativity that kind of opened things up for you guys? And was that something that was a little bit of a conversation in locker room at halftime? Yeah, no, he was. His demeanor in halftime was, he could tell that. He was calming us down and knew that we were good, and just classic, Coach McDaniel's drive. I mean, he's just dialing it up and multiple times and getting guys open and really making it easy for me. So he's done his whole life, and I feel like he's put on the search to be an offensive coordinator. So it's fun to be in the headset with him.
Mike Giardi in the front row. Drake, after your long run, the crowd started chanting MVP, MVP. Next play, you throw the 39-yard touchdown pass to Kayshawn. More of the same. Did you hear it? What's your reaction to it?
No, I didn't hear it. The guys were making fun of me about my slide back in the huddle on the long run. So I didn't hear it, but the fans have been awesome all season. It's been really cool to really to see the difference from last year to this year. Man, it's been a journey, and they've been through it, and they've been the fans have been through it the last couple of years. So it's just credit to them, and we did the intros today for the first time, so we didn't know how that would go. That was pretty cool. But no, the fans have been awesome. Like I said, I think the best fans in the league, and they continue to show out every week.
Drake, I'm curious, with the two touchdowns today, one to Hunter and one to Stephon Diggs. First with the Hunter one, getting him the ball on National Tight Ends Day. What did that mean? And then with that second one to Stephon Diggs, finally getting him the ball in the end zone as a Patriot. Well, just on those two.
Yeah, they mentioned something to me this week, Hunter and Hoop did, about National Tight End Day, and glad Big Hoop had a big catch, and a couple big catches, and then Hunt had one at the end. I missed him a few times. I've been missing him a lot throughout the year, so it was good to see him get in there. And then Steph was, we've been joking about him the other day that KC, Kayvon Chason had more touchdowns than Steph did. So finally Steph got in there and got one, so it was cool.
Drake, can you walk us through your touchdown to Kayshawn Boutte and whether there was any advantage you guys gained by going formation to boundary on that play?
Yeah, really we're just trying to, we've worked into the boundary, and Kayshawn liked it. On that side, we worked on that side during the week, so we just kept it that side, and he made a great move on him, and just trying to give him a chance. Thought I overthrew it again, but he made a nice adjustment to it and a great catch.
Chris Ryan, front row.
Drake, obviously the number one ranked defense in the league. What did you learn about kind of yourself and how you had to adapt through the course of this game and make plays, end up with a stat line that you would like despite some adversity in the game?
Yeah, just bouncing back. Through early interception, and we talked about all week kind of this what they strived on, their defense, their offense, and good positions, and was looking downfield and forgot the guy in front of me could jump, so he picked it. But nice play by him. But just battling back from adversity. This is that league. One of the best players on the edge, and maybe the best player in the league on the edge. So just battling back and continue to run it and play action and boot, and just trying to keep the defense off its trying to be unpredictable on offense. And I think Coach called a great game, and good to handle adversity and come out at halftime and score 3 touchdowns in the third quarter was big.
Last question, Mike Reese in the front row.
Drake, you had mentioned about the pregame introductions. Coach Rabel mentioned a chance to create more energy in the stadium and sort of get the fans maybe engaged in that moment. I'm curious, did you feel that, like a difference with those introductions, and what was your thought being the last guy out there?
Yeah, I thought it was, I was nervous, a little bit nervous for it. You always see it, other teams do it, and I got really no swag, so I just go out there and run. But I think the guys enjoyed it. I think it was cool, kind of hanging back there in the back, being the last one. I think the first 10 guys, they had the wrong names running out. We ran out too fast, so I think we'll work on it. But I think the fans, I think it was new for them too, so they probably have to adjust to it maybe next time. You'll be ready for it. But I thought they were loud. I think it's really loud every time they do the call outs. But really that's it. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Drake.
All right, Drake Maye's press conference is brought to you by your New England Chevy dealers and the Chevy Silverado, where dependability comes standard. So the worst thing the Patriots executed today was the the player intros pregame, the individual intros pregame, I guess. One thing that was interesting to me, Joe, before we have to take a quick break, I want to talk about Josh McDaniels. Okay, in the game that he called today, I thought he had some very good moments. And I thought there was one moment in particular where Drake Maye, I mean, he said it there in the press conference talking about what Josh McDaniels offered to the team at halftime, some of the plays that Josh McDaniels called and some of the different things that they did offensively, really helping out the offense. And I thought it was interesting, after the touchdown pass to Kayshon Boutte, did you see Drake Maye specifically pointing to the sideline? He didn't say it in the press conference, but based on his comments, I'm assuming he was pointing at Josh McDaniels. So clearly there's been a lot of conversation about who's should be given the most credit and who's at the foundation of this ascent. I'm not saying this answers the question definitively, but it's clear based on what we saw today and what we heard today that Drake Maye feels strongly about Josh McDaniels' impact on this development progression and the trajectory we've seen. I don't know what you think. That's kind of my takeaway based on those comments.
Yeah, didn't love some of the play calls early on, but they made up for it, and you mentioned that play right there. Drake Maye is still learning. He went up against, for the crowd that says, wait till they play a good defense. You just played the number one defense and dropped 30 points. He had 3 touchdowns. Now, he had an interception in the game and he had a fumble, but he got it back. But maybe he was a little, hey, listen to the coaching now. Take some of this. We're going to put you in a better spot. Maybe that was McDaniels there helping him out. He pointed to him. I will say this on that first drive out of the half. I keep going back to the half, third quarters.
Yep.
We saw the kitchen sink. That's Josh McDaniels.
Yeah.
And throwing out they did like a fake reverse toss. Like, it was just, that's Josh McDaniels. So, no doubt about it. We can say it's Maye who's elevated it. I'm one of those people, but I do think that, no doubt about it, Josh McDaniels has owned Schwartz. Has owned him throughout his entire career. It was one of the things I said all week long. He certainly showed it in the second half today.
617-779-0985. Get the calls in today. A lot to talk about here as we continue on the Shaws and Star Market Patriots postgame show. But first, let's get headlines with Joe Murray.
Sports Hub headlines presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Patriots win 32-13 over Cleveland today. Drake Maye, 3 touchdown passes. Stephon Diggs got into the end zone along with Hunter Henry and Kayshon Boutte. Mac Hollins, a big day. 7 receptions, 89 yards. The offense rushed for 177. Travion Henderson got going as well. 2 touchdowns from the defense as well. Pats have won 5 in a row. They're now 6-2 on the season. They'll welcome the Falcons next week to Gillette Stadium. And Atlanta struggled today without Michael Penix. They lose in Miami 34-10. Texans get a 26-15 win over the 49ers. Ravens 30, Bears 16. Bills crushed the Panthers 40-9. Eagles got a 38-20 win over the Giants. And the Jets came all the way back, 23 fourth quarter points to defeat the Bengals 39-38. Right now in action, no score in all 3 games between the Bucs, Saints, Cowboys, Broncos, Titans, and Colts. And later on tonight, who will we see on Sunday Night Football? Packers, Steelers. Monday Night Football will be Washington at the Chiefs without Jaden Daniels. And the Celtics currently in action right now. It is 54-43 in the second quarter. Jaylen Brown with 19 points. I'm Joe Murray. We'll have more of the Shaws and Star Market Patriots postgame show after this on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
A rolling right, throws it to the 5. Easy walk-in, touchdown, Hunter Henry!
All right.
And the Patriots expand their lead.
Good job at halftime, making some adjustments. Get the quarterback outside the pocket. When that pocket collapsed earlier in this drive, Drake Maye still picked up 6 yards. So you're getting positive plays even when you're breaking it down. Travion Henderson in that drive, getting him outside in space. That's the key. And a 7-yard little play action fake to the left. Boot to the right, dump it to Hunter Henry for the touchdown.
All right, welcome back. Shaws and Star Market Patriots postgame show. Mark Dondero, Joe Murray. The drive of the game is brought to you by Safety Insurance, providing comprehensive coverage for your auto, home, and business. Ask your independent agent about safety. We'll help you manage life's storms. That drive capped off by the Drake Maye to Hunter Henry TD, 7 plays, 77 yards in 4 minutes and 3 seconds. And I know there's a lot to like on that drive, Joe, from Josh McDaniels, specifically getting Travion Henderson back involved.
Yeah, the first drive, he was involved a lot, and then he just kind of disappeared. I questioned why they went away from him, but Henderson ran well today. He had 10 carries for 75 yards. He had a 27 long. The fumble at the end of the game, I think, will get brought up. It was unfortunate to see the fumble, but overall, you see the dynamic duo that they can be, right? Stevenson and Henderson, like one inside the tackles and the other one outside. And just so you know, when they stopped going outside, that's when Myles Garrett took over. Mm-hmm. So when they were playing that 12 personnel, that's when Myles Garrett made an impact in the game. So how do you take away one of the most impactful players? You go outside, and it worked beautifully.
I think that balance, trying to figure that out throughout the course of the game. Again, Garrett made his plays, obviously, but they were able to find ways around it and keep going and eventually wrestle the Browns into the type of game that they wanted to play, both offensively and defensively. Ashley is on the phone now and wants to talk about the defense. Hey, Ashley.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to talk about the run defense. I really don't think they're getting enough credit. I mean, they've held Genty, they've held Achan. Yeah, he had receiving yards, but for the rushing, he really didn't have a good game against us. And now Judkins and James Cook. I really just don't think they're getting enough credit for the wins that they have. So just want your thoughts on that.
They getting enough credit, the run defense, Joe?
Yeah, they have yet to give up a rush, over 50 yards a rush to a running back this year.
Yeah. That's kind of ridiculous.
It is.
That's ridiculous.
And, we'll be positive for now. Sounded like Christian Barmore missed the first quarter today for something.
Suspension. That's what it sounded like.
So we'll get into that. Judkins was effective early on. He was wearing his helmet the rest of the game because he had some injury. Mm-hmm. But then by the way, this is another thing about Dylan Gabriel today. He looked good early on and was accurate, right? Once the running game disappeared, couldn't do anything.
So I think, again, I'm not going to try to downplay what the defense has done. But I do think part of the reason the run defense has been so effective is because the Patriots are getting teams to play their game. And their game is Drake Maye and scoring and kind of sprinting out to this lead. And that makes it really hard to run and staying with the run and all those things. The run defense is excellent. Don't get me wrong. But they are making teams uncomfortable. They're making them one-dimensional. And they're making them play their type of game. And that is not lending itself to other teams' desire to come in here and run the ball. It just isn't. Let's go to Josh in Indiana. Hey, Josh.
So I called in a few weeks ago and I was like, hey, sneaky big win because they beat a trash bag team. But I think now they're actually beating teams. Like, this isn't just like a sneaky big thing. This is they're doing what a good football team should do. Just want your thoughts and opinions.
Well, it's a good thought because here's the thing, Josh. How many great teams are there in the league? That's what I'd ask you. How many great quarterbacks are there in the league? How many teams with very limited flaws are there in the league? I don't know if there's one. Is there a juggernaut this year? I mean, obviously the Eagles are very good. They got a lot of talent. Their quarterback is very good. Is he elite? Is he, an MVP type of guy? No, but he's very good. I mean, that's a team. But if you have a quarterback that might be more dynamic, I just feel like there's not a lot of great teams that are the clear-cut standard bearer in the league right now. Yeah. So I don't know what test you're looking for that's coming down the road.
I think the test is this. The Patriots have struggled defensively in 6 out of 8 games this year. They've given up points in 6 out of 8 opening drives.
Are you talking about opening drives?
Yeah. Opening drives.
Opening drives.
And in half the games this year, they've given up a touchdown.
Yeah.
And yet, they still managed to beat the team by double digits and score 30 points. So, yes, was it close? It was 7-6 early on. It was 9-7 at halftime, whatever it was.
Yeah.
It was close, right?
Yeah.
The game was close at half. This is why my opening take was the adjustments. Like, Stefanski and Schwartz are good. Good coaches.
Yeah.
That was the number 1 defense in football.
Correct.
The Patriots just made adjustments and shut them down. And they had no running game. Maybe this is adding to your point, Mark, about their identity. I think that we're starting to see that they have the coaches in place to make the adjustments, and they have the talent to make the plays when the game's on. Christian Gonzalez was outstanding.
Outstanding game today. Best game he's played all year.
Right, that Hawkins interception?
Yep.
Awesome. Spillane was right there in coverage. coached in the right place, right? So, like, those adjustments, that's why they won these games. And then you add Drake Maye to the mix, who just closes the door with these big plays. So, yeah, I there's things that you can critique today or not like, but they answered. They literally passed the test.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, I just don't know who else is out there that's going to put you in a position where you're just completely overmatched. I don't think are they the best team in the league? That's a separate question. We can have that discussion at some point. In fact, one of the callers wants to talk about that. I'm just saying there's nobody out there where you look at them and you say, wow, they're going to completely outclass the Patriots. Not with the way they're playing right now, not with what the quarterback's doing. Now, again, has he been fully tested? Because, I mean, end of game situations, close games, comebacks, some of those things we haven't fully seen yet, especially against a good team. But I want to see, there's other things that are interesting that we'll see this year. But again, what team is really going to dominate you? You have to really circle on the scale and be like, wow, that's a different animal.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you look at Cleveland, they're off a big win from last week. They scored 31 points against the Dolphins, who blow out the Falcons, who, were without
just beat the Bills.
Yeah, exactly. And now they're coming on to the Patriots.
Thank you for listening to this presentation of the Johnson Collection.